April 4th, Shelby County, Kentucky. Artie Mathis loved caves. There was something about the dark, clammy world underground that set his pulse racing and made the small hairs bristle on his neck. It was a mixture of fear and excitement, recognizing the risks and still forcing himself to confront primal fears. The fear of getting lost within a labyrinth where every passage looked the same. The fear of being trapped below ground by a cave-in where he'd be crushed by falling rock or condemned to a slow death from thirst and starvation, and the fear of being grounded if his parents found out he was exploring caves. Artie Mathis was 12 years old, a budding spelunker whose father and mother viewed his passion as a dangerous phase he'd outgrow, given guidance and time. They'd enrolled him in scouting to help him make friends and divert his unhealthy interest to more normal outdoor pursuits. Problem was, Artie had a hard time making friends. He was generally happier on his own than with peers, and Artie didn't want to be outdoors. He didn't care a thing about hunting or fishing or hiking in bright sunny meadows. He wanted to be underground. Artie blamed it on Jules Verne and Mark Twain. Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth was Artie's favorite novel. He'd replaced his paperback copy twice in the past 3 years because he'd thumbed it to tatters. Twain's Tom Sawyer ran a fair second, if only for the part where Tom and Becky Thatcher elude Injun Joe in a perilous cavern. Great stuff. And could Artie help it if his parents chose to live within 5 miles of Tom Sawyer State Park? They should have known the temptation would be too great for their adventurous only child to resist. Artie checked his gear. He had a flashlight and a plastic baggie filled with extra batteries, his Boy Scout knife with half a dozen useful blades, an old pair of his father's gloves, beef jerky, a canteen, and 2 fat bags of trail mix. He was good to go. The cave was new to him. Artie had found it 2 weeks earlier on the outskirts of the park, but this would be his first chance to explore it. It was Saturday, his father on duty at the Simpsonville fire station, and his mother pulling a volunteer shift at the old folks' home in Todd's Point. Artie was on his own until his mom got home at 4 o'clock, a sweet 6 hours and 13 minutes down the road. The entrance to the cave was on a southward-facing bluff above a riverbed.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Artie went in on hands and knees, knowing that he could wash his jeans before his mom got home, and she would never know the difference. He didn't need his flashlight for the first 20 feet or so, enough sunlight streaming past him through the cave's mouth to light his way. At first, he worried that the lighted portion of the cave might be all there was, but then he found the cave turned left at a 90-degree angle, and its stony floor descended at a gentle rate.
All right.
Turning his flashlight on, he saw a dead end some 25 or 30 feet beyond the left-hand turn.
Oh, crap!
He was ready to turn back when his flashlight picked out something in the farthest corner of the underground cul-de-sac. Artie's science teacher had told him once that there was no such thing as a straight line in nature. He wasn't sure he believed that. What about snowflakes and strata in rocks? But he didn't believe Mother Nature had sculpted a square box-like object at the back of a cave 50 feet underground.
Oh, man! Somebody stashed something in here. Cool!
Crawling toward the object, Artie saw that it was wrapped in something resembling plastic, but thicker. Prodding with his finger, he decided it was more like rubber-coated tarp. The thing was dusty, as if it had lain there undisturbed for years. Where did the dust come from inside a cave? He thought about what might be underneath the wrapping, something like a crate or chest the way it felt, rigid, unyielding to the touch. Someone had found the cave before him, maybe years before, and used it as a hiding place. He thought at once of drugs, like on the TV news, but quickly ruled it out. No one would hide a stash of dope that size for years when he could sell it and be a millionaire. Some kind of loot, perhaps. Bank robbers could have pulled a job and stowed the money here, meaning to come back later when the heat died down. But they were caught instead and sent to prison. Maybe they were dead by now and took the secret to their graves. It would be Artie's secret now. He could forget about the drudgery of mowing lawns for pocket money. Artie took out his pocket knife, opened the long blade, and began to peel away the tarp. It had a greasy feel to it, beneath the layer of dust, that made him want to wash his hands. There was a metal chest inside the tarp, dark green, reminding him of something from the Army surplus store in town. There was a hasp and combination lock, but Artie didn't have to beat the dial. Folding the scout knife's cutting blade, he opened up another one and went to work with a miniature screwdriver, removing 4 small screws that held the hasp in place. He raised the lid and blinked at what he saw. Some kind of radio, he thought it was. There was a pistol in a plastic bag, a funny-looking piece of pipe with threading on one end, and blocks of something that resembled clay. On top of everything, there was a plastic object that reminded Artie of the little travel clock he took along on camping trips, except that this one counted backward. 20. Why was it doing that? 17. Why were those wires strung out between the clock and one of the clay blocks? 12.
Oh, shit!
Artie got it then, and panic overwhelmed him as he scrambled back the way he'd come, losing his knife and flashlight in the process. It was only 50 feet to daylight, but it seemed like 50 miles. He made the turn, was through it with the sunlit entrance to the cave in view, when a thunderclap enveloped him and shot him out of the cave's mouth like a bullet from a gun. May 11th, North Las Vegas, Nevada. The postman was nearly finished loading his truck. Bright and early Monday morning, 82 degrees in the shade, and he felt wonderful. It didn't faze him that his co-workers were bitching, some of them hung over from the weekend. That was normal. He had learned to live with it, and had been in the same condition more than once himself. But not today.
Hey, Moss, what are you so happy about?
It's a great day to be alive, man.
The postman's name, as far as anybody knew, was Jacob Moss. It said so on his driver's license, on his Social Security card, on the 3 credit cards in his wallet, and throughout his personnel file with the U.S. Postal Service. There was nothing but exemplary reports in that file, only kind words from his supervisors, testimonies to his dedication and efficiency. There were 3 letters of appreciation for his diligence from patrons on his route. Jacob Moss had been Carrier of the Month 19 times in his 20 years of service, an unprecedented honor in his zip code area. But the honor paled beside what he meant to accomplish that morning. Finished with his loading, Moss stepped back to take a silent inventory. 6 large trays of bundled mail, 24 parcels, and 1 duffel bag containing the items for his very special delivery. The duffel bag hadn't been postmarked or inspected. Moss had brought the bag from home, a little something extra special for this day of days. Inside the duffel bag, he had an AK-47 assault rifle loaded with a 100-round drum of 7.62 millimeter FMJ ammunition. A heavy bandolier of 30-round banana clips would keep the Kalashnikov rocking after he fired off his first 100 rounds. An assortment of anti-personnel and incendiary grenades had been included to spice up the show. Moss was never satisfied with halfway measures. He was going postal with a vengeance, doing it in style. The Kevlar vest he wore beneath his powder blue shirt wasn't the most comfortable item for a warm spring day in the desert, but it would extend his lifespan. It would let him get the most out of this Monday when he needed to be at the top of his form. This day, his last Monday, would be a true red-letter day, red for the cause he served and red for blood. Moss pulled out of the parking lot and made his way through morning traffic to Las Vegas Boulevard. He turned north, putting behind him the famous strip with its lavish hotel casinos. For the first time in 20 years, Moss deviated from his normal route in answer to a higher calling. For the first time in 2 decades, he felt free. No one gave his postal truck a second glance as Moss drove north on Las Vegas Boulevard, following the traffic into North Las Vegas. There were no lavish gambling palaces in this suburb of the city some were pleased to call Lost Wages. It could be any other slightly run-down desert town, long on thrift stores, coin laundries, and mobile homes, short on glitz and glamour. North Las Vegas didn't interest Moss this day. He had no business there. He drove on through, observing all the posted traffic regulations, watching for the sign that would direct him on to Nellis Air Force Base. He shifted in his seat, easing the pressure on the Colt Combat Commander semi-auto pistol holstered at the small of his back. He saw the Nellis turnoff coming up and signaled well ahead.
Nothing out of the ordinary here. Business as usual, ladies and gentlemen. Your tax dollars at work.
The gate was down, same as it always was on his quarterly dry runs. 4 times a year for 20 years, mapping demolition and new construction on the approach route, watching shops open and fold, names changing on the signs out front. Moss could have written a neighborhood history if he'd been so inclined. But no time for that now. After this morning, he would be history. An MP came out to meet him, clipboard in hand, sidearm buttoned down in an awkward flap holster. Moss could have dropped him and plowed through the gate, but it would have blown his edge. He wanted to be well inside before the shooting started, where he could inflict maximum damage in minimal time.
Morning, sir. Sign here and record the time there. I have 0800 hours.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
The MP didn't recognize him, but it made no difference. Who looked past a uniform? Moss knew from talking to the carriers who had the normal Nellis run that he should be passed through without a problem. All he had to do was drive 200 yards to the office building where mail was dropped off in bulk each morning for later distribution around the base. Most days it was a quick in and out. This day, it would be a one-way ride. He was heading for the hangars where they kept the fighters and their payloads. It was probably too much to hope that he would catch one of the Lockheed F-117A stealth aircraft on the ground. But he was sure to find plenty of other targets, maybe F-16 Fighting Falcons, or General Dynamics F-111s, perhaps even an AV-8B Harrier II, if he was very fortunate. Moss pulled up to the first hangar he saw and parked in its shade. Moss left the key in the ignition. Who cared if someone stole the truck? Reaching behind the driver's seat, he unzipped the green duffel bag and removed his folding stock Kalashnikov. Moss draped the bandolier over his head, across one shoulder, heavy with loaded magazines and grenades. Stepping from the truck, he removed the Colt from its SOB holster and slipped it inside the waistband of his pants in front. Coming around the truck in shade, he met a fresh-faced airman just emerging from the hangar. Startled by the sight of Moss's armament, the young man froze.
Mail call!
Moss gave him 3 rounds to the chest at point-blank range. He stepped across the dead man's twitching legs and crossed the hangar's threshold. A dozen airmen and mechanics were immediately visible, none of them armed. Why should they be?
Mail call, fellas! Come and get it!
August 19th, Dallas, Texas. The phone call had been a long time coming. After years, decades of waiting, Jared Hatch had managed to convince himself that it would never come. But he was wrong. The meeting had been set for noon, his normal lunch hour, though Hatch had called in sick that day. He was supposed to meet the caller at a Waffle House on Highway 67, east of Redbird Airport. Tardiness would not be tolerated. Hatch had thought about refusing, trying to explain his change of mind and heart. But how did one explain a revelation that had crept up on him over 20 years, altering his thought processes one tiny synapse at a time? How could he make a perfect stranger understand?
Shit. Nobody's perfect.
He could joke about it the following day, or the one after that, if he was still alive. Right now, survival was the top priority. Hatch took the lockbox from its hiding place beneath the bedroom closet floor. He replaced the carpet there, and then used his key. The lock was stiff. More than 3 years since he had opened it to check the contents of the box, but everything seemed fine. Inside the box, 2 pistols rested on a bed of felt. One was a .22 caliber Ruger Mark I target pistol, its 7-inch barrel fattened by a custom-made suppressor designed for use with subsonic rounds. The other was a Smith & Wesson Model 410 autoloader. It bore no suppressor and would be noisy as hell if Hatch started cranking off its 10-40 caliber rounds.
Now, which one to take? Eeny, meeny, miny? Fuck it, I'm taking them both.
Hatch removed each pistol in turn from the box, verified that both were loaded, and jacked a round into the chamber of each. That done, he set the Ruger's safety and gently lowered the Smith & Wesson's hammer. The larger pistol had a double-action first-shot capability that allowed him to carry it with the safety off. He had a shoulder holster for the Ruger, a belt holster for the Smith & Wesson. Neither one of them would show beneath the navy blazer he had bought a size too large, specifically to hide the guns. He hoped that neither weapon would be needed, hoped the stranger would listen to reason, but instinct and training told him to be prepared for the worst. If there was trouble, he would use whatever force was necessary to protect himself. Dressed and armed, Hatch made a final circuit of his small apartment, picking up his car keys and turning off the living room lamp. Hatch walked to his year-old Ford Escort. Before getting in, he turned to look at his house. It was a simple place and had been overpriced, but it was home. Hatch felt a sense of dread at leaving it behind. Hatch drove west on Ledbetter Drive to intersect Highway 67. He turned south on the interstate there and watched for the Waffle House, its billboard looming on 60-foot pylons. An off-ramp dropped him at the entrance to the parking lot. The caller hadn't said what he was driving. Hatch was 13 minutes early, so he sat and waited in the Escort, watching diners come and go. His contact was male and had promised to wear a red windbreaker. Beyond that, Hatch was clueless. They were supposed to meet outside and go from there. He sat and waited, checking his watch at compulsive 10-second intervals. Cars came and went in the lot, disgorging customers mostly in pairs or larger groups. The Waffle House appeared to draw few solo diners at this time of day. Hatch had begun to feel conspicuous, the odd man out, when he noticed a flicker of movement at the far right periphery of his vision. Before he could turn, a sharp rapping on the passenger window made him jump. Hatch twisted in his seat and found a stranger staring at him through the window. Sandy hair combed straight back from an unremarkable face. The red nylon windbreaker covered a black polo shirt and gray slacks. Hatch unlocked the door with a button on his armrest. A draft of cheap cologne preceded his contact into the Escort. The stranger looked him over for a moment. Hatch couldn't have said if his expression was a grimace or a blighted smile.
You're very prompt, comrade.
You said it was important.
Discipline is always critical.
I was surprised to hear from you after so long a time.
Surprised?
It seems superfluous today, with world conditions as they are.
Why would you think that anything has changed, comrade?
I assume
That you would be excused from duty? Why would you think that, comrade?
Hatch wondered if this man could possibly be ignorant of all that had transpired in recent years. Was he insane?
It has occurred to me that our priorities are different now.
Fulfillment of your duty is the first priority. You took an oath, comrade.
Of course.
Hatch knew then what he had to do. He shifted in the driver's seat, facing his contact more directly, freeing up the Ruger pistol slung beneath his left armpit. It would be awkward trying to draw and fire within the confines of his vehicle, but it was better than stepping outside, fighting in the parking lot at high noon.
You sadly disappoint me, comrade. I was told you were a man who could be trusted.
Well, I just said I was surprised, that's all.
Hatch slipped a hand inside his jacket, reaching for the silenced Ruger.
Would you like a cigarette?
Hatch felt a wasp-like sting beneath his right nipple.
You don't smoke.
Hatch glanced down at his chest. There was no blood, but he was wounded. He could feel the numbness spreading rapidly. His empty right hand felt like lead slipping into his lap.
What have you... Ricin. An extract from the castor oil plant, if you recall your basic chemistry. Toxicity in concentrated doses is equivalent to the bite of a large cobra.
Hatch slumped in his seat. His vision blurred, but he could see the snubby weapon his contact held. It resembled a sawed-off air pistol.
You should have kept the faith. Nothing changes. Nothing will ever change.
Hatch tried to answer him, refute those words, but his tongue and vocal cords seemed paralyzed. He took his last breath moments later.
Graphic Audio presents Don Pendleton's Mack Bolan. Narrated by Jeff Baker. With performances by Terrence Aselford, Nanette Savard, Richard Rowan, David Coyne, Casey Jones, Christopher Graybill, Ken Jackson, Karen Carbone, Dolores King-Williams, Thomas Penny, and Mort Shelby. Mack Bolan, number 88, Sleepers.
Terre Haute, Indiana. Mack Bolan drove his rented Chevy Blazer past the federal prison at a steady 50 miles per hour, resisting the temptation to slow down and rubberneck. He'd seen the place before, but it was new to his companion. Passing by, she swiveled in her seat to watch the place until they were well past and headed south out of town on Highway 41.
It doesn't look so bad.
It's bad enough.
Terre Haute's lockup was the toughest in the federal system. A land-locked Alcatraz reserved for the worst of the worst. Lifers, who were rated dangerous even behind bars, were housed there in isolation so complete it drove some men mad. Terre Haute also housed the only federal death row in America, with a cast of dead men walking that included contract killers, terrorists, and homicidal drug lords. Few of those who entered Terre Haute in chains would leave the place alive. This day was an exception, and the executioner was part of it. The plan hadn't been his, but he would make the best of it, and hope it didn't prove to be a catastrophic error. 8 miles south of town, he pulled into the parking lot of the Rustic Rest Motel. The name had the first part right, at least, with some 24 no-frills bungalows arranged in a squared-off C formation, butted up against a forest sprawling over several acres. The accommodations were distinctly rustic, but they didn't promise Bolan anything resembling rest. He was here to work, not catch up on his beauty sleep or browse around the antique barn across the highway. This morning, after an early breakfast at the coffee shop a half-mile farther south, they'd driven into Terre Haute and cased the prison twice, noting approaches and escape routes, eyeballing the place as if its looming walls might share some secret of whatever was transpiring on the other side. Scoping the prison was more an academic exercise than anything else as far as Bolan was concerned. He wasn't breaking in or helping anyone escape. The prisoner he needed would be hand-delivered to his bungalow within the hour. As for what came after that, fate would decide. His strategy could only carry them so far. They had checked in as a couple to avoid suspicion, but the standard full-sized motel bed was undisturbed. The woman slipped off her jacket. It was a breezy autumn day outside, but the windbreaker was specifically intended to conceal the Jayerza P9 semi-automatic pistol that she wore in a fast-draw shoulder rig. The Russian Jayerza had an awesome reputation, but was still untested in the West. Chambered for special 9mm cord rounds, packing 18 of the same in its box magazine, the pistol could reportedly penetrate 30 layers of Kevlar and 2 1.4mm titanium plates at 100 meters, or 4mm of steel armor at 60 meters. Nearly 2 inches shorter, and 4.5 ounces lighter than Bolan's Beretta 93R, it still threw slugs downrange at 1,362 feet per second versus the Beretta's 1,230 feet per second. Bolan hoped Taja Galenka could handle all that hardware if the need arose. By the time he found out otherwise, they might both be dead.
You still don't like the plan.
I don't have to like it, I just have to make it work.
It bothers you to use Barnum.
Is this a circus act? You're reading minds?
You'll make it obvious.
Yeah? Well, the notion of springing a lifer from maximum security and taking him out on a road trip just sort of rubs me the wrong way. And this particular lifer makes it that much worse. He could have told us what he knows and stayed inside where he belongs.
You don't think he can help us?
We'll see when he gets here.
Another hour and 7 minutes by his watch. They would be getting Barnum ready right now, a change of garb from prison orange to standard street clothes. They would transport Barnum in a standard unmarked car, immediately recognizable as heat to any sharp-eyed felon by its whip antenna and its federal license plates. An armored truck would draw too much attention, but the guards would certainly be armed. Their cargo wasn't dangerous per se, not anymore anyway, but the charges filed against him specified that he had caused at least 11 deaths. Bolan would have been pleased to let him rot in peace at Terre Haute, but it had been determined further up the food chain that the prisoner could render critical support to Bolan's mission if they put him on a leash. It would be Bolan's job to make him heal, and if he failed, the federal lockup would be short one lifer. He wouldn't permit Barnum to slip the leash and disappear. The woman switched on the television.
Man is mine. You ain't woman enough to take my man.
I'm all woman, but I'm man enough to whoop you upside the head with this chair, Miss Press.
Why do your citizens disgrace themselves this way?
They want their 15 minutes.
Explain, please.
Andy Warhol said that in the future, everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. Some of these clowns took it to heart.
Is fame so important to Americans?
To some, I guess.
And what is important to you?
Right now, this job. After that, the next job.
If you ask me, this whole thing stinks.
Nobody asked you, Travis. They didn't ask me either. They never ask.
All I'm saying, it doesn't sit right.
You're preaching to the choir. I don't like it any better than you do.
We're supposed to bring pricks in, not let them go.
I hear you, champ.
Travis felt cumbersome and bloated with the Kevlar vest beneath his suit, the powder blue dress shirt a size too large and slightly rumpled.
Jiminy cripes. Body armor's for transporting witnesses and prisoners to court when they're gonna get shot in transit or rescued or something. This Kevlar don't fit a job like this.
Yeah, well, there's never been a job like this before, as far as I heard of.
Travis and Finch were killing time in the reception area of maximum security. Their sidearms had been checked on entering the prison. Their heavy firepower, an Uzi and a 12-gauge Remington, was waiting in the car outside. They stood and sweated in their suits in Kevlar, waiting for the lifer they'd been ordered to transport, and all to drop his sorry ass at a hotel.
Ours is not the fucking reason why, you know what I mean, Finch?
Loud and clear, champ.
Finch tried to relax under the scrutiny of a burly guard behind the glass. The prison atmosphere made Finch uneasy, despite his frequent visits to federal lockups from coast to coast. He could feel the weight of the place bearing down on him, threatening to squeeze out a confession to some half-forgotten sin. Finch saw their lifer moving through a locked-off sally port, flanked by 2 guards. They were halfway to the reception area, having cleared one heavy door. The lifer wore a brown suit that was more or less his size, straight off the rack at bargain rates. His shoes and socks were black, a major fashion felony. The chain around his waist was stainless steel, ditto the handcuffs on his wrists, connected to the belly chain by 6 polished links that kept his hands around groin level. It was lifer chic. No shackles on his legs, but Finch didn't think the prick would try to run away. He had already cut his deal. The chains were temporary. He was on his way. The 2 guards had dark frowns on their bookend faces, clearly angered at giving up their prison charge to men they'd never seen before, while acting on orders they didn't understand. One of them had a clipboard with a ballpoint pen attached to it by string. He shoved the board at Finch, not quite touching him.
Sign on the dotted line and he's all yours.
I'll sign.
You want to tell us what this deal is all about?
If I knew that, I'd have my feet up on a desk in Washington.
It's like that, huh?
You have keys for the cuffs and belly chain?
The cuffs are standard. Here's the padlock key.
Finch palmed it and put it in the inside pocket of his suit coat.
Right, we're out of here.
He gripped the prisoner's left elbow with his right hand and propelled him toward the exit, Travis falling into step on the lifer's right and holding his other arm. They set a brisk pace toward the door. In the corridor, which reeked of Lysol and fresh paint, they stopped once more to claim their guns, then hit the bricks. Outside, the autumn sun provided more light than warmth, a breeze ruffling Finch's hair where it had thinned on top. He steered their prisoner toward a standard-issue Crown Victoria, dusty brown with black wall tires, twin antenna sprouting from the trunk, and black-on-white federal tags.
You know, they might as well paint U.S. Marshals Service on the doors. Anybody who don't recognize the Crown Vic as a cop car has one eye closed and the other eye out of focus.
As disconcerting as their mission was, it still qualified as a milk run. Pick up the inmate at point A and drop him at point B 8 miles away. The lifer's crimes, once the stuff of florid headlines, had been long since swept aside by other scandals and felonies. Old news, nobody cared, except the loved ones of the victims, and their grieving kin had no idea the man responsible for so much bloodshed was about to take a walk. He'd cut a deal with Uncle Sam. It wouldn't clear the slate, but it would help. Finch hoped it wouldn't help enough to make parole, but it was out of his hands. Today he was nothing more than an overqualified delivery boy. They put the lifer in back and secured the doors. They took their seats in front of the plexiglass screen, Travis behind the steering wheel.
You ready?
As I'll ever be.
Okay, let's get it done.
Major Tasya Galenka was tired of waiting. She had spent the past week in American hotel rooms, mostly killing time, and she was sick to death of it. Watching her strange companion, the American who called himself Mike Belasco, she wondered how he could accept the tedium with such apparent ease. Police work and espionage, as she well knew, were fields that required patience. She had learned that much from the beginning of her service with the KGB, reborn as the Foreign Intelligence Service, SVR, when Russia discarded communism in 1991. Galenka had been a 5-year veteran of the KGB, and she had remained in service, rising through the ranks on equal parts of cunning and merit, because she loved her country and believed it needed protection. Sometimes, in fact, the SVR had to protect Mother Russia from herself. It was a strange sensation working in America. Her first time on U.S. soil, Galenka noted some of the problems trumpeted by Pravda in the old days, but she also saw much to admire. She hoped her American colleague was equal to the task. He seemed competent enough on the surface, but they had barely met before embarking on the drive to Terre Haute. The real test would come later, when they took delivery of the prisoner and went to work. Galenka hoped the tall man wouldn't disappoint her. She had a personal stake in this mission. Failure might mean never going home. A glance at her watch told Galenka that barely 2 minutes had crept by since the last time she'd checked. She would have guessed a quarter of an hour had passed, at least. She lit a cigarette to calm herself, drew the smoke deeply into her lungs. The American took no notice of her, thumbing through a tabloid newspaper that had been waiting for them in the room. She shifted in her uncomfortable chair, reaching inside her windbreaker to adjust her shoulder holster. There was no point in hoping that she wouldn't have to kill before the job was done. Wet work was preordained and unavoidable. The only question now was when it would begin and how many would die. Galenka wasn't afraid of bloodshed. She had killed 3 persons in her 16 years of service with the KGB and SVR. 2 of them were Ukrainian drug smugglers who preferred death to arrest and trial. The third had been a triggerman for a Chechen crime syndicate, dispatched to kill Galenka after she arrested an important member of the family. All 3 were dead because they'd underestimated her, supposing it would be an easy thing to kill a woman who stood barely 5'4" in stocking feet and weighed 130 pounds. They had been close. But it was close with the Chechen. Galenka bore puckered scars front and back from where his single shot had pierced her abdomen, passing within a millimeter of her left kidney. She remembered the pain and the slow work of recovery, and she had vowed never to hesitate again before she pulled the trigger on an enemy, not even one whom she had loved in better days.
It won't be long now.
You think he will cooperate?
He's chasing clemency. I wouldn't bet on a reduced sentence no matter what he does, but if he tries a double-cross, he's history.
Galenka wondered if Belasco had some private grudge against the prisoner, or if he simply held all traitors in contempt. Galenka sensed that he wouldn't mind using force against the prisoner if it should be required. Neither would she. Their mission was of critical importance. It transcended individual concerns and dwarfed specific lives. Galenka would do anything required of her in order to succeed. She just hoped her own life wasn't calculated in the final price.
Here we go.
Adrik Jekhanov cocked his Model 81 Scorpion machine pistol and held the compact weapon in his lap, below the line of sight for any passing motorists. His driver, Dmitry Petrov, gunned the stolen Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme to a legal 55 miles per hour, tailing the nondescript car that carried their target. The third man on the team, Stanislav Boban, leaned forward.
Are you sure it's him this time?
I'm sure.
There had been 2 false starts this morning. Beige prison vans had departed from the Terre Haute facility on sundry errands. But this time, Dyakonov watched the lawmen arrive and enter the prison in their brown 4-door sedan. No passenger visible in the cage behind the driver's seat. When they emerged 25 minutes later, the cage was occupied. Dyakonov's orders were simple. Kill the prisoner and anyone who tried to protect him. Deal with witnesses as necessary. He had received half of the contract payment up front, a tidy $15,000, and he meant to earn the rest as soon as the 2 lawmen reached their destination. Boban was ready in the back seat with his AKMS assault rifle. They could have pulled alongside the brown sedan and strafed it from the driver's side, but their client was interested in learning where the prisoner was taken and who was waiting for him outside prison walls. Dyakonov had been instructed to purchase a Polaroid camera and snap photos of anyone he managed to kill on the reception committee. Photographs were no problem. For $30,000 he would happily have bagged their heads. How many others were privileged to mix lucrative business with pleasure?
Where in hell are they going?
That's what we're trying to find out. Petrov, more speed. You're losing them.
I'm losing no one. You want a speeding ticket from Highway Patrol? It's fine with me.
Do what I tell you.
Adrik Dyakonov wasn't afraid of the American Highway Patrol. He had no fear of any badge or uniform. In Russia, he had killed militia officers who tried to lock him up, and he had done the same to a police detective in Chicago last Christmas Eve. American police were unprepared for someone like Adrik Dyakonov. They hadn't touched him yet in 7 years of operating stateside. He believed they never would.
Who is this convict anyway?
I already told you once. I didn't ask. The client wants him dead. The client pays in cash.
It makes me wonder, though. He must be someone special if policemen come to rescue him from prison.
This is no rescue. They take him to his death.
But they're not knowing this. It makes me wonder.
Think about the money, then. Wonder what you will buy with your 5,000.
It was only fair, as lead contractor on the team, for Dyakonov to keep the lion's share of the reward. Babin and Petrov didn't mind, or if they did, they were intelligent enough to keep their mouths shut.
Turning.
Dyakonov could see that for himself, the flashing signal in front of them. He watched the brown sedan pull off into the parking lot of a roadside motel.
Drive past and circle back. Hurry!
Petrov gunned the Oldsmobile, racing 50 yards down the highway before he cranked the steering wheel hard left and put them through a tire-roasting U-turn. Petrov jabbed his left hand out the open driver's window, middle finger raised defiantly to the trucker. Then he swung the Olds into the driveway of the rustic rest motel. Dyakonov saw that the lawmen were already out of their vehicle, one of them helping a man in handcuffs emerge from the back seat. Both looked up as the Olds hit the parking lot. Behind Dyakonov, Boban was already out of the car. He fired his AKMS, peppering the unmarked police car with short bursts. Dyakonov lunged for the pavement as all hell broke loose. Bolan drew his Beretta 93R as he opened the door, ducking through in a crouch. A black Oldsmobile was parked 15 or 20 feet behind the Federal Crown Victoria. Doors open on both sides as 3 gunmen blazed away with automatic weapons. The Crown Vic was taking hits, its rear window imploding as Bolan ran forward and knelt at the grill, momentarily shielded from incoming rounds by the sedan's engine block. Galenka dropped beside him on his right. To his left, one of the U.S. Marshals glared at Bolan and his weapon, blinking fresh blood from a scalp wound out of his right eye.
Who the hell are you?
Your contacts. Can the ID wait?
The ID can kiss my ass if we get out of this alive.
One round ripped through the Marshal's cheek and lifted him enough to let another drill his throat. He went down in a spray of blood and stayed there, one leg twisted under him. Bolan moved up to take his place behind the Crown Vic's open door. It wasn't much in terms of cover, but he had no shot at all unless he made the shift. He thumbed the fire selector switch on his Beretta down for 3 round bursts and waited for an opening.
Travis, where are you, champ? He's down. Watch yourself.
I'm watching, pal.
The Marshal squeezed off 2 rounds from his Smith & Wesson autoloader, ducking behind his open door. It wasn't good enough, though, as a burst from a Kalashnikov punched through the sheet metal and knocked him sprawling. Bolan framed the rifleman in his Beretta's sights and fired a 3 round burst before he had a chance to duck and cover. He was instantly rewarded as the shooter's head exploded with a crimson halo and the dead man toppled over backward. 1 down and 2 to go. His Russian sidekick nailed the second, taking out the Oldsmobile's driver with a quick double tap from her Gyurza semi-auto. Cord projectiles sliced through the open driver's door like wad cutters through cardboard, finding flesh and bone. That left 1 shooter, but he wasn't going down without a fight. Yakhanov strafed them with some kind of machine pistol, then retrieved his fallen comrade's AK to lay down header fire. The prisoner was still in the back seat. He had been climbing out, assisted by one of his escorts, when the shooting started. Whether the Marshal had shoved him back inside the sedan or he had jumped back on his own, the door had closed behind him, pinning him inside the cage. It was as safe a place to be as anywhere right now. Bolan heard the sound indicating an empty magazine and knew number 3 would have to reload. Bolan picked out another sound as well. What was it? Something like a dripping faucet, but that made no sense. Then the smell of gasoline reached Bolan's nostrils and he knew. The Crown Vic's fuel tank had been punctured. It was dribbling gas onto the pavement, reeking combustible fumes. A bullet spark or muzzle flash could set it off and fry the prisoner before they ever had a chance to question him. Bolan cared nothing for the man inside the car, but he couldn't afford to let him take his secrets to a fiery grave. The killing would have been for nothing then, and they would watch their chances for success go up in smoke while he was screaming through the final seconds of his wasted life. The soldier lunged forward as the AK opened up again, spraying the Crown Vic's trunk and left rear fender, flattening the tire back there. Tasha Galenka cranked off 3 more rounds that drove the shooter briefly under cover. Bolan reached the Crown Vic's right rear door and yanked it open to reveal a pale face streaked with fear sweat.
Barnum?
Yeah?
It's time to go.
I'm fine right here.
You smell that gasoline? You're 1 spark short of going up in smoke, and I can't spare you yet.
Bolan grabbed the convict's collar and dragged him bodily out of the car.
Hey! God damn!
Barnum got his legs working, and they both hunkered down behind the driver's door.
You call this safe?
Safe's a matter of degree. Stay here.
Where the hell would I go?
Bolan ignored the question, moving back toward the rear of the bullet-riddled Crown Victoria. He triggered 2 short bursts at the Olds, then rushed it, making for the passenger side. The shooter heard him coming and tried to nail him, but Galenka popped off 2 more slammers from her pistol and drove the rifleman back under cover. Bolan reached the cover of the Olds and kept moving. The punctured door in front of him stood open, one last barrier before he had a clear shot at his target across the driver's seat. A spray of AK rounds took out the windshield from inside, too high to threaten him. He cleared the door and met the shooter swiveling to face him. Bolan's Beretta stuttered twice, putting 6 rounds in the 10 ring from a range of 6 or 7 feet. The impact lifted his target, driving the gunman backward, and Galenka made it official with a headshot that lifted his scalp like a cheap toupee in a windstorm. Collapsing, the shooter still managed to fire one more burst from his assault rifle, strafing the rear of the car parked before him. Something caught, and flames boiled up around the Crown Vic's trunk. He doubled back, knowing he'd be too late for Barnum if the gas tank blew. Galenka got there first and dragged the handcuffed prisoner away, propelling him toward the shelter of their bungalow. Bolan veered off course, sprinting for daylight. He was 30 feet and gaining from the Crown Vic when it blew. The shock wave dropping him face down on blacktop.
Are you all right?
The ringing in Bolan's ears receded slowly as he rose and put his gun away.
I'll live.
The prisoner was cutting glances back and forth between the burning car and Bolan.
Oh, that was a little close for comfort. You saved my life.
Don't take it personally. I've never had much use for traitors, but you're all we've got right now.
Washington, D.C. Hal Brognola took the call from Stony Man, then switched on his office television, already tuned to CNN. There was a live report in progress from a motel parking lot in Vigo County, Indiana. A sign dubbed it the Rustic Rest Motel. From where Brognola sat, it looked more like the Alamo. Two shot-up cars were situated center stage, one of them torched, still smoldering. The bungalow behind the burned-out vehicle had taken bullet hits as well. A window shattered, tacky curtains flapping in the breeze. The blonde reporter needed one hand for her microphone, which left her one short to defend her hair and gaping low-cut blouse against the gusts of wind that played with both. Behind the blonde, two grim-faced men moved toward the bullet-riddled cars. In case their bearing didn't tip the audience, the windbreakers that billowed out behind them were emblazoned with foot-high letters, FBI. Brognola turned up the volume with his remote.
At least 5 now confirmed dead in what local authorities are calling Vigo County's worst-known homicide in 30 years.
Compared to what? Worst unknown homicide?
2 of the dead, we're told, are members of the U.S. Marshals Service assigned to transport a prisoner from the federal prison at Terre Haute, 8 miles up the road. Prison administrators have declined to comment on where the officers were taking the prisoner or why they would have stopped here at the Rustic Rest Motel. 3 other victims of the shooting remain unidentified, but investigators on the scene acknowledge that the prisoner transported by the 2 slain federal officers is not among them. State and federal authorities refuse to speculate on whether he escaped or was abducted from his escorts by more gunmen still at large.
A prison mugshot filled the screen.
The missing prisoner is Burke Charles Barnum, formerly a lieutenant colonel with the U.S. Army assigned to intelligence work at the Pentagon. Barnum, 46 years old, had 17 years of military service behind him when he was convicted of espionage in 1995. Jurors in that case convicted Barnum of selling military secrets to Russian agents over a 9-year period before his arrest. He received a life sentence without parole when prosecutors demonstrated that several American agents exposed by Barnum either vanished or were killed in Eastern Europe before the end of the Cold War in 1991.
The mugshot showed a bland face under thinning sandy hair. No one who passed him on the street would think about him twice, unless he wore the military uniform he had disgraced. The blonde came back.
We're still waiting for an official statement at the scene, but it appears from what we've seen that gunmen in the second car behind me here attacked the U.S. Marshals in their unmarked vehicle. Before authorities interrupted our interview, the motel manager informed us that a man and a woman, now reported missing, rented cabin number 7 this morning, about 3 hours before the shooting incident. They registered as Mr. and Mrs. Sam Dysart, a name now described by investigators as a possible alias. The Indiana license number listed on their registration card at the motel does not exist, according to the State Bureau of Motor Vehicles. If Vigo County sounds familiar to you, it may be because in 1973 it was known as the home of the world's largest Pop-Tart,
Brognola had seen enough to know what happened in the motel parking lot. Up to a point, at least. Someone had trailed the marshals and their prisoner from Terre Haute, watching and waiting for a chance to strike the first time they pulled off the highway. He could even name the man responsible for the attack with some degree of certainty. Not that it did him any good. The big Fed knew the bastard's name, but not where he was hiding. If he'd known the address, he could have ended it before the butcher's bill grew any longer. No such luck. The bloody game had started 6 months earlier, and no one could predict with any certainty when it would end. 6 months and half a dozen terrorist attacks on U.S. soil, each with an escalating toll of wasted human lives. They ranged from coast to coast. The most recent was from Newport News, Virginia, where a shipyard worker with 14 years on the job had run amok for no apparent reason. He had sprayed co-workers with auto fire from an AK-47, killing 9 and wounding 7. He took time amid the massacre to lob grenades at several ships in dry dock. Russian frag grenades and a Kalashnikov. It started adding up when Brognola found out that each of the attacks involved some kind of Russian army surplus gear, none of it new. The riddle started getting scary when background investigation of the various unlikely terrorists revealed that none of them apparently existed prior to 1984 or 85. Their paperwork went back to birth. No problem there except that it was fake. In each of the 5 cases investigated by the FBI, the shooter's birth certificate belonged to someone else, specifically to an infant who died within 6 months of birth at random points across the country. Someone with a fair amount of time and cash on hand had scoured the nation for those premature obituaries, then requested duplicate birth certificates in the names of applicants who had lost their originals. With birth certificates in hand, the rest fell quickly into place: passports, social security numbers, driver's licenses, high school and college transcripts. Manufactured lives. The first case tore it when they fit the puzzle pieces into place. A young spelunker in Kentucky had been turned into a human cannonball after he found a buried stash of military gear. There wasn't much for lab technicians to examine when the smoke cleared, and a local sheriff's team dug out the hillside with a backhoe. But the bits and pieces finally identified came from an AK-47 and a Russian military two-way radio. Soil residue analysis identified the blasting agent as RDX plastic explosive manufactured in the Soviet bloc. 3 questions remained unanswered in that case. Who had buried the stash, when, and why? Brognola now had a handle on why, thanks to the marathon confession of a Soviet defector who had come across in 1990, an ironic 13 months before the Russian regime he was fleeing collapsed, rotted away from the inside. The turncoat had described a long-term KGB campaign involving sleepers planted in the States, complete with hidden caches of communications gear and arms, programmed to spend their lives on standby for the moment when a coded call came through from Mother Russia to proclaim a day of reckoning with the U.S. That call had never come. The Soviet state had self-destructed, and the KGB was no more, at least in theory. But what if someone from the bad old days still had a list of names and codes? The turncoat, sunning in Miami Beach, had been contacted and supplied 3 names, fanatic Black Ops veterans of the KGB. One suspect had been executed in September 1991 for his part in a conspiracy to topple Boris Yeltsin's government by force. A second candidate had 18 years remaining on his 30-year prison sentence, dished out for participation in the same abortive coup. That left one name, and when he heard it, Brognola had wasted no time summoning the executioner. But where was Bolan now? Where were his Russian sidekick and the missing traitor who had been entrusted to their care? Clay County, Illinois.
You're on TV by now. America's Most Wanted by tonight. We can't afford to show you off.
That's great. Just great. They let me out of prison to become a fugitive and get my head blown off.
They let you out to do a job. It's recess time, not graduation day. We're still on track.
Oh, really? You call this on track? The feds will think I set it up back there. They'll slap me with a stack of murder charges if the Reds don't kill me first.
There are no Reds.
Tell that to Sir Yosen when you see him, if you live that long.
I will.
Bolan had the Blazer pointed west on Highway 50, open farmland gliding past as he maintained the posted legal speed. He had engaged the child-proof locks on the Barnum's doors in the back, in case the traitor thought of bailing out. The Blazers' tinted windows screened Barnum's newly notorious profile from passing motorists or highway patrolmen. There had been time before they fled the rustic rest motel to turn one lifeless marshal's pockets inside out and palm the keys to Barnum's chains. Galenka had removed them on the drive south to Vincennes, where they had crossed the Wabash River into Illinois. The crossing insulated them a bit from the ungodly heat they'd left behind, but only for the time it took news hawks to catch the squeal and get their act together. Barnum's disappearance would be front-page news in every paper from New York to California by the following morning. Half the country's TV stations would be airing his mugshots within an hour, and the rest would pick it up by 6 o'clock. The crew at CNN would run it every hour on the hour, with whatever updates they could scrounge. He would have so much ink and air, a posting to the FBI's most wanted list would be superfluous, which meant that Bolan had to keep him out of sight, and that threw the plan off track. Barnum's release on loan to Bolan and Galenka had been orchestrated as a covert operation. The traitor had gained some weight and lost some hair since he was put away in 1995. If no one in the free world knew he was at large, the odds against coincidental recognition would be astronomical. Now everybody knew, and they were screwed if Barnum showed his face.
I need a good-sized town. Someplace large enough to have an outlet for theatrical supplies.
Say what?
Galenka smiled at that and fished a map out of the Blazer's glove compartment.
We need to change your look, and we can't wait around for you to grow a beard or heal from plastic surgery.
You're kidding, right?
The answer's makeup. Not Boris Karloff, but a decent makeover. We don't want Groucho glasses and a rubber nose, so scrub the small-town gag shops.
Makeup? Jesus, what do you think that will accomplish?
If we're lucky, it might keep you alive until the job's done, or at least until you've done your part.
Oh, right.
Decatur's 60 miles due north. A little farther on is Springfield, the state capital. Due west is East St. Louis and...
St. Louis, just across the Mississippi. West it is.
I don't think this will work.
Look on the bright side. You're a dead man if it doesn't.
That's the bright side?
Pretty much.
Terrific.
Some would say it's still a better chance than you deserve.
But suddenly I'm useful.
If you're alive, and if you know the man we're looking for.
I know him. If you doubted that, I'd still be back at Terre Haute.
That brings us back to breathing. Somebody obviously wants you dead.
You mean someone besides the company, the NSA, and all my old friends in G2? Tell them to take a number.
They already have a number. Yours.
You think those guys at the motel were Seriozas?
You tell me.
If that's true, we're already screwed. It means somebody on the inside tipped him off that I was getting out. It means he knows you know. He's taking countermeasures.
What's a mole or two between comrades?
Nothing much, just the difference between success and failure. Make that life and death.
I understood you volunteered.
To help? Yeah. Not spend my last few hours in a shooting gallery.
You want me to? I'll turn around and take you back right now.
And testify in my defense when justice charges me with murdering 2 federal officers?
No testimony. We don't exist.
Uh-huh. I recognize the lady's accent, but what are you?
What difference does it make?
I like to have some idea who I'm dealing with.
My job gets harder if you're dead. Leave it at that for now.
Okay. You may as well keep driving then. Check out that makeup shop. Nice Dave Chappelle look might get me through the weekend in one piece. Oh, hey, maybe something in a Salma Hayek.
I'll see what I can do. Meanwhile, you might try something else.
What's that?
Go back to the beginning and get it off your chest.
Well, I still got a chance, you mean?
There's that.
He had a point. The motel shootout had unnerved him worse than anything since his arrest in 1995. It was worse than standing up in court and hearing life without parole come from the judge's lips. There was no threat of rape or murder in his isolation cell at Terre Haute. He had 3 squares a day and would survive indefinitely until he lost his mind from loneliness or some disease stopped by to punch his ticket. In the free world, though, he was a moving target on an endless firing range.
From the beginning, huh?
Have you got something else to do?
I haven't thought about the way it started in a while, that's all.
Barnum had no illusion that they wished to analyze or understand him. The female escort was Russian intelligence, maybe one of those who had perused the information he sold to her government over the years. As for the driver, Barnum thought he would have cheerfully pulled off the highway, put a bullet into Barnum's head, and left him there without a backward glance. He was the hard, rock-ribbed, patriotic type. Barnum used to be like that.
I'll spare you all the childhood psychobabble. We weren't the Brady Bunch, but it wasn't the Twilight Zone either. 2 parents, 1 older brother, high school, you know, the usual.
Barnum watched the flat country scroll past his window for a silent mile before he spoke again, addressing himself to the driver.
You're wondering what turned me, right? Your partner already knows. She's been there on the other side. It's funny about treason. When you get down to the root of it, there's no great secret. Benedict Arnold was pissed off because he got passed over for promotion in the Continental Army. Aldrich Ames had a high-maintenance wife with expensive taste. Simple.
So what's your excuse?
The root of all evil. Put me down with Aldrich. It's the money, honey. Not to please the wife, though. We'd already split by then. I wanted more from me.
Noble cause.
What? Have I disappointed you? Would it help if I spun tales about a father in the Navy, gone for months or years on end, and how it made me want revenge against the military? I can hand you a fairy tale if you want it, but it'll be a crock of shit.
Spare me. Get back to the story. The money.
Yeah. In a nutshell, I can't even plead poverty, although a Louis Colonel salary hasn't exactly kept up with inflation through the years. I wanted more, that's all.
You've justified it to yourself.
We all do that. One day I looked around the Pentagon and realized the Cold War was a joke. More to the point, it was a cash cow for defense contractors, field-grade officers, and so-called patriots in government. 90% of what you saw on television or read in the newspapers about missile gaps and falling dominoes was bogus. The Russians had a hard enough time feeding themselves without trying to capture the world, and the one thing they fed their people on a daily basis was the same kind of propaganda we cranked out. Moscow had Pravda, Washington has the First Amendment. Hooray for democracy.
How long have you rehearsed that spiel?
I think I've been refining it since the FBI picked me up in '95. And it's still true. You think it's accidental that international conglomerates own the major newspapers and TV networks? The masthead on the New York Times reads, all the news that's fit to print. And it should read, all the news that fits our agenda.
And with all this greed around, you just decided to cash in?
Why not? Defense spending has been America's #1 gravy train for the past 60 years. Who'd notice one more modest piglet at the trough?
You weren't screwing the Treasury on contract overruns. You sold out agents in the field and got them killed.
Barnum couldn't deny it. He'd been charged at trial with contributing directly to the deaths of 3 American covert agents in Europe. 5 others were missing and presumed dead, their names deleted from the federal indictment for lack of evidence. He hadn't known the dead men, never saw their faces until photographs were offered at his trial. They'd come to him in dreams sometimes for 2 or 3 years after he was sent to Terre Haute, but Barnum had seen nothing of them for a while. He hoped they were at rest.
I can't undo what's done. If I serve 40 years and get my ass shot off this afternoon, they'll still be gone. It does no good if I apologize and gnash my teeth. But this adventure I'm off on with you two, I don't know, beats me. Maybe I can still break even on the future. What's that called? Redemption? Whatever. If you want soul-searching, I'm fresh out.
He thought Seroja was dead or in prison, along with the other hardliners who'd shot their wad against Yeltsin back in 1991. The coup had been a desperate, almost pathetic attempt to resuscitate Russian communism and put the old guard back in power. Some coup leaders had gone to the wall for their trouble. Hundreds more were shipped off to the Gulag with sentences of 20 years and up. Seroja should have been among them, but he'd always had the devil's luck. Come Judgment Day, if there was such a thing, he'd probably slip out a back door somebody forgot to lock and find a neutral corner for himself in purgatory.
You read my file, I guess.
Extracts.
So you'll know I met Seryoza while he was attached to the Russian embassy in Washington. Some diplomatic cocktail bash, I think it was. He was a major in the KGB, but they disguised him as an auditor sent out to balance their accounts. Somebody has a sense of humor at Jasinski Square, I guess. The FBI was busy watching all those so-called cultural attachés, trailing them to strip joints and massage parlors. Old Yasha slipped under the radar, and they never had a clue.
He bought you, just like that.
I didn't give it up on the first date, but close enough. He told me money was no object, and I liked the sound of that. It's funny when you think about it. Money's still no object. I haven't had to spend a cent in 7 years.
What can you tell us about Seryoja?
Anything you want to know. But maybe your comrade should start. She knows him better than I do.
Tasya Galenka had been waiting for the other shoe to drop. She wasn't sure if Barnum would remember their first meeting, 7 years before he was arrested. It had been in Paris, spring of 1988. She'd been with Seryoja then, in every sense.
I thought you'd have forgotten me. I was a blonde then.
Not a very good one. Always check the route, son.
She ignored Belasco's sidelong glance. He knew enough about her background work with Yasha Seryoja to surmise a personal connection, but he didn't know how personal it had become in those last months, before the world turned upside down for true believers in Moscow.
Hey, don't leave me out. Where'd you two meet?
No biggie. Another boozer at the embassy in Paris. I think spies spend half their lives at cocktail parties.
No one mentioned that you knew each other.
We don't. Ships passing in the night, you know? Seryoja introduced us, but I'm better with faces than names.
No matter. I was undercover then.
And undercovers with old Yasha would be my guess from the way he treated you.
My knowledge of this subject qualified me for this mission.
I'll bet.
Can it, Barnum?
You didn't know they were an item, right? More secrets. Wonders never cease.
Right now, I want to hear your version of the play that brought us here.
Why not? Now, you have to understand, I was peripheral at best. My thing was mostly pushing paper. But in 1986 or 87, Seryoja started asking questions. Were the FBI or G2 sniffing any Russian sleepers in the States? I couldn't answer for the Phoebes, of course, but G2 never caught a whiff.
Sleepers.
You know, deep cover. So far underground they wouldn't raise a mother's eyebrow. There were rumors of hypnosis, so the sleepers wouldn't even know who they were working for.
Hypnosis?
You asked me that part's a crock. The sleepers always know. They're just real good at keeping a low profile, waiting for the word.
Which word is that?
The doomsday word. You have to bear in mind that while the Russians never really had a prayer of capturing the world, they did have nukes enough to blow it up. We would have helped, of course. One missile in the air and both sides would pile on with everything they had. Still might, I guess.
Sleepers.
Sleepers, right. From what I gathered, certain hardcore types at KGB thought they could shift the odds in any final confrontation if they planted moles around the countryside and let them there for the duration. Every sleeper was supposed to have a stash of arms and commo gear, whatever's needed for diversionary sabotage and random acts of terror. If someone in Moscow sees nuclear light at the end of the tunnel, they send the word and we've got chaos on the home front, made to order.
They never thought the system would break down.
Oh, who did, really? Ronald McRegan? Forget about it. He spent 8 years reading cue cards on his way to the old actors' home. Bush Sr.? Please. He could barely find Noriega in Panama City. The Russians did it to themselves, and they didn't even see it coming. No offense, lady.
None taken.
She knew he was correct. Russian communism hadn't been destroyed by any effort of the West. It had imploded, rotting from within. She'd been a part of that, but had survived the turnaround. Others weren't as fortunate, and some fought on, believing they could challenge history, turn back the march of time.
And Seryoja knows the codes, but you don't know the sleepers.
Not a chance. The flow of information ran one way when I was on the payroll. What I know about the Doomsday Plan I've gleaned from conversations and the questions I've been asked by various interrogators through the years. They think they're pretty slick, but if you really listen, half the time they'll give themselves away.
Sorry, it doesn't track. If all you did was pocket Seryoja's money in exchange for documents and pick up bits of idle conversation over time, you wouldn't be here now. More to the point, he wouldn't want you dead.
Who says he does?
I don't have time for games. Those shooters back at the hotel weren't CIA or FBI. They damn sure weren't G2.
All right. Who were they then?
They smelled like Russian mafia to me. You've brought heat down on us before we're even up and running. If you want to see it through, convince me that you're worth the risk.
Okay, you're right. I wanted this gig for a shot at commutation or reduction of my sentence. Maybe it's a pipe dream, but it's all I got.
Wrong answer. That's your motive, not your value.
I was in G2 the whole time I was feeding paper to the East. Military intelligence, okay? We're barred by law from operating inside the U.S., but so what? It's never stopped the CIA or anybody else from running operations anytime they feel like it.
You ran a check on Seryozha?
Bottom line, I wasn't comfortable with him holding my life in his hands while I had nothing. Call it a quest for parity. I tracked him where I could, playing connect the dots. For an accountant shackled to the embassy, he got around pretty good, like coast to coast. He'd touch base here and there, official business for the most part, but a few of his connections were unusual.
Such as?
Joe Average, teaching school or fixing cars in our town, USA.
Potential sleepers.
In a word.
And when the incidents began in April...
I missed April and May. The first name I recognized was Thomas Yergin. Shot the hell out of an L.A. shopping mall in June. Cops put him down. Then Ed Spencer, 2 weeks ago in Virginia.
2 for 5.
Nobody's perfect, right? The thing is, I've got more names. And then some. Addresses, phone numbers. All dated, of course, but it's better than nothing. I wasn't satisfied to just follow him around. We pulled a black bag job and found a list.
You have this list?
Right up here.
The traitor smiled at her and tapped his temple with an index finger.
Photographic memory, you know? Of course, it won't be easy to retrieve if I get ventilated by an AK slug.
You didn't bargain this at trial.
For what? The KGB was history by then. For all I knew, Seryozha was too. The army had a dead bank case. They didn't want to hear about some crazy conspiracy.
But Seryozha's back.
Looks like. And between me and the ex-blonde here, you've got a chance to bag him. If you can guarantee I stay alive.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Thanks, Paula. I'm here at the Rustic Rest Motel in Vigo County, Indiana, as we continue to bring you live updates on the tragic shooting.
Bastards! Pathetic idiots!
Yasha Seryozha wished he could resurrect the trio of hitmen for the simple, atavistic joy of killing them again. Their mission had been simple: trail a car and kill the occupants at their first opportunity. They were supposed to be professionals, trained killers who had learned their trade with Spetsnaz and carried it into private practice. There should have been no problem. Instead of a clean kill, though, Seryozha was treated to hourly updates on the target's escape and continued evasion of authorities. 5 men were dead, yet the one Seryozha meant to kill, the one whose death was imperative, had slipped through his fingers and fled. He was free now, somewhere at large in the land. Seryozha knew Barnum would hide. More infamous now than he'd been at his trial in 1995, the traitor had no choice but to avoid contact with the authorities at any cost. 2 dead U.S. Marshals ensured that manhunters would take no chances with the fugitive. Barnum faced a near-certain death sentence if convicted as an accomplice in those murders, and who would believe he wasn't? A small army of FBI agents had already been mobilized to run him down, each member of the team no doubt envisioning himself a potential executioner. There was no question in Seryozha's mind of giving up. It was unthinkable. He hadn't spent the best part of his working life on Project Trojan Horse to simply shrug it off and watch the plan unravel like a cheap sweater. The question foremost in his mind was, could Barnum stop him? Answer, not alone. In order to defeat the plan, Barnum would have to share his information with authorities and mobilize resistance. But the men and women Barnum needed to achieve that goal were now his mortal enemies. Hunting a traitor who had managed to escape from life imprisonment and kill 2 federal agents in the process, it was almost perfect. If he couldn't kill Barnum, at least Seryozha had rendered him impotent. The shooters he had used might be identified in time, but they couldn't be linked to Seryozha. For now, the fact that Russian gunmen had been killed while liberating Barnum made the fugitive that much more odious, a kind of double traitor to his country. There was speculation on TV about more gunmen still at large, perhaps conveying Barnum to a safe house and arranging for his flight from the United States. So much the better, then, if nervous federal agents overtook him and he made a sudden move. Shot while resisting arrest. It had a nice sound, albeit less satisfying than if Seryozha's men had done the job he'd paid them for. He didn't fully understand the various, sometimes contradictory media reports on Barnum's escape. Some hinted that a pair of guests from the motel were being sought for questioning, either as witnesses or suspects in the shooting. Seryozha didn't know who they were, and he had no means of finding out, but nagging doubts had crept into his mind. Was the FBI privy to his plan?
No, Yasha. Don't allow doubt in. Not now. We press on. The Americans don't frighten me. They never have. And they've grown even softer since the Cold War ended. They squabbled endlessly over abortion, prayer in schools, and the endangered species list. If I have my way, Americans will be an endangered species soon.
6 months ago, Sarosha's doctor had informed him that he had a year or less to live. The cigarettes he'd chain-smoked from age 9 were killing him. It was too late for surgery, and drugs would only slow the process while leaving him bedridden, a pathetic shadow of himself. Sarosha had decided to make his death count for something. He would strike a last blow for the cause he'd always served, the cause that had deserted him when traitors seized the helm of government in Moscow. He couldn't revive the Soviet Union or restore its lost empire, but he could ensure that Russia's enemies didn't enjoy their place as leaders of the New World Order. He could take some of the bastards with him, proving even as he died that some things never changed, some struggles were forever. Atlanta was the next step in his plan. He had conceived the scheme himself, though others who outranked him in the KGB had taken credit for it at the time. It was his brainchild. He'd overseen the details of its execution and stood ready for the order to proceed. He was still waiting when the Russian Revolution was betrayed from within, loyal comrades driven from their posts by men who wanted nothing more than to become the enemy their fathers had despised. He'd known the coup of August 1991 was doomed to fail because the Loyalists lacked resolve. He had escaped to Switzerland and started planning for the day when he would have his sweet revenge. Such things took time and money. Sarosha found no shortage of employers in the next decade, rulers of nations rich in oil or other natural resources who were anxious to modernize their security apparatus and launch new inquisitions for the 21st century. Some coveted nuclear arms, and Sarosha also had influence in that area. It was the grand, delicious irony of capitalism triumphant. Everything and everyone, without exception, was for sale. At last, just when he was ready and his bank accounts were fat enough, Sarosha had been startled by the grim news from his doctor. At first, he had been close to screaming in frustration, but his mood had swiftly changed. He'd left the doctor's office laughing.
Who better to destroy the New World Order than a dead man walking? The Americans believe themselves triumphant. The Soviet Union is dead. Long live modern Russia, the capitalist clone. They're so smug, and they have no idea a Cold War ghost is coming back to haunt them, watch them squirm and die. This reckoning has been long overdue. Now it has begun.
Yasha Sarosha lit a cigarette and smiled through the haze of smoke. His children waited for him. It was time to play. Chad Fleming sat in the neon-streaked darkness and tried to remember his name. Not the one on his Georgia driver's license and American Express card, but the name he'd been given at birth almost 40 years ago. There were months, even years, when his birth name never crossed his mind. On those occasions when it did, he sometimes had to stop and ask himself which of his two identities was real, which was the fantasy constructed to deceive his enemies. The mask he wore each day was now a living part of him. Sometimes he thought that if he pulled it off, his bleeding flesh would go with the disguise, leaving a lifeless skeleton behind. At last he had resigned himself to carry on forever with the mask in place, believing that the call would never come. But he was wrong. 2 days ago, a ringing telephone had changed his life. A voice barely remembered had pronounced the name he'd hidden from the world at large for 2/3 of his life. Czeslaw Fedorenko. In a heartbeat he was changed, transformed, reborn. It still amazed him how the residue of decades could be shaken off so easily. A few words spoken on the telephone informing him the time had come. He didn't have to ask which time the caller meant. There could be only one. The moment he had waited for, living the lie that was his daily life. He had been chosen, finally, and privileged with a chance to serve. The rendezvous had been arranged, and he was early, taking care to scrutinize the street his handler had selected. It wasn't the kind of neighborhood that made Atlantans proud. It wasn't featured in Chamber of Commerce brochures, though many tourists sought it out. They came in search of pleasures normally forbidden, lured by the knowledge that whatever they desired could be procured for a price. The prostitutes had tired of hassling him, deciding he was neither customer nor cop. They proceeded to ignore him, outwardly at least. Fedorenko assumed that some of them had memorized his Nissan's license number, but he didn't care. The plates were new that morning, stolen at an East Point shopping mall, and by midnight they'd be rusting at the bottom of the Chattahoochee River. Rust in peace. He smiled and checked his watch against the dashboard clock. 6 minutes left. His handler would be punctual. It was the mark of a professional. He had retrieved his tools last night from the Cobb County swampland he had purchased on arrival in Atlanta back when Jimmy Carter occupied the White House. Over time, he had been offered several times the price he'd paid for 7 boggy acres, but he'd always turned the would-be buyers down. He led them to believe he was a sentimental, simple-minded Georgia cracker who would rather raise mosquitoes than put easy money in his pocket. He sat and watched the hookers working, male and female, with a few who might go either way. It was a slow night on the boulevard, but they still had their share of customers. Straight Johns, sick tricks, rough trade. They trolled in luxury sedans and rented compacts, vans and vintage pickup trucks. They came with cash in hand to meet a primal need. Fedorenko shrugged them off. He was a soldier with a mission to complete. That was all that mattered. With 30 seconds left to spare, Fedorenko saw his handler walking toward him on the far side of the boulevard. The hustlers did their best, but he ignored them, brushing past without acknowledgement that they existed. Singleness of purpose was his watchword. Dedication was the central focus of his life. Nothing mattered now except the struggle, his role in what had been preordained. The day of reckoning had finally arrived. He flashed the Nissan's headlights once and watched his handler cross the street, jaywalking in the middle of the block. Hookers on this side of the boulevard had seen him brush their sisters off and wasted no time trying to entice him. They had other sheep to fleece, and it was only 10:30, the best part of the evening still ahead. Fedorenko experienced a moment of misgivings, wondering if he should take the automatic pistol from its place beneath the driver's seat and tuck it underneath his jacket, but the feeling quickly passed. His handler was the one person he trusted in a world gone mad. Without that trust, he might as well have used the pistol on himself. He had switched off the Nissan's dome light for this meeting, so it wouldn't show his handler's face to any passers-by as he slipped into the car. It was a small precaution, but soldiers survived on their attention to detail.
Cheslav?
Major?
Let us drive while we talk.
As you wish.
Malden, Missouri.
I'd feel much better if we had the list.
You have the list. I told you that. It's safe and sound as long as I'm alive.
Because you have a photographic memory.
They call it something else these days. I forget what. But that's the bottom line.
They'd found a cheap motel and rented 2 rooms for the sake of appearances, fearing the grizzled manager might balk at thoughts of a ménage à trois under his sagging roof. Barnum had stayed in the car, out of sight, and kept his face averted from the motel office as he ducked into the room he'd share with Bolan. Television news was dominated by the tale of his escape. It had eclipsed another budget battle in the U.S. Senate and the White House nomination of a former Christian coalition leader to sit on the Fifth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals.
We could save time if you put the list on paper.
You think so? How's that?
We could arrest them.
Based on what? Because a fugitive from justice drops a name? Oh, sure, I can hear it now. The FBI director tells his troops, "Pick up John Smith in Baltimore ASAP. Burke Barnum says he's dirty." That'll get a warrant for you every time.
Forget arrests. We can neutralize them.
Ah, we're talking hit list now. I'm already doing life as an accessory to murder. They'll have warrants on me by tomorrow for the marshals back in Terre Haute, maybe the shooters too, if they use the felony murder rule. And now you want me to help you identify 15 or 20 more so you can snipe some guy while he's dumping his garbage or mowing his lawn?
15 or 20. Bolan hadn't thought there'd be so many. But why not? Seroza had had years to plan his operations, years more to put the sleepers in place. Seen in that light, they were lucky it wasn't 120.
They're enemy troops.
With one difference. They're harmless until Seryoza triggers them.
Which I'm assuming he can do long distance?
He could, but he won't.
Why not?
Galenka, you want to tell him or shall I?
He may be right. Seryoza was a gamesman. He'd established rules for any conspiracy he planned and followed them in scrupulous detail. He saw it as a challenge to himself, besting the enemy.
That was another time, when he had backing from the KGB. He's freelance now, as far as we can tell. What makes you think he won't change tactics?
Knowledge of the man. He may act in desperation if cornered, to have the last word, but otherwise he'll do whatever's necessary to maintain a scheduled sequence of events. I'd stake my life on it.
You did that when you joined the team.
Here's something else.
What's that?
The personal touch. He wants to leave his mark on America physically and psychologically. He has a better shot of achieving that by prolonging the attack, stringing them out.
More reason to neutralize the sleepers.
You think? Maybe my eyesight's going, but I don't see any SWAT teams standing by. If they're around, we could have used their help this afternoon. If not, how many can the two of you take out before you piss him off and make things worse?
You're supposed to be the answer man, but all I hear from you are questions and objections.
You're in luck then, because I have the answer for you.
Spit it out.
I already told you, I've got the list of sleepers.
So?
So, it isn't just a list of players. It's a game plan. Get it? Seryoza's using them in sequence.
Hold on. You told us earlier you missed the first two incidents.
I missed the news reports. When the G-Men showed up to chat, they filled me in on the others, and I recognized Jacob Moss from the list. He should have been number 1, but the kid in Kentucky threw it off. You know that was an accidental detonation, right? Kentucky should have been 13th on the list.
Thin premise.
Is it? Then ask the FBI and Dallas PD about Jared Hatch. He should have been number 3, but instead Ed Spencer did his thing in Newport News. I told your buddies and they checked it out. Hatch was murdered in Dallas on August 19th.
Meaning what?
Best guess? He got cold feet and tried to quit on Seryoza. Sleepers don't have much in terms of a retirement plan.
Okay, if you know that, you must know the Kentucky sleeper's name.
Sure do, for all the help it is. My guess would be she's in the wind by now.
A woman?
You surprise me, comrade. Sexism coming from one of KGB's finest. Why not a woman, Major?
Why not prove it?
Fine. She calls herself Ardelia Grant, or did, at least, before the kid blew up her stash. She had a place on Benson Valley Road outside Frankfurt.
What was her target?
Sorry. Seryoza didn't list the targets with the sleepers, but you got a range of possibilities. Frankfurt's a state capital, which gives you the governor and all the state officials you could ask for. There are 3 universities and 3 major airports within a half-hour's drive, not to mention Fort Knox, Abraham Lincoln's childhood home, the Patton Museum.
Enough. I get the picture.
I'm glad, because the next mole on the list lives in Atlanta. Shall we talk military bases, America's busiest airport, the good old Omni Coliseum?
Let's have the name.
I'll tell you in Atlanta. We should try to catch an early flight.
Let's get something straight. We're not playing Let's Make a Deal.
Barnum stood his ground, despite a further loss of color from the face that hadn't held a tan for 7 years.
The deal's already made. You need me to find Seryoza. I need you to stay alive. From where I stand, that makes us even.
Wrong. We only need you if your information's good and puts us closer to the target. Anytime, the first time, I have reason to believe you're scamming us, all bets are off. And you won't have to worry about murder charges back in Terre Haute. We understand each other?
Understood. You want to make the airline reservations or shall I? I can't be sure, but I believe my Amex card's expired.
Washington, D.C. Some days Brognola thought the only kind of news that still existed in the world was bad news, most of it addressed to him and being hand-delivered with a bill for postage due. Ardelia Grant. He'd heard the name for the first time in his life an hour ago, and it haunted him already. Brognola had taken Bolan's call from somewhere in Missouri. Bolan's team was on the move and headed for Atlanta, hoping for a solid contact there before the next incident went down. Their tracker was cooperating to a point, but milking it to help himself. Brognola could hardly fault the bastard. Whatever Burke Barnum had done in the past, he was still one of their last best hopes for nailing Yasha Sarosa and his troop of sleepers before they wreaked untold havoc from coast to coast. The other hope resided in Tasya Galenka, Bolan's temporary ally, whose prior relationship with Sarosa had been euphemistically described as both professional and personal. Brognola had a fair idea of what that meant, and he frankly didn't care if she'd ridden Sarosa bareback to a photo finish in the Kentucky Derby, as long as she could help bring him down when it counted. And soon, Brognola had a nagging sense that they were running out of time, which is why he'd called Barbara Price at Stony Man Farm. Tall, blonde, and utterly capable, Price was Brognola's mission controller. She thrived on a crisis alert and remained calm and in control, whatever the situation.
Hal, it looks like we missed our chance with Ardelia Grant. After you dropped word at the Hoover building this morning, an FBI hostage rescue team raided her Kentucky home. The federal warrant alleged illicit possession of automatic weapons or destructive devices.
And?
The bird has flown. Ms. Grant took an emergency leave of absence from her 18-year secretarial job at Kentucky State University back on May 14th. She claimed her elderly mother had suffered a stroke in North Carolina and she needed full-time care for the duration. There's been no communication from her since. The FBI's resident agent in Wilmington reported to me that the ailing mother in question, listed under next of kin in Grant's personnel file as Mrs. Edna Sotheby Grant, was no longer a resident of the Tar Heel state. Seems she died in February 1957 in the same car crash that killed her 6-month-old daughter.
Let me guess. The daughter's name was Ardelia.
Right.
I think I understand the timing of her departure. She must have chilled out through the brief furor produced by the discovery of her arms cache in April, knowing the bits and pieces of hardware that survived the RDX blast could never be traced to her doorstep. Theoretically, she was free and clear, until May 14, when she suddenly fled to provide bedside care for her mythical mother.
So something besides a delayed reaction to the cave explosion sent her running.
Try this on for size. May 11th, 3 days before she took off, mail carrier Jacob Moss ran amok at Nellis Air Force Base in North Las Vegas. That shooting spree of his was front-page news nationwide.
So you're saying Ardelia Grant knew or guessed that the Nevada incident was Serioja's opening shot in the States? I don't know, Hal. Serioja doesn't seem like the type to jeopardize his operation by letting the sleepers meet and mingle. He's far too savvy for that.
Precisely. So Serioja must have made personal contact with Grant. It's the only answer that makes sense. Serioja's reaching out to his moles beforehand, confirming their survival and continued dedication after decades of inactivity.
I see what you mean. And when the call came, what would Grant have thought? Would she have told Serioja that her gear had been destroyed accidentally, and by a kid at that? Would he even believe the story? So she exits running, and not without reason.
Seems reasonable. If Burke Barnum's information is correct, Jared Hatch was executed in Dallas for trying to break his contract with Serioja. Maybe he assumed the collapse of the USSR rendered the plan null and void, or maybe he'd simply found something he liked in the States. Either way, he's been cut from the team with extreme prejudice, and right around the time he should have been moving on his unknown target.
Justice is discreetly circulating a description of Ardelia Grant nationwide. She's 46 years old, according to her stolen birth certificate. 5'5", 150 pounds, brown hair and eyes to match. She wears prescription lenses to correct a slight astigmatism. The photo on her driver's license shows an average, no-nonsense woman who had neither the time nor the inclination to smile for a camera. They're calling her armed and dangerous.
They might want to add running for her life.
But running where?
There's an outside chance she'd run to Serioja rather than away from him. She might request a meeting and explain the trick of fate that's disarmed her. It wasn't her fault the kid had come along. Their buried caches had been booby-trapped for just that reason, to destroy incriminating evidence. Disloyalty was Hatch's crime in Dallas, if I'm reading the evidence correctly. The elusive Miss Grant might still be a hardcore loyalist after all these years. She might try to ingratiate herself with Seryozha, serve him in some other way, perhaps even lash out at her original targets if he could replace the lost hardware.
It's enough to keep the Kentucky lawmen on their toes for now. They're operating under a gag order that specifies immediate dismissal without appeal for any officer who leaks their local panic to the media.
Good. Meanwhile, Atlanta looks like the next potential killing ground on tap. Barnum's playing it cagey, refusing to give up the name in advance, and Bolan's reluctant to sweat him at this juncture. Let's face it, the traitorous bastard has little or nothing to lose. He's been serving life without parole, with no realistic hope of ever setting foot outside the Terre Haute facility again. Suddenly he's plucked from the slow-baking oven of prison and dropped into the crackling skillet of Bolan's mission. Capital murder charges are in the pipe for the 2 marshals killed in Indiana, and I've refrained from interfering on that score. It should give Bolan a bit more leverage on their pigeon, for what it's worth. Meanwhile, we got 2 wild cards at large. Correction, make that 15 or 20, based on Barnum's comment to Bolan. Let's just hope Stryker's team can intercept Seryozha before the Russian puts his other homicidal pawns into play. One more's too many. The whole bloody list of them could send this thing spinning completely out of our control.
I'll give you a call as soon as I get any fresh info.
Thanks.
Bad news. Some days it was enough to make you wish there was no news at all. Atlanta, Georgia. The disguise wasn't bad overall. Galenka had helped Barnum apply his new face overnight, getting used to the beard and mustache and his natural color, the tinted contacts that gave him blue eyes, and horn-rimmed spectacles with plain glass lenses that evoked a bookish air. Put it together with a new tweed hat and jacket combo, and they had a college professor straight out of central casting. Bolan still didn't feel like testing Barnum's new face on a crowded commercial flight, and since their made-over sidekick lacked the photo ID required to board an airliner in any case, they settled on a private charter company flying out of Kennett, Missouri. One-way tickets to Atlanta with no waiting and no questions asked cost Bolan $500 apiece. The flight had been no frills, their reception in Atlanta likewise. Instead of entering the busy terminal along a jetway, they deplaned on tarmac and helped unload their own gun-heavy luggage. A fancified golf cart had been waiting, $10 extra, for the 100-yard run to a rental car agency where Bolan had a beige Buick Skylark on hold. In 5 minutes they were seated in the car, Bolan and Galenka rearmed while Barnum fidgeting behind his professional face. He rode the shotgun seat at Bolan's side, Galenka seated behind him and ready to take any appropriate action if Barnum should try to bail out.
All right, we're in Atlanta and on the ground. Let's have the name and address.
This beard itches.
It could be worse. The name.
Chad Fleming's what he calls himself. Last time I checked, he had a house on Lindbergh Drive and lived alone. He was working for the athletic department at Emory University, some kind of coach wannabe.
Galenka had a road atlas open on her lap, tracing streets with a finger.
I have Lindbergh Drive. Go north on Highway 75 through downtown, then catch the Northeast Expressway above Piedmont Park.
What about Emory?
I see it on the map right here. 2 or 3 miles southeast of Fleming's home. It's near,
Bolan waited, then glanced up to find her eyes locked on his in the rearview mirror.
It's near what?
The Centers for Disease Control.
The CDC?
They're on the same street here. There's also a children's hospital, all within a mile.
The Centers for Disease Control, Ebola, anthrax, AIDS, bubonic plague, smallpox, new bugs and viruses that hadn't been named yet. Had the CDC even existed when Seryozha was planting his moles back in the late 1970s and early 1980s? Bolan didn't know, and he wasn't sure it mattered. They didn't know yet if Seryozha's deadly pawns were programmed to attack specific targets, like Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, or if they enjoyed a measure of free will, simply ordered to wreak as much havoc as possible before they were killed or captured. If a specific target was assigned 15 or 20 years ago, what then? Anything could happen in 2 decades. A target could be renovated, demolished, or relocated. Was each sleeper committed to blitzing a particular address, or was the plan more complex? Too many questions, too few answers, and too little time.
It's 6:19 right now. He should be home this early in the morning.
Yeah. Seems unlikely that a college gym teacher would start working much before 9, but we don't know squat about Emery's class schedule. For all we know, Fleming might be an insomniac workaholic volunteering for early morning duties, or he might already have gone underground. But I guess it's simple logic to try the house first, catch him napping if we can, or sitting down to breakfast with the television on for company. Unarmed would be even better, but I'm not counting on it, especially if Seryoja has already been in touch. Fleming might know a way of contacting the Russian, setting up a meet.
Or he might not want to share.
There's ways around that, but we need the guy alive to check it out. The top priority is stopping him by any means available before he carries out his mission.
Bolan caught the interstate and goosed the Buick up to 70, making fair time with the pre-rush hour traffic. They would circumvent downtown Atlanta this way, missing the worst of its snarl.
How far?
7 miles to the expressway, then perhaps another 2 for Lindbergh Drive.
Not long. Too long? Bolan went grim and concentrated on the traffic flow. Czeslaw Fedorenko posed before his full-length bedroom mirror, examining himself with a critical eye. His grooming was adequate. Some women might even have called his face handsome, but Fedorenko was more concerned with his clothing. He didn't want the weapons underneath to be too obvious. The Czech CZ-75 pistol was easy, worn with an inside-the-pants holster at the small of his back, where the full cut of his sport coat would conceal it perfectly. The rig would be a bit uncomfortable while driving, but Fedorenko could endure a minor bit of bruising for the cause. There might be worse in store for him than that this morning, but he didn't care. At last his duty called. The AKS assault rifle was more problematic. It measured 26 inches with the metal stock folded and weighed almost 9 pounds with a 30-round magazine in place. He'd thought of sawing off the barrel, right back to the rifle's gas piston, but finally balked at giving up the front sight. He might well be called upon to fire precision semi-auto shots before this day was done. The AKS hadn't come with a shoulder sling, so he was forced to improvise. He used a leather belt, punched new holes with an ice pick, and devised a sling that held the rifle snuggled in his right armpit, its muzzle falling just below his hip. The sport coat wouldn't cover it, so Fedorenko chose a lightweight raincoat from his closet to complete the ensemble. It was dark and cool enough outside for the raincoat to pass without comment, at least for the few moments he required it to cover his secret. After that, it wouldn't matter whether strangers looked askance at him or not. Any gawkers who crossed his path would be dead. His extra ammunition and explosives went into the leather gym bag he normally carried to work, emblazoned with Emery's logo in the school's colors. He packed the bag with a dozen spare magazines for the Kalashnikov, anti-personnel grenades, and 7 blocks of RDX plastique with timers already implanted. A big bang was coming, and it had nothing to do with astronomy. He hefted the gym bag, testing it, and decided it wouldn't slow him enough to matter. Surprise was the key. His first and worst hurdle would be the security guards. The 2 he was sure of were both armed with pistols and pepper spray. Once they were dead, the rest should be relatively easy. There were various security points to breach, but the AKS and grenades would clear his way nicely. The target switch had been his own idea, and he was pleased that his handler approved it enthusiastically at that, praising him for his dedication and initiative. It was a virtual suicide mission after all, with long odds against his escape once the first shot was fired. Not hopeless, exactly, but between the nature of his target and the probable police response, Fedorenko assumed he would be trapped at the scene when the RDX charges went off. So be it. If his handler's plan was successful, most of the world's population would soon be annihilated anyway. He would simply beat the rush. Checking his pockets, Fedorenko satisfied himself that he had everything he needed. He wouldn't require a map to find the Centers for Disease Control. It was located less than half a mile north of the Emory campus, where he'd spent more than 40 hours a week for the past 16 years. He could find it with his eyes closed, and he had the outer layout memorized. It wouldn't be a snap by any means, but it was doable. Fedorenko felt suddenly free, like a man reborn. The feeling lasted from his doorstep to the sidewalk, where his Nissan Maxima sat waiting at the curb. Fedorenko opened the right-hand door and placed his loaded gym bag carefully on the passenger seat. He started walking around to the driver's side, hugging the awkward weight of the AKS against his ribs. Fedorenko turned to find a beige sedan speeding toward him southbound on Lindbergh Drive. He pressed himself against the Nissan, trusting the overwrought driver to pass him with room to spare, but instead the crazy bastard hit his brakes, tires smoking to a halt at mid-block. Doors flew open on both sides of the car, and Fedorenko recognized his error. The driver wasn't crazy. He was simply running late. Pistols drawn, the driver leaned out his open door, while a female backseat passenger emerged on the left. That left one in the car, a nerdy-looking bearded type who gaped at Fedorenko in fear or fascination. There was no time to determine which it was. No time for anything, in fact, as he swung his AKS rifle into action and sprayed the beige sedan with automatic fire. Tasya Galenka ducked the spray of bullets. Fedorenko put 3 rounds through Galenka's open door, the last one punching a neat hole inches from her face. If he fired lower, he could strafe her legs. She suddenly felt naked, terribly exposed and vulnerable to this stranger. They had come to stop him, but it seemed he had the upper hand. Bolan's pistol popped off 2 quick rounds, answered at once by another burst from the Kalashnikov. Galenka couldn't see him, but she reached around the door and triggered a shot from her Gyurza P9. Wasted, she thought, but it made noise and told their enemy that she was in the fight at least. Fedorenko sprayed her open door with another burst, some of his bullets scarring asphalt near her feet. The impact of other rounds swung the door back at her, knocking the woman off balance. Faced with a split-second choice, she lunged back into the Buick's rear seat. The closing door caught her left ankle with force enough to make her grimace, but without inflicting major injury. She pulled in her leg, felt her shoe coming off in the door's solid grip, and kicked back with her right foot to free it. An AK bullet drilled the window on that door as it swung open, spraying her with shattered glass. Galenka risked a look between the seats in front of her. Barnum was huddled on the floorboards, counting on the Buick's engine block to stop incoming rounds before they pierced the firewall. Through the bullet-pocked windshield, Galenka saw their target fire a final burst at Bolan, then leap into his car. Bolan threw himself into the driver's seat and released the Buick's emergency brake.
All aboard!
I'm here!
Galenka lurched upright in her seat and reached for the inside handle of her door, but the acceleration of the car slammed it for her. Fedorenko's car was already 2 long blocks ahead, widening his lead by the second.
Hang on!
They shot through a 4-way stop with no other traffic waiting at the intersection.
Oil pan!
Here and there, pedestrians blurred past them and were gone. Galenka couldn't have described them if her life depended on it. They were gaining on the other car, though, edging closer by degrees. There was a traffic signal 2 blocks down, orange flashing lights for caution overhead. Galenka didn't have her map and couldn't name the cross street, but it didn't matter. They had passed outside Atlanta proper now. A few more blocks and Lindbergh Drive would cross Briarcliff.
He's making for the CDC!
Or Emory, we still don't know. On Briarcliff, he can circle back downtown.
We have to stop him!
Yeah, that occurred to me.
The sedan surged forward as the street sloped gently downhill, gravity doing its best to assist them. 1 long block ahead, their quarry was driving erratically, swerving back and forth across the solid stripe that marked the center of the street. Oncoming traffic swerved to avoid him, while Fedorenko shook his fist out the window and flipped them the bird.
He's out of his mind!
They definitely have to kill him now, as if there had been any doubt. She'd seen no reason to believe that Serosa's sleepers could be rehabilitated, rendered harmless in the manner of a kleptomaniac consigned to therapy. They were a team of dedicated soldiers rising to the challenge of a war already lost. Galenka ducked involuntarily as the point car's back window imploded. She saw a muzzle flash inside the car and realized that Fedorenko had to be driving one-handed, using his other to aim and fire his Kalashnikov across the driver's seat. No sooner did the thought take shape than bullets caromed off the Buick's hood and struck the windshield, spraying the two men with glass.
Ah! Shit!
Burt Barnum raised both hands to shield his face from flying glass, slipping lower in his seat as he did so to dodge incoming rounds. His seatbelt kept him from squirming down under the dash where he wanted to be.
Shit! Buckle up for safety, my ass!
Up ahead, the Russian mole, who called himself Chad Fleming, was weaving through traffic like a madman, firing wild bursts of automatic fire through the shattered rear window of his Nissan every half block or so. He couldn't aim and drive at the same time, but he was doing all right. Aside from the hits on their Buick, he had also sprayed a taxi, a bread delivery truck, a biker, and several pedestrians. Barnum wished for a weapon, but knew he couldn't have used it effectively. Training be damned, he was too busy trying to duck and cover, wrenching at the buckle of his safety harness now in an effort to release it.
Fuck, where's the goddamn button? Ha! Here it is!
The harness whipped away from him as he unbuckled it. Barnum slouching lower in his seat. He caught a sidelong glance from Bolan and responded with a grimace of his own.
Don't worry, I'm not jumping at this speed.
Or any other!
Galenka's remark was punctuated by the kiss of warm metal against Barnum's neck. He could smell the Russian agent's pistol lately fired.
You got me. We've done this bit, okay?
Remember it!
Galenka withdrew her weapon. The wind rushing through the broken windshield stung Barnum's eyes. He would have closed them or ducked lower, but he was caught up in the chase now, albeit as a piece of excess baggage. Up ahead, the Nissan veered around slower traffic and gunned through a busy intersection, shooting hard right onto a cross street. Barnum glimpsed the street sign, Briarcliff Road. The mole was still on track, making for the Emory campus and the nearby Centers for Disease Control. Bolan fired a short burst from his pistol through a gaping hole in the Buick's windshield. Barnum couldn't tell if he hit the weaving Nissan or not, but the casing spilled into Barnum's lap, making him flinch in surprise.
Relax. It's not the brass that kills you.
Barnum ducked as low as the legroom on his side would let him.
There he goes!
Bolan was already on it, swerving the Buick in pursuit as Fleming's Nissan left the road, roaring off across a spacious parking lot toward buildings set back from the street. Barnum didn't know where they were now, and he had no quick way of finding out. Another spray of bullets lashed the Buick, making him duck before he had a chance to look for signs. Fedorenko had given up on his plan to hit the Centers for Disease Control. The dipping needle on his fuel gauge told him that a slug or two had found the gas tank, punching holes that were about to bleed it dry. But he could still inflict sufficient damage that his effort wouldn't be entirely wasted. He would call on his employers and surprise them with the kind of higher education that wouldn't be found on their curriculum. The main parking lot for Emory University was filling up despite the early hour, students and faculty drifting in for the start of another academic day. Fedorenko was about to surprise them with a pop quiz the survivors would never forget. He gunned the Nissan across empty spaces, ignoring the directional arrows painted on blacktop, gaining as much ground as possible before he ran out of gas and was forced to proceed on foot. Sudden pain ripped through his shoulder, blood spurting from an exit wound to splatter the dashboard. The wheel spun free of Fedorenko's grasp as his hand spasmed open, a reflex response to the pain in his shoulder. He felt the car swerving and only had time to raise his good arm in front of his face before the Nissan smashed into the left rear side of a green Volkswagen Beetle. Instantly, the driver's airbag blossomed, striking him with force enough to sting his face. Fedorenko lunged out from beneath the airbag, leaning back inside to grab his heavy gym bag. The AKS assault rifle slapped against his hip as he dragged the leather bag clear, struggling to drape its strap across his wounded shoulder.
God damn it!
The pain was dizzying, but Fedorenko had no choice. The fingers of his left hand wouldn't grip the bag, and he needed his right hand free for his weapons. Staggering around the car, Fedorenko heard the startled cries from here and there around the parking lot. So much the better. Anyone within his reach was a potential hostage. If he couldn't capture them to serve as human shields, the next best thing would be to mow them down. He gripped the AKS and turned to face his adversaries, squeezing off a burst toward the bullet-scarred Buick. It used up the last few rounds in his magazine.
Shit!
He tried to reload on the run. It was nearly impossible to manage one-handed, even worse as he jogged across the parking lot, ducking and weaving around parked cars. At last he had to stop, crouching, to wrestle a fresh magazine from the gym bag, clutching it in his teeth while he pulled the empty one and braced the AKS to receive its replacement. Gripping the weapon's muzzle between his knees, Fedorenko snapped the bolt back to chamber a round. Rising from his crouch, he staggered with the gym bag's unfamiliar weight, colliding with a sports car on his wounded side. Fresh pain flared in his shoulder, but Fedorenko pushed off, running on sheer will as he made his way toward the nearest classroom building. Students and faculty scattered in front of him. He let them go, brandishing his rifle, delighted by their terror. Fedorenko had no idea how long it would take before police arrived in force, nor did he care. A fool could see that he would die this day, perhaps within the next few minutes. All he wanted was a chance to make those final moments count.
Fleming! Stop! Drop the rifle and freeze!
Fuck you!
Fedorenko spun and fired a burst toward his pursuers, then raked the nearest group of cringing students, dropping several of them on the grass. The classroom building loomed in front of him, the nearest door opening to frame a pinched, quizzical face. Fedorenko fired into that face from 15 feet and stumbled past the falling corpse. He paused long enough to kick the door shut behind him. There were stairs on the left, and he took them, stumbling, forced to release his AKS and clutch the handrail as he climbed to keep from falling backward. Blood pulsed from his shoulder wound with every step he took, draining his strength, but grim determination got him to the second floor. There were classrooms on either side, and students were emerging from one on his left.
In! Back inside the classroom! Now! Move or I'll kill you!
He herded them like sheep and drove them back inside the classroom.
Quiet! All of you! Stand still!
Fedorenko quickly counted heads.
13. 13 must be my lucky number for the day.
Hearing gunshots from the floor above them as they ran into the classroom building, Bolan and Tasya Galenka hit the stairs running, taking the concrete steps 2 at a time. The second-floor hallway was empty when they got there, except for one body laying supine in a spreading pool of blood. A textbook lying open face down on the floor beside him had begun to soak his blood as if it were a sponge.
I said no one moves! On the floor! Face down! Do it now!
Bolan surveyed the door on the left. The top half of the classroom door was frosted glass, obscuring any view of those inside while it admitted filtered light. A second door, positioned at the far end of the room, stood open, held in place by a rubber wedge.
I need to get in there. I'll take the open door. Can you divert attention on my signal?
Galenka nodded without hesitation, moving toward the closed door with the inset frosted pane. Bolan took 4 long strides to reach the farther door, pausing to listen as he thumbed the Beretta 93R's selector switch to single shots. They'd left Burke Barnum in the car, with orders to quit the scene and meet them on the far side of the campus if police arrived. It was a gamble, leaving the traitor in charge of their wheels, but Bolan was willing to risk it. Like the shooter in the classroom, Barnum had nowhere to go.
Students, attention please! You are privileged to be part of a great and historic event. You should feel honored to participate. When the story of this moment is recorded, perhaps you will be mentioned in a footnote.
Bolan would have paid dearly for a periscope at that moment. He'd be going in blind when he made his move, trusting Galenka's diversion to keep the shooter occupied for a few precious seconds. And what if he'd found cover? What if Fleming was surrounded by hostages? Bolan would deal with that problem as necessary if and when it confronted him. Each wasted moment placed the hostages in greater jeopardy and placed his team at greater risk of a lethal confrontation with police. Bolan nodded to Galenka, already moving as she swung her pistol hard against the pane of frosted glass, smashing through it, triggering 2 quick rounds into the classroom ceiling. Bolan cleared his doorway as a burst of return fire shivered the closed door, AK rounds punching through the metal frame as if it were cardboard. Bolan found his target kneeling on a table with his back to a long bank of windows, firing his Kalashnikov one-handed. In front of him, a dozen or more students lay on the floor beside their individual desks. Beside the shooter, on the table, a gym bag stood open within arm's reach. The shooter turned toward Bolan, tracking with the AKS. Bolan aimed at the center of mass and triggered a quick double tap, but the guy was already firing as he turned, finger clenched around the trigger of his weapon. Bolan saw him lurch on impact, but the AKS kept spitting bullets, fanning the air overhead. Bolan ducked behind the flimsy cover of a desk, stung by splinters as an AK round ripped through the laminated desktop. Hearing Galenka's Jayerza P9, Bolan rolled out of cover to join her as the sleeper began taking hits. They had Fedorenko in a crossfire now, and death hammered away from three sides. The sleeper was reeling, firing as he fell, twisting toward the broad windows behind him. The Kalashnikov sprayed through them, clearing a path as Fleming took more hits to the back and side, propelled from his tenuous perch toward the gray day beyond. He burst through and was gone. It wasn't much of a drop, but it made no difference. Fedorenko, a.k.a. Chad Fleming, was dead before he took the dive.
Galenka, time to bail out.
Dothan, Alabama. Barnum was seated on the end of a motel bed, fingering his beard and eyeing his reflection in a mirror that had cracks at 3 of its 4 corners.
Can I change back into a person now?
No, the new face stays.
I don't want to go outside. I just thought...
No!
What happens when it starts to peel?
We've got more spirit gum.
I hope I can remember what I look like under here.
I hope nobody else does.
Okay, I get the point.
They ditched the Buick in LaGrange and switched plates on a Pontiac Bonneville, driving through a stormy afternoon to reach this place in Alabama's far southeastern corner, equidistant from the Georgia and Florida state lines. There was an airport of sorts, 10 miles to the north, or they could pick up Interstate 10 in the Florida Panhandle, riding it east to Tallahassee or west to Baton Rouge. It was a decent place to hide, as places went, but they couldn't afford to let the locals glimpse Barnum's true face.
We still don't know what Fleming was going for.
Either way, it's done.
They had another spot on CNN, this time about the campus shootings in Atlanta. Network talking heads had grown accustomed to such stories in the past few years, but this one had a twist. Surviving witnesses had told police an unknown man and woman took down the shooter, then fled before the uniforms arrived. Descriptions varied, and the sketches so far broadcast on the tube were vague enough that Bolan wasn't worried about being spotted on the street. Not yet. One of the CNN reports had troubled Bolan, though. It mentioned startling footage from a campus security camera that might help identify the missing shooters, and while no tape so far had been broadcast, Bolan cringed at the thought of his visage going international, maybe joining Barnum's on the next airing of America's Most Wanted. He'd already tipped Hal Brognola to the problem, hoping justice could head off public broadcast of the tape, but he didn't know what the Big Fed could accomplish, or if the heads-up had even reached him in time. Exposure could be fatal. The best-case scenario, if the campus footage aired with Bolan's face, would be a stand-down order, and another painful visit to the surgeons who had sculpted him from scratch after he staged his death in Central Park and was reborn into the Phoenix program based at Stonyman Farm. He'd grown accustomed to this face, but he could get used to yet another new one if necessary. As for Galenka, she didn't seem terribly perturbed by the prospect of seeing herself on TV. It helped that she was Russian, working half a world away from home, where it was doubtful anyone she knew would catch her moment on the air. And if they did, so what? Galenka was a covert agent, to be sure, but she wasn't a dead man walking, in the sense of Bolan having staged a funeral and seen his records purged in Washington. Overnight he'd gone from one of the FBI's most wanted to a fading memory, his war on the mob itemized in a handful of paperback books now long out of print. A broadcast of his new face wouldn't change that necessarily, but it was a step in the wrong direction, a breach in the wall of security established and defended at great cost. It was too late to think about that now, though. He could only focus on his mission and proceed as if the goal was still within his reach.
What's our next stop?
Scottsdale. I hope you like the desert.
Name?
When we get there.
Bolan leaned closer to the prisoner, holding eye contact.
We almost missed our man today. 5 minutes more, we would have. I don't know what kind of game you think we're playing here, but I'll make you a promise. If we drop the ball because you're being coy, I'll make you wish you'd never joined the team.
I'm just supposed to trust you now, is that it?
Have you got something better in the works?
I proved myself today. I could have left you for the boys in blue. You need to see that I'm on board for this. It's all I have.
Then play it straight. Give us something.
If you pick him up beforehand, you'll have nothing.
We can mount surveillance. If the target moves before we get there, it won't blow up in our faces. They might even get a fix on Seryoja.
I don't know.
We're wasting time. Yasha won't be.
Oh, hell, all right. You're looking for a man named Byron Cross, age 48. He has a little place outside Scottsdale on 6 acres, mostly tumbleweeds and cactus.
Occupation?
Last I heard, he drove a cab in Phoenix with some chauffeur work in limos on the side.
How long ago was that?
6 months before I took the fall.
8 years. Byron Cross could be dead for all we know. I'll make some calls and put a watch on Cross, then make arrangements for a flight out west. With any luck, we'll catch one heading out tonight.
Yasha will be ahead of us.
We'll get him. He's a human being like the rest of us.
Don't be so sure. His dedication to the cause is all-consuming.
That's exactly what I'm counting on.
Fanatics took themselves so seriously that they often made mistakes, leading directly to their own downfall. From Rasputin to Hitler, Jim Jones to David Koresh, hardcore zealots had fumbled their way to self-destruction. The bad news was that they nearly always took innocence with them into oblivion. Bolan's mission was to minimize the body count and stop Yasha Seryoja before he could light a string of funeral pyres from coast to coast. So far they were running behind, but the game wasn't over yet. Not until he heard the final gun.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the payphone by the motel office.
Burt Barnum continued to study his reflection in the motel mirror, wishing the disguise were good enough to hide his real face from himself. It would have been a sweet relief to leave his life behind, wake up tomorrow with a fresh start in a world where no one knew his name or cared what he had done. Too late. He caught Tasya Galenka staring at him. Barnum met the Russian agent's gaze and held it with his own.
I'm surprised the SVR sent you to hunt for Seryoja.
Who better for the job?
Don't get me wrong. I'm sure you're capable enough. It's the conflict of interest I'm thinking about.
There is no conflict.
Really? You worked with Seryoja and you were his lover.
You sold him military secrets, Mr. Barnum.
There's a difference, Major. When I got in bed with Seryoja, it was strictly business.
Barnum saw angry color rising in her cheeks, but she controlled herself, lighting a cigarette to buy some time.
You think I have some plan to help Yasha escape? Perhaps I'm on his side in this mad scheme to set the world on fire?
It wouldn't be the first time. Are you familiar with the term folie à deux?
You're studying psychology in prison, I suppose. Perhaps you'll have a new career when they parole you in 100 years.
Ooh, some people think the Russian bear's grown old and lost his teeth. I'm not so sure.
You fed the bear enough. I can't believe it frightens you.
I'm not afraid of you. Just curious.
About my loyalties? Unlike you, I place my country first.
Smart Money says your boyfriend feels the same.
He is living in the past, unable to adapt. His dedication to the old way blinds him to the new. He doesn't understand that change is sometimes necessary. Russia has to change in order to survive.
You like what's happened to your country in the past 10 years, then?
Nations are like families. All have their faults and failings. In America, you have the mafia, street gangs, extremist groups, all with a longer and more violent history than ours. You fight the plague of drugs, as we do. You have politicians who behave like juvenile delinquents in the public eye. You treat minorities with scorn.
All that plus Disney World.
It is a joke to you?
It makes me wonder if you really want to be like us and why.
Suspicion. This I understand. My country must seem strange to you. For centuries we had the Tsar. Then we replaced him with the party. Freedom, as you recognize it in the West, is something new for us. In that respect, Russia is like a child, still learning how to walk and talk.
While Seryoza wants to start a gang war in the schoolyard?
Yasha spent his life in service to the party. When that world collapsed within a few short months, he couldn't change to suit the times. His values, if you will, are absolute. He knows no compromise.
Unlike the two of us, you mean?
We have nothing in common, Mr. Barnum. I serve my country and its leaders. You sold yours.
I'm always fascinated by the double standard. You purchase documents from me and despise me for selling them. Is that schizophrenic or what?
Police and intelligence agents deal with criminals every day. It's a fact of life. We don't have to admire them.
And you share no responsibility for their corruption, of course.
Most people are corrupt in some way. Preachers, politicians, housewives, or lieutenant colonels, it makes no difference. Nearly all have a price. When they finally sell themselves, is it the buyer's fault?
You make it black and white. That must be nice for you.
I never saw the documents you sold to Yasha. I assume they helped our cause somehow, and may have damaged the United States. The choice to turn was yours.
I'm not denying that.
You seek to mitigate your treason when you've been caught and punished for it. Like a child, you blame your lapse on bad companions.
This isn't about me, lady.
No. You're here today only because you were a traitor to your country. Now, years after you were sent to prison, we discovered the extent of your duplicity. You betrayed Yasha even as you worked for him.
Call it insurance.
Which you never used at trial.
She had a point, but Barnum would be damned if he'd concede it.
I've explained that. By the time they picked me up, the party was a wreck. I had no way of knowing Seryoza would come back to activate the sleepers.
You could have named them anyway. It would have taken an hour, and you've had 8 years. Even today, you guard the names like precious coins and dole them out one at a time.
They're all I've got.
You question my loyalty when even now you serve yourself alone.
What else am I supposed to do? I'm serving life without parole. This little road trip is my last breath of fresh air.
And yet today, you didn't run.
I've got no money, documents, or friends. I'm sitting in a rental car that's shot to hell, wearing a wig and a phony beard that makes me look like Grizzly Adams. I don't know what constitutes a fair head start in Russia, but where I come from, we call that kind of deal jack shit.
You're not a fool. I'm not convinced that you're a coward either. Though your countryman may disagree.
Belasco? I don't give a damn what he thinks.
On the contrary, I think you do.
That's your opinion.
Obviously. He's a soldier, as you are.
My guess would be he'd take offense at the comparison.
In any case, you feel that if you prove yourself to him, it may help you regain a measure of your self-respect.
Oh, now who's the armchair shrink?
Sorry?
Forget it. Let's suppose you're right and I have something left to prove. You're still ducking my question about Seryoza.
It is nearly 7 years since I've seen Yasha. We were finished as a couple years before that. I recognize his motives without subscribing to them.
And you'll kill him if it comes to that.
Yes, I will.
Bolan chose that moment to return.
Time to go. We've got a charter waiting on the airstrip.
Scottsdale?
All the way.
Dale County, Alabama. They called the field Dothan Municipal Airport, although it was closer to Midland City and located in a separate county from the town whose name it bore. The airport wasn't much to look at, but it had the basics: runways, a control tower of sorts, and a small terminal. Bolan had ignored the latter and veered off toward a pair of hangars squatting on the eastern perimeter of the facility. They stood now, Bolan and Galenka with baggage in hand, in front of the hangar bearing the name Bama Charters. Barnum had no possessions other than the clothes on his back. A Confederate battle flag drooped from a roof-mounted flagpole. Outside the hangar, under floodlights, a tall man in denim coveralls was inspecting the wings of a vintage Beech Twin Bonanza.
Are we going up in that?
And loving every minute of it, pal.
I didn't know Jefferson Davis had an Air Force.
Y'all must be the Blanton party.
That's us. You'd be Mr. Wilkins?
Collie. Folks just call me Collie.
Collie it is. You're the pilot?
That I am.
How close are we to taking off?
We ready now, except for stowing bags and counting some dead presidents.
Bolan set down his bags and removed a roll of greenbacks from his pocket.
We agreed on 1,500, I believe.
Exactly right.
Bolan peeled off $1,500 bills and put away the rest. The pilot with the canine name showed no surprise at being paid in cash. He pocketed the money without counting it and graced them with a crooked smile.
Just get your bags aboard and catch a breeze.
Collie took Galenka's bags and disappeared inside the aircraft. He was back a moment later for Bolan's luggage, pausing for a glance at Barnum's empty hands.
Y'all travels light.
As light as possible.
The twin Bonanza featured seating for 6 passengers, 2 rows of 3 abreast. Galenka boarded first and took the far left seat in the first row. Barnum slipped in behind her, sitting in the middle with a vacant seat on either side of him. Bolan took the right-hand seat in front, leaving an empty in between them for some extra elbow room.
Y'all buckle up.
Collie took his seat, slipped on a headset, and fired the plane's twin engines.
Be a minute. We got one of 4 taking off.
Galenka knew the drill. They had 1,000 miles to travel and would stop twice for refueling at Paris, Texas, and Roswell, New Mexico. Their estimated travel time, with pit stops and inevitable ground delays, fell somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. She hoped that was fast enough. She pictured Sarosa waiting at the airport for a scheduled flight, passing for normal in the bustling crowd. If he'd found a non-stop flight between Atlanta and Phoenix, one of the big jets could deliver him within 3 hours, give or take. That didn't take into account idling at the ticket counter, checking baggage through, more idling at the gate, or any of the myriad delays that American travelers found so annoying. Sarosa's ETA in Arizona would be pushed back even further if he was security conscious, bypassing Atlanta's teeming airport to fly out of Macon or Columbus, maybe even land in Tucson as a means of covering his trail. Galenka wondered whether Sarosa had ever been in Atlanta after all. She didn't know what sort of contact was required to activate his sleepers, if a phone call or a simple email might suffice. Perhaps he was required to speak with them in person, in the manner of a nightclub hypnotist. If he could phone the orders in long distance, Sarosa might be anywhere, and they had little hope of stopping him before he gave the other sleepers on his list their marching orders. He could activate them all within an hour's time and send them on their bloody way. She hoped that wasn't the case. Sarosa would certainly monitor his pawns, chart their progress in media reports, and he would know by now that Chad Fleming had failed. Coming so close behind Barnum's escape and the bungled attempt on his life, the firefight in Atlanta might well drive Sarosa to accelerate his schedule. It wouldn't slow him. That much was certain. Knowing they'd have to kill the man who'd been her lover once, that she might have to do the job herself, made Galenka feel vaguely ill. She knew she could do it if push came to shove. She had loved Sarosa once, in her way, or lusted after him at least. She owed him something for their time together, even if that meant destroying him before he had a chance to set the world on fire. A gift of death, perhaps. Arlington, Virginia. In his den, Brognola sipped a cup of steaming cocoa, spiked with Bushmills Black Label, and waited for the double dose of heat to melt the chill inside of him. Any minute now, the block of ice around his heart should start to thaw. Too much was happening too fast. Brognola was on top of it so far, but he still worried that the enemy, or simple circumstance, might slip one past him while his back was turned. Atlanta had been too damn close for comfort. Bolan's call and CNN reports had tipped him to the presence of closed-circuit cameras in the university classroom building, where Bolan and his Russian sidekick had taken out the latest sleeper. Brognola didn't know if Emery had been the shooter's target, and he frankly didn't give a damn now that the guy was dead. His one and only thought on learning of the cameras had been to keep his #1 commando's face from beaming into 30 million homes an hour for the next few days. So far, so good. He'd called Atlanta PD first, and then Emory's chief of police on campus. Both departments had been skeptical concerning Brognola's mention of national security, but they'd come around with some gentle arm-twisting. He used the carrot-stick approach, promising federal favors in return for prompt cooperation, and backing it up with not-so-subtle threats of Washington's extreme displeasure should cooperation be withheld. Campus police relied on state and federal grants when times were lean. Municipal departments took the handouts too, and they were always vulnerable to investigations of corruption and brutality. His third call, to the FBI field office in Atlanta, had put flying squads of agents on the street, collecting all known videocassette recordings of the campus firefight and dispatching them to Brognola in Washington by overnight express. Atlanta's G-men knew that they'd be held responsible if copies of the tapes eluded them and wound up on the air. Nobody wanted to spend the winter months in Butte, Montana, watching out for stolen cars. Brognola reckoned they were covered on the video. Surveillance of the next suspect was something else. They had no trouble finding Byron Cross in Scottsdale, but his desert digs made it impossible for a stakeout team to camp on his doorstep without being spotted. Short of spooking him or provoking a siege incident, the watchers had to stay well back and watch the house through field glasses, taking care not to follow too closely when their subject made the 5-mile drive to town on Rio Verde Drive and Pima Road. It would be simpler just to pick him up, but that would never fly unless he made some hostile move. Burke Barnum's word would never be enough to hang a warrant on, especially now that he had been declared a federal fugitive. Same thing for wiretaps that would let them eavesdrop and find out if Cross had any callers with a Russian accent, telling him to head for town and raise a little hell. The good news was they'd found their subject safe at home. There'd been no visitors since the surveillance was established, and he'd only left the house to work his shift or feed a swarm of cats that hung around the place. No dogs, which was a bonus if they had to raid the house in an emergency, but Brognola worried about the hardware carried by the sleepers who had tipped their hands so far. Count on Kalashnikov assault rifles, some kind of handgun, probably frag grenades, and enough plastique to put the small house in orbit. His watchers out of Phoenix couldn't tell if Cross's place had been fortified in any way against assault. No modifications were apparent, but he could have damn near anything inside the house, from Kevlar and sandbags to a ferro-concrete bunker. Public records showed that Cross had owned and occupied the house for nearly 18 years and 7 months. He could have dug escape tunnels from his basement to downtown Phoenix in that time, and no one would know it until he slipped through their fingers like sand. And what if Barnum was wrong? What if they were camped out watching the wrong subject, while Yasha Sorosa touched base with a sleeper somewhere else, and they had another bloodbath on their hands, while Bolan and the FBI were chasing shadows? What then? Mayhem, and they'd start all over from scratch. The big Fed sipped his spiked cocoa and thought about failure, what it would mean to miss Sorosa's next sleeper, or to miss the Russian entirely, running around in hopeless circles while he tipped over his lethal dominoes one after another. At best, it meant a string of gruesome tragedies. At worst, global catastrophe. How would public Washington react to news that Russian moles, in place for 20 years or more, were surfacing in bloody incidents across the country directed by a die-hard agent of the former KGB? Brolin didn't want to think about it. Just nail the bastard. Roll him up and finish it before it's too late. They'd managed to keep a lid on the story so far, thanks in part to the frequency with which Americans murdered their neighbors and attacked public buildings for no apparent reason. Who said insanity paid no fringe benefits? Their luck couldn't hold indefinitely, though. Sooner or later, some sharp reporter would start connecting the dots, filling in blanks with imagination that might fall dangerously close to the truth. Recovery of Russian military hardware at successive, widely separated crime scenes was a clue. If someone in the Fourth Estate went sniffing after it, they'd soon discover that the lunatic lone gunman in each case was a man without a history, each living an elaborate lie rooted in false documents and fairy tales of childhoods that had never been. The Zombie Squad. Brognola wondered where they'd come from, how they'd slipped into the States and made themselves at home. More to the point, he wondered how many were left, and where they could be found, and whether they'd be found in time. Outside Scottsdale, Arizona. The Arizona desert under moonlight may as well have been the surface of the moon itself. It was an alien landscape, bleached of color to a world of shifting grays, alive with scuttling denizens that hissed, bit, and stung. Yasha Sarosa stood within the shadow of a large mesquite and let it cover him. He craved a cigarette, but wouldn't give himself away by smoking one. Between its light and smell, it would betray him instantly to any enemy within 100 yards. He much preferred to watch and wait, scanning the sprawl of desert that surrounded Byron Cross's modest home. Sarosa knew about Atlanta. He had wasted half a day trying to catch the broadcast from Emory University's campus security cameras, but the tape never aired, and network anchors had stopped referring to the videos in their reports. Sarosa had looked forward to the broadcast. He already knew what one of the Atlanta shooters looked like, but he would have paid dearly for a glimpse of the other two, described in breathless media accounts as a man and a woman. If they were police or FBI, why didn't the reporters say so? No names were required, but law enforcement agencies always wanted credit for their feats of daring do. It was a law of nature, as immutable as gravity. Who were they, and how had they discovered Czeslaw Fedorenko? If they were putting the pieces together, his whole network would be compromised. He'd studied American police procedures prior to his first U.S. visit as a KGB field agent, and while dragnet arrests were technically illegal in most cases, Sarosa knew that lawmen the world over typically ignored rules when it suited them. If the FBI knew about his sleepers, Washington would find or fabricate a way to take them off the streets before they could go active. Sarosa had considered calling all of them by telephone, attempting to launch them that way, but the plan had built-in safeguards. There was no hypnotic mumbo-jumbo, but his people had been schooled to wait for personal contact, a handler in the flesh whom they could recognize before they went to war. The Americans had coined a term for it, as they did for everything: fail-safe. It was supposed to mean that nothing could go wrong, but something obviously had. Now Sarosa was compelled to crisscross the country alone, meeting each of his soldiers in turn and sending them out to do battle with a symbolic pat on the head. He could have changed the order, though. That much was his fault, and nobody else's. Sarosa recognized his own inflexibility where matters of ritualistic detail were concerned, but he refused to deviate from his planned course of action. Not yet. Deviation equaled desperation, an admission that the FBI or someone else had beaten him. It hadn't come to that yet, and with any luck, it never would. If worse came to worst, though, and it seemed to him the whole list had been compromised, he might be forced to change his plans. In fact, Sarosa already had something in mind. Sarosa expected a warm welcome from Cross tonight. The incident in Dallas had been a troubling aberration, but he didn't let it worry him. None of the others he'd contacted so far had been corrupted by their decadent surroundings. The small house was silent, lit from within by low-powered lamps. Cats roamed or lounged beneath a floodlight mounted on a power pole some distance from the building. Sarosa saw one vehicle parked in the yard, another cat sprawled on the roof. He took the infrared night vision goggles from his bag and put them on, adjusting the fit before he switched on the unit. Sarosa's goggles turned the desert landscape green. He made a sweep of the surrounding terrain. He kept scanning, taking his time, making sure that he did the job right. There was too much at stake, too much to lose for half-assed negligence to be permitted. If it took another hour to satisfy himself that he was safe, so be it. The Russian froze and swung his head back to the left. His goggles moved an inch or two at most, but out there where it mattered, on the desolate moonscape, his gaze traveled 10 or 15 feet, searching for the image that alarmed him. There, body heat. He stood immobile. Every muscle in Sarosa's body was taut to the point of trembling. There were 2 men at least. He marked them when one raised his head to look around, the other lying prone and focused on the house where Byron Cross sat waiting with his cats. Their attitude, indeed their very presence here, told Seroza they were enemies. He didn't care if they were FBI or state police, immigration or military intelligence. They had Byron Cross under surveillance, which could only mean they suspected him of something. Seroza thought it through. He'd had no personal contact with his sleepers for years, since the Soviet Union was officially dismantled, and he chose retirement over dishonor. One of the sleepers may have betrayed him. Had Cross prepared a trap for Seroza, or was the surveillance a result of some unrelated activity? Had he become a common criminal? Were the police watching his home for some completely different reason? Seroza dismissed the notion as unlikely. To think that after all these years, lawmen would come for Cross on the very night he, Seroza, came calling, defied any notion of coincidence. Couple that improbability with the previous day's fiasco in Atlanta, and the very thought became preposterous. No. Whoever these watchers might be, they were spying on Cross because they knew what he was. Seroza had to find out if Cross was responsible. One way or another, he couldn't leave the situation as he found it. Once again, he reached into the bag that hung from his left shoulder. This time, he withdrew a Polish semi-automatic pistol, the Radom P-83, chambered for 9mm shorts. A slim suppressor doubled the weapon's normal 6.5-inch length. Keeping on the goggles, Seroza slowly made his way across the wasteland. His shadow trailed behind him like an afterthought of death.
It's getting cold out here.
No shit, Sherlock.
Special Agent Gary Rexton grinned in the moonlight. He enjoyed, as always, the nickname that Special Agent Kip Holmes had endured since he'd entered the FBI Academy in 1996.
That's cute, Rex. Real original.
There any coffee left?
Afraid not.
Damn it.
They huddled close together on the hard, dry ground and kept their voices down, although the subject was inside his house 100 yards away. The subject had no watchdog, no security devices visible, but they'd been told to play it straight and watch themselves while they were on the stakeout detail. SAC Frank Herndon, special agent in charge of the FBI's Phoenix field office, hadn't explained what they were looking for beyond the subject's name, address, and vital stats. When Holmes tried to milk a few more details, Herndon had rebuffed him, calling the operation a need-to-know matter of national security. Holmes and Rexton, the SAC pointedly noted, didn't need to know. So here they were, wearing desert camo coveralls, belly down in the dirt, watching some guy's house for no apparent reason, making oral observations to a Sony compact tape recorder anytime the subject poked his head outside, which wasn't very often. Subject Byron Cross had driven home from work at 5:05 p.m., rolling surveillance broken off by the day watch agents Herndon had assigned to follow Cross around his taxi route in Phoenix, burning gasoline at taxpayers' expense. When Cross got home, he fed the cats, put out some garbage in the covered cans he kept outside, and disappeared back into the house. 4 hours and 20 minutes later, Holmes and Rexton had seen nothing more of him. Even the cats were bored. A few of them looked comatose.
I'd like to know who this guy is.
Ours is not the reason why.
I checked the poster file and warrants. Nothing on him there that I could find. I mean, what does a Phoenix cabbie have to do with national security?
You're asking me?
I'm asking, period.
You've got the cellular. Why don't you give old Hernia a call and ask?
Old Hernia was Herndon's nickname, coined by agents under his command because his long face always seemed to bear a vague expression of discomfort, as if he were suffering a sharp pain in his nether regions. No one used it where the boss could hear them, though.
Smart money says someone got their wires crossing this guy. I didn't go to the academy for this.
Oh, brother. Here we go again.
I mean it. We're supposed to be crime fighters, aren't we? How can we make good on this guy if the SAC won't even tell us what we're looking for?
You heard the man. He wants surveillance without contact. That tells me we're fishing.
Fishing I can handle, but for what?
You need to delete that one from the file, son. It's getting old. Oh, man, I need to take a leak.
Was it something I said?
Damn coffee goes right through me.
Rexton handed Holmes the field glasses, then wriggled backward down the gentle slope they occupied, until the north wall of the gully screened him from the subject's house. The shades were drawn on that side, spilling pallid light from narrow cracks. But it was still procedure, nothing left to chance. Holmes figured Rexton would find a place outside of earshot, maybe take a little extra time to work the kinks out after lying on the cold, hard ground for hours. When he got back, Holmes would probably take a turn, then they'd settle in for what promised to be a long and boring night. Holmes heard the sound, which seemed to have come from somewhere down the wash. He squinted in the wan moonlight, but shadows cloaked the gully for as far as he could see. He waited, listening intently, but the sound wasn't repeated. Maybe Rexton was scuffing dirt or kicking sand over the spot where he'd relieved himself. It wasn't as if they were on some great mission behind enemy lines, but Rexton took the job seriously. Holmes turned his full attention back to Byron Cross's house. A second cat had climbed atop the car, but nothing else had changed. It was a snoozer any way he tried to slice it. Holmes noted the noise coming back along the gully. Rexton hadn't stretched his bladder brake as long as he had thought he might. Too much excitement for him at the lookout post. He couldn't stay away.
Yeah, that was fast, Rex. Think maybe I could take a break now?
Oh, I think you should.
Holmes turned to face the unfamiliar voice.
You just take as long as you'd like.
Borya Karolek, known as Byron Cross to all but one or two people on the face of the planet, sat before his 26-inch Sony television, waiting for a soft knock on the door. The Sony sound was muted, just in case he missed it. He knew the knock would be a soft one when it came, because his caller's business was a secret. There would be no fanfare, nothing to warn his enemies that the day of fire and tribulation was at hand. Karolek smiled at the lapse into biblical imagery. He was a lifelong Marxist who disdained religion in all forms, but part of the cover he'd devised for his cab-driving persona was a devotion to hellfire, televangelism, and the good book. Karolek carried a Bible with him every day in his taxi, enduring the jibes of his jaded, foul-mouthed co-workers. Who would expect a straight-laced Bible thumper to destroy them and uproot their cherished way of life? Karolek used the remote control to switch off his TV, then sat and listened, waiting for the knock to be repeated. He bolted from his chair, dropped the remote, and snatched the .38 revolver from the coffee table, stuffing it into his waistband at the back. It never hurt to be prepared. Karolek turned off lights as he moved, refusing to provide a backlit target when he opened the door, assuming he did open it. If he didn't like what he saw through the peephole, he could simply go back to his chair, or pump a few rounds through the door. Bending to the eyepiece, Karolek held his breath and found the light switch by touch. A flick of his finger, and the yard outside went bright as day. A stocky, older man with close-cropped hair stood glaring back at him.
Too bright, comrade.
Karolek killed the light and unlocked the door, fumbling the security chain in his excitement. He got it on the second try and threw the door open.
Come in, please, comrade.
You have a shovel, I presume?
Of course, comrade.
We'll use it in a bit.
If I may be allowed to ask...
I found 2 spies watching your house. I've dealt with them, but they must be concealed before sunrise.
2 spies?
Yes.
Watching my house?
Must I repeat myself?
No, comrade, no.
You didn't know about the Watchers, Borya?
No, sir, of course not.
The older man studied his face, concentrating on the eyes, judging him. It looked bad either way, Karolek recognized. If he had known of the surveillance and done nothing, endangering his handler, then he was a traitor. If he hadn't known, it meant that he was...
careless. Very careless.
Yes, sir. I apologize, sir. I had no idea.
You have maintained security as ordered?
Yes, sir. But I don't check the perimeter each day, sir. That's my failing. It's been so many years.
How long since you last checked?
6 days, sir.
6 days. I see. Very well. I'll show you the bodies before I leave. You'll bury them tonight, without fail.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do you have vodka?
Certainly, comrade.
I'll have some then.
Karolek ran to fetch it, while the other made himself at home on the sofa, studying the small living room as if some particular detail might prove significant. proving or dispelling some preconceived notion. Whatever he learned or felt as he scanned the room, no hint of it was mirrored on his face. Karolek came back with the bottle and 2 glasses, pouring his handler's drink first, then a much smaller one for himself. The KGB man sucked down half of his vodka, smiling thinly as it went to work.
You understand the network has been activated, Borya.
As you told me on the telephone, comrade.
It's your turn to strike for Mother Russia and the People's Revolution.
Gladly and enthusiastically.
Karolek had been waiting for this moment nearly half his life. More times than he could count, he'd feared that it would never come. Karolek didn't want to be abandoned and forgotten in America.
I must warn you, comrade, there have been some unexpected difficulties.
Sir?
You're not the first I visited. One had abandoned his commitment to the operation and attempted to betray me.
Comrade, no.
It's true. I dealt with him, of course. Another was exposed and intercepted by a team of capitalist agents on his way to carry out his orders. That concerns me more, in light of what I found outside.
Seroza nodded toward the desert night outside and drained his glass. Karolek poured another hefty shot.
What does it mean, comrade?
We have been compromised. Perhaps not fatally, since you were merely watched and not arrested. We have time before these 2 are missed and reinforcements sent. Have you the courage to proceed?
Yes, comrade.
Even knowing it may mean your death?
Absolutely, comrade.
Good. I hope that we can count on you.
In every way, comrade.
You've kept in touch with changes at the target site?
I visit it 3 times a year. I take the guided tours and read the latest government reports.
Good man. Is your equipment here?
Yes, comrade. I dug it up within an hour of receiving your telephone call. It's hidden in my bedroom closet.
Go fetch your shovel, then. I'll show you where I left the trash, and you can get to work.
Seroza had left Borya Karolek to bury the corpses, content to take their pistols and FBI credentials with him as he walked back through the desert moonlight to his rented car. The Honda Civic had been waiting where he'd left it, parked 50 yards in from the highway on an unpaved access road that showed little sign of use. Now as he drove through the desert night, he checked his watch. He had 6 hours before his flight was scheduled to depart from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport en route to Chicago. He could have taken more time with Karolek, but he was unsettled by the events in Atlanta. Someone had exposed Czeslaw Fedorenko, and the FBI surveillance on Karolek's humble home told Seroza he had problems on a broader scale. It seemed impossible, but someone was anticipating him. Who knew about his sleepers? There had only been a few who knew it all from the beginning. 5 or 6 in Moscow had enough details to damage him, but they were dead now. The only known survivor doing hard time on the new, improved Gulag. And that one, as it happened, didn't know the names of Seroza's sleepers in America. Who then? He thought at once of Barnum. Executing Burke Barnum was supposed to have been a precaution, what the Americans like to call preventive medicine. A longtime contact at the Department of Justice had noted the plan for Barnum's curious furlough from prison and passed on the news to Seroza. Seroza had no reason to believe the move had anything to do with him, and yet, why, after less than 10 years, would a traitor serving life be granted an experimental work release from America's toughest federal prison? And why would the move be kept under wraps from the media? Was it mere coincidence that Barnum's furlough came through in the wake of Seroza activating sleepers in 3 states and executing a traitorous 4th? What did Barnum know about Seroza that he hadn't already shared with federal prosecutors prior to trial? And how could he know anything about the moles? Never mind. The decision had been automatic, pure common sense. Barnum had to die. But he was still alive, and Fedorenko was dead in Atlanta, while FBI agents shadowed Karolek in Scottsdale. Coincidence or conspiracy? One solution, Seroza thought, would be to discard his scheduled order and scramble the list, bypassing Chicago in favor of a mole further down the roster. In that way, he might learn if all his agents were betrayed or if the enemy was somehow tracking him across the map. It made a fair amount of sense, but Seroza balked at a last-minute change in his plans. He'd waited more than a decade to see his plan in action. Why should he allow the enemy to tamper with it now? before he was satisfied that they were truly onto him. He was a covert warrior of the old school, trained to persevere despite adversity. He'd run networks in Western Europe through the last years of the Cold War, helped assassinate some of the agents named by Langley's traitor Aldrich Ames, and no one from the CIA or MI6 had ever laid a finger on him. By the time he pulled into the airport parking lot, Seroza had convinced himself that the discovery of federal agents outside Karolek's home might actually help the sleeper perform his final task. Fear wasn't necessarily a bad thing on the eve of battle. It sharpened wits and gave new focus to a soldier's thoughts. Next stop, Chicago. Yasha Seroza found that he could hardly wait. Scottsdale, Arizona. It was an hour past dawn when they reached the house off Rio Verde Drive, already 65 degrees and climbing with the promise of another scorching day. Bolan drove the Saturn SL2 they'd rented at the airport, checking first for vehicles, none visible on the approach, and then for sudden movements of the drapes in front that would suggest a sniper lining up his shot. Again, nothing.
We missed him.
Surveillance says he should be home. There's been no word of movement since the rolling team handed Byron Cross off to the stationary watchers at 6:15 last night.
So where is he? I thought you said he drove a 4-year-old Chevrolet Cavalier. Could it be behind the house?
Forget it. There's nothing but desert back there. The gravel driveway doesn't even lead around to the rear. I don't get it. If Cross left, his watchers would have logged it and tailed him too if there was no backup team available for the job.
What shall we do?
Drop in for breakfast.
Marvelous.
The Russian drew her pistol and flicked off to safety.
You call this a plan?
We're improvising. Sit tight.
Kat scampered when Bolan switched the engine off and set the parking brake.
You're going in?
Feel free to wait out here.
Bolan drew the Beretta 93R from its armpit rig as he left the car. Stealth was out the window, and sudden gunfire was a danger, but the place felt empty. Unless Bolan was very much mistaken, their target had checked out and left the cats in charge.
Wait up, I'm coming too.
Galenka was beside Bolan, and a hesitant Burke Barnum brought up the rear as they reached the front door. Bolan was deciding whether he should try the knob or kick it in when something stopped him, an echo from his briefing with Hal Brognola, the booby-trapped equipment stash in Kentucky.
It's no good.
What's wrong?
I want a window, side or rear.
He moved around the house, cats scurrying before him, until he reached the north side and what seemed to be a bedroom window. He saw nothing on the sill or edges, but he had a final test to make. He took a dozen long paces away from the house. Turning in one smooth motion, Bolan raised his selective fire pistol and put a 3-round burst through the window, shattering 3/4 of the upper pane. Nothing. Bolan gave it 15 seconds, and when there was still no blast from a time delay fuse, he walked back to the house, clearing the rest of the jagged glass with a sweep of his weapon. Reaching in, he yanked down the curtains and let them drop. He found the window's latch and pushed it up, brushing more broken glass aside before he scrambled through. Galenka and Barnum followed Bolan in. They made their way along a short hall to the living room. Bolan found a half-pound block of RDX taped to the inside of the door, connected to a battery and homemade motion detonator that would blow the charge if the door moved more than a few inches.
Taken directly from the Anarchist Cookbook. It's a classic.
It was a moment's work for Bolan to detach the wires and render the device harmless.
He knew we were coming.
It stands to reason someone would drop by after he makes his splash. This is just a little P.S. go to hell.
We still don't know his target, though.
If he left a trail, we need to find it. We're on the clock.
A search?
But carefully. Watch out for tripwires, anything like that.
I'll help. I did some special forces time back in the day. Some things you don't forget.
All right. We'll split up and take it room by room.
Barely a minute later, Barnum called out.
Hey, come and check out this spare bedroom.
Bolan and Galenka joined Barnum.
Is this the motherlode or what?
Karolek had turned the surplus space into a kind of operations room, complete with maps tacked to the walls and a collection of literature on his primary target. The stash included tourist pamphlets, postcards, photographs, and books purloined from several libraries. It was apparent that Karolek knew his subject intimately.
Hoover Dam.
How far away is that, 200 miles?
More like 250.
He's got a lead. We'll need a time machine.
Right now, I'll settle for some wings.
Bolan headed for the phone in the living room. Kingman, Arizona. 60 miles from his intended target, Borja Karolek stopped to fill the Chevy Cavalier's gas tank. He splurged on premium, paying the extra 15 cents per gallon without a second thought. What difference did it make when he'd be dead within 2 hours anyway? It felt good to be moving after so much time spent in virtual suspended animation. He had mentally rehearsed these final hours of his life each day for 18 years, imagining the impact his sacrifice would have on his enemies. Karolek knew he'd be remembered when the victors wrote their history of Earth's final conflict, and those histories would be written in Russian. His assignment wasn't technically considered a suicide mission. He wasn't required to die in the act, like some stupid, misguided Muslim steering a truck bomb into a Middle Eastern embassy. He simply realized that escape was highly improbable, and he had long since come to terms with death. Nothing mattered but the People's Revolution. It had been diverted and delayed, but triumph was inevitable. It was his destiny to strike a killing blow for the cause, and to hell with any consequences for himself. His target had been chosen for maximum impact. The Hoover Dam generated much of the electricity for Southern California, a region already plagued by power shortages and skyrocketing prices, courtesy of Enron's unequivocal greed. It thrilled him to imagine what would happen when he blew up the dam's huge generators. Instant, sweeping loss of power to airports and hospitals, police stations and firehouses, TV and radio stations, and shopping malls and theme parks. Auto collisions in Los Angeles alone would claim hundreds of lives as thousands of traffic lights winked out in a heartbeat. Any flooding on the Colorado River, if his plastique charges breached the dam itself, would be the bonus prize. There was nothing much between the Arizona line and the Davis Dam, some 80 miles downstream, except the tiny settlement of Willow Beach. Still, that was something. If he had a chance to wipe it off the map, along with sundry campers, rafters, and canoers, it would please Karolek all the more. He only wished that he could be alive the following morning to enjoy the media reports. There was enough plastic explosive in the Chevy's trunk to shut down the dam's great generators. Of that, he was certain. He had maintained a stringent regimen of exercise, free weights and isometrics 7 days a week, so that he had no trouble carrying 150 pounds of RDX and detonators, plus his AKS and bandolier of extra magazines. Each time he visited the dam, observing any changes in the layout, he'd kept track of obvious security. The personnel who guided tourists through the dam and answered questions were unarmed, although he assumed there had to be weapons somewhere on the premises. His task would be to take his adversaries by surprise and neutralize as many as he could while they were still off balance, running for their lives, before they could regroup and arm themselves. As for the police, the nearest sheriff's substation was 7 miles away in Boulder City. The closest FBI agents and military personnel were in Las Vegas, another 20 miles out. By the time help was summoned, he would be inside the dam. Before the first reinforcements arrived, he would have at least some of his charges in place. With corpses in view and an armed subject somewhere at large in the bowels of the dam, SWAT officers would take their time seeking him out. They'd be too late. It was going to be a beautiful day. Boulder City, Nevada. As they drove towards Hoover Dam, Tasya Galenka marveled at the speed with which her American colleague cut through the proverbial red tape to get things done. One telephone call from Byron Cross's home, and by the time they drove back to Phoenix, a Bell 205 UH-1 Iroquois helicopter from Luke Air Force Base stood waiting for them on the tarmac at Sky Harbor International Airport. The pilots asked no questions, merely helping load their bags for liftoff, while another airman took charge of their rented car. At the helicopter's optimum cruising speed of 161 miles per hour, a grueling 5-hour drive was reduced to 90 minutes flying time. A Saturn sedan was waiting for them on the deck at Boulder City Municipal Airport, the keys handed over to Mike Velasco by a clean-cut man who could have been a federal agent or a certified public accountant. Again, there were no questions, and the stranger paid no evident attention to Burke Barnum in his wig and artificial beard. At that point, Galenka didn't know if she should be impressed by Velasco's influence or dismayed by the ease with which America's most wanted fugitive breezed past police and military officers.
How far to the dam?
6 or 7 miles once we get out of town. A straight shot east on Highway 93.
Within minutes, they left Boulder City behind. They cruised eastward through sparse traffic, Bolan clocking an easy 10 miles an hour above the posted speed limit. Galenka wondered if they were too late, if Yasha's sleeper had already reached the dam and done his bloody work. There had been no report of alarms, but that could mean Cross was efficient, taking out the guides and guards before they had time to react effectively. The other sleepers had been armed with automatic weapons and explosives, anti-personnel grenades, and RDX plastique. If Byron Cross maintained the same stockpile, they could assume he meant to sabotage the dam. As far as damages, that would depend on the amount of RDX he carried and how much time they allowed him at his task.
We'll be there in another couple of miles.
Galenka reached between her feet, unzipped the duffel bag, and took out her Uzi submachine gun. It wasn't Russian-made, but it would do the job if she could find a target.
Hey, listen, if you want to let me have a gun this time...
Dream on.
Okay. I hope they know we're coming, though. You jump out of the dam with hardware showing and our boy's not there, security may try and take you down.
I've got a badge, if anybody asks. I'm FBI today.
I don't suppose you have a spare?
Sorry.
Galenka pushed the irritation out of her mind and concentrated on their goal. She'd memorized a photograph of Byron Cross, a copy of his taxi driver's license faxed from Arizona's state police before they left Atlanta, and she wouldn't hesitate to kill him on sight. As for Yasha Serotza, there was no real hope of finding him with Cross. He still had sleepers to rouse from their long years of torpor, soldiers to send on their way. But there would be another time.
We're here. Ready?
Ready.
Stay put, Barnum.
Barnum watched as Bolan broke into a run with Galenka fast on his heels, while there he sat in a hot Saturn. Burke Barnum had his orders. They were both specific and concise, no problem with interpretation in the least. Stay put, as in sit still, go nowhere, put down roots. He could do that. He had no real choice, in fact, since Velasco took the car keys with him. But it was making him nervous as hell. The place would be overrun with suits and uniforms any minute now, and it wasn't where the FBI's most wanted fugitive cared to spend his day, with or without fake hair. Barnum spied a body lying on the pavement near what he took for an entrance to the dam, perhaps the point where guided tours entered to visit the giant turbines. The body wore a Parks Department uniform, blood-stained, and 2 more uniforms knelt beside it, partially obstructing Barnum's view. He recalled a television documentary about the Hoover Dam, how many of the nimble high riggers had plunged to their deaths during construction, entombed forever in reinforced concrete. Who would have predicted a day like this, when others were killed trying to defend it from a lunatic armed to the teeth? Barnum wondered if he was far enough back from the dam to be safe if it blew. He should be fine with RDX, all that concrete and steel to contain the blast, and even if the dam went, rushing water from Lake Mead would pour downstream and into Arizona, not back toward the parking lot on higher ground. But if the mole had something more than RDX... That was paranoia talking, Barnum knew. A suitcase nuke would have been too risky for a low-level sleeper to handle. Radiation leakage alone would be a major problem, both in terms of concealment and security, and none of the moles uncovered so far had been armed with anything more than AKs and plastique. No nukes, then. He'd take that much on faith. But it was bad enough with the standard issue gear. At least one innocent bystander was already murdered, and the dam's great power plant was at risk. Sweating underneath his wig and beard, Barnum resisted an impulse to tear off his spare hair and scratch himself raw. His best bet was to make himself small, remain as inconspicuous as possible until his 2 escorts returned. Barnum had no ID to explain his presence at the crime scene. He was traveling with 2 armed agents who had disappeared inside the dam and therefore couldn't vouch for him. Barnum didn't even know who owned the car he was sitting in, the perfect target for a grand theft auto charge. Emergency, he thought. It was an emergency. With any luck, the uniforms and suits would be distracted by the drama playing out inside the dam, and none of them would notice him at all. But it would take only one look to do him in, and he'd be on his way back to Terre Haute in a flash, or on his way to the morgue if the arresting officers were trigger-happy with a suspect blamed for murdering 2 U.S. Marshals. Barnum wished he had a drink to sedate him, but he couldn't even leave the car to get a drink of water from the public fountain 20 feet away. It would have been too obvious, drawing attention to himself.
Stay put, my ass.
It had been relatively easy going so far for Borya Karolek. He had surprised the Parks Department Rangers. Their uniforms featured nothing more lethal than the occasional folding knife in a belt sheath. He'd shot one as an example to the rest, scattered the dead man's companions with another short burst from his AKS before he made his way inside the dam. It felt like coming home. He had taken the guided tour so often that he could recite the spiel from memory. He'd known about the glassed-in office waiting for him just inside the entrance, and he'd made his second kill to stop a female employee from calling for help. But time was running out. His first shot was the starting gun for a desperate race, pitting himself against the men and women who would try to stop him. Karolek was ahead of the game, but he knew it couldn't last. He wouldn't hear the sirens coming in his steel and concrete tomb, the massive generators humming like huge wasps' nests. The machinery was loud enough to cause hearing loss from prolonged exposure without proper safeguards, and Karolek had worn shooter's earplugs, not because he worried about long-term deafness in his present situation, but to guard against any and all potential distractions. He was generous with the RDX, 2 bricks per turbine, strategically positioned to ensure maximum damage. The generators could still be rebuilt, he supposed, but it would be a long and costly process, and by that time, if his fondest hopes were realized, the decadent United States would have ceased to exist in its present form. He fixed his second charge to the 4th generator in line. More than a dozen still remained, and then he'd think about trying to blow the dam itself if there was time. The detonators fastened to his plastic charges had no timers. They were radio remote controlled, keyed to a certain frequency of the transmitter on his belt. He'd spent years tinkering with the transmitter, refining its potential, satisfying himself that the charges wouldn't be blown prematurely by a signal from some passing taxi or policeman's walkie-talkie. They were safe until he armed the detonator and depressed its flat red button, setting off all the charges at once with one hellacious roar that should be audible for miles. Karolek was affixing his first charge to the 5th generator in line when a bullet grazed the polished steel before him, striking sparks. He didn't hear the shot, but ducked instinctively, firing a short burst from his AKS toward huddled figures at the far end of the catwalk. There were 2 of them at least. The quick glimpse he obtained while scrambling for cover showed a tall man in the lead, a second, smaller form, moving along behind him. Karolek couldn't tell if they were point men for a SWAT team, but the 7.62mm rounds from his AKS would drill most lightweight body armor as if it were cardboard, assuming he scored a hit, that is. Karolek was an above-average marksman in optimum conditions, but nearly 2 decades had passed since he'd had an opportunity to play down-and-dirty war games. He doubted whether his initial burst had wounded either of the gunmen who were closing in on him, and he would have bet his life they weren't alone, which meant his time was almost gone. It was too bad. He'd hoped for time enough to blow the rest of the turbines, at least, but Karolek would make do with what he had. Stealing a moment while his enemies advanced, he took another brick of RDX from his duffel bag and pressed it to the warm steel of the turbine's flank. A flick of his thumb armed the detonator, but he resisted the urge to blow the charges immediately. Perhaps he could still lead his enemies on a merry chase before they wounded him. It was a gamble, but if it would let Karolek destroy even one more giant turbine, he knew it would be worth the risk. He burst from cover, staggering slightly as the duffel bag unbalanced him, firing another automatic burst along the catwalk. Perplexed, he realized there were no live targets anywhere in view. A muzzle flash winked at him from near ankle height behind the 2nd generator. With his earplugs in, he could hear no audible sound from the hostile weapon, but he felt a bullet fan the air beside his face. He was moving, turning to run, when another round struck his left shoulder with explosive force, dropping him to the catwalk. His RDX charges spilled from the open duffel bag, heaped around him like blocks of virgin clay awaiting the artist's touch. Karolek tried to reach his detonator, but his left arm wouldn't move. His right was tangled up in the Kalashnikov's sling, pinned by the rifle thrust between his elbow and his ribs. He struggled to his hands and knees, mashing a plastic charge beneath his one good hand. Dizzy from pain and loss of blood, he lurched around to face the steadily advancing figures of his enemies and opened fire. Bolan kissed the catwalk as the storm of AK rounds blitzed overhead. He lined up a two-handed shot with his Beretta and stroked the trigger twice, sending 6 parabellum rounds downrange. Karolek rocked and staggered, pivoting on one knee and spraying the vaulted ceiling with a long burst from his Kalashnikov as he died. Galenka hit Karolek with a quick burst from her Uzi as he fell, and she was on her feet by the time Bolan rose from the catwalk. She pulled the Jayerza P9 from its shoulder rig, remembering that the shooter in Nevada had worn Kevlar. They moved cautiously, both pistols pointed at the prostrate form of Borya Karolek. Bolan lunged ahead and kicked the AKS beyond their adversary's reach, then stopped and checked the body for a pulse he couldn't find.
He's dead. Are you hit?
No, just bruised a bit.
He nodded to her, then allowed the bricks of RDX strewn on the catwalk to capture his full attention. He examined one of them, then replaced it gently on the deck. Next, he unclipped the remote control from Karolek's belt.
No timers, but we should still deactivate them anyway.
Agreed.
You've done this kind of work before?
Of course.
Bolan was painfully aware of passing time. He didn't know how many charges Karolek had planted, or which end of the huge generator room he would have started from. More to the point, police were on their way by now, if not already gathering outside, and there was a risk that their radio transmissions might blow the charges by accident. Logic told Bolan that his late enemy hadn't had time to rig the dozen-odd detonators, whirring away between the point where Karolek died and the far end of the chamber. If he was wrong, a moment's work should be enough to prove it. Bolan indicated the nearest generator.
Take this one. We'll work backward.
Right!
He left her to it, jogged back to the 4th turbine, and started searching for a brick of RDX. A tiny red light on the detonator helped him out, and Bolan plucked it from the plastic charge, leaving the RDX in place for someone else to harvest. Cautiously, he scanned the generator for another bomb and found it on the other side, positioned so the two would blow as one and gut the turbine with a single crushing blow.
Looks like 2 charges each.
Bolan plucked out the second detonator and discarded it. Without the small receivers in their blasting caps, the RDX was harmless. Galenka ran past him on the catwalk, leapfrogging to the 3rd generator in line. Bolan left her to it and took the second, seeking red lights in the shadows as he felt the humming seep into his brain. It would be migraine time if he endured much more of the pervasive background noise, his ears still ringing from the recent blasts of gunfire, but common sense told him they wouldn't be at it much longer. It was time to think about what would happen outside, in the fresh air and sunlight, when they emerged from the dam. There would be guns and uniforms for sure. The FBI credentials in his pocket were the next best thing to real, and Galenka had gone one better, snagging a set of embassy credentials that gave her diplomatic immunity. Between them, he thought they'd be all right, as long as no one recognized Burke Barnum on the sidelines and started asking questions Bolan couldn't answer. 2 more charges down, and they split the last generator, deactivating 1 bomb each. Galenka seemed edgy, glancing toward the exit door where sunlight spilled inside to glint from polished steel.
You may want to put that Uzi away.
Galenka set down the weapon, stripped off her jacket and rehung the SMG, then put the jacket on again. The Uzi's muzzle showed below the jacket's hem, until she wedged it underneath her arm and clamped it tight against her side.
I can't do any more!
Fair enough. Just don't shake hands or sign autographs.
That sparked a smile, and they went out together with credentials raised. They were met by a ring of firearms. Bolan and Galenka made their explanations to a sheriff's sergeant and a young federal agent who looked more like a college sophomore than a crime-fighting G-man. Telephone numbers were offered for Hal Brognola's office and the Russian embassy in Washington before the sergeant helped himself to Kalenko's radio remote control.
Take care with that, just in case we missed something.
You finished here, or what?
Here? Yeah, but I've barely gotten started.
They'd cut it fine on this one, and he didn't even know where they were going next. The best Bolan could do was hope they wouldn't be too late. Las Vegas, Nevada. The Desert Rose Motel had definitely lost its bloom. Counting the plaster cracks and studying the threadbare carpet in his room, Bolan decided it had been a class act once, around the same time Howard Hughes tried to buy out Las Vegas and claim the town as his own personal monopoly game. Hughes was gone now, dead and buried, but the Desert Rose lingered on, providing quality accommodations at a bargain rate for visitors who didn't meet high roller criteria. The motel was situated 2 blocks north of the famous Las Vegas Strip, in a zone where day and night lost their traditional meaning. The sun rose and set on Las Vegas, as anywhere else, but Vegas was the original town that never slept. Casinos raked the money in 24/7, and the garish neon of the former carpet joints, now advertised for their contributions to family fun for all ages, turned the sky orange at night as if the city were on fire. You could spend a lifetime in Las Vegas and never see the stars, unless you counted those who turned up periodically in showrooms and cocktail lounges. Barnum was in a snit of sorts, upset at being left alone at Hoover Dam surrounded by lawmen. It didn't seem to matter that he'd skated past the challenge without incident. The guy was on a roll, pacing as an antidote to nervous energy. He was determined to be heard.
They could have locked me up while you were playing hero in the dam. They could have recognized me sitting there.
They didn't, though.
But they could have!
All right, enough. You've made your daily bitching quota, and unless you want a one-way ticket back to Terre Haute, you'll put a sock in it.
Barnum stood blinking at him, color draining from his face behind his phony beard. Bolan couldn't be sure if it was rage, fear, or a combination of the two that blanched his cheeks.
You won't do that. You need me.
Let's get something straight right now. I can have people here within the hour to pump you full of pentothal and pick your brain. Whatever you know, I'll know by the time they're finished. Once that's taken care of, they can drop you in that garbage bin parked out back for all I care. You get the picture?
I hear you.
Good. Now take a seat.
Barnum staked out a corner of the bed and sat with eyes downcast. He had the posture of a sullen child, but at least he was silent. Bolan took it as a step in the right direction.
We nearly dropped the ball today, despite surveillance mounted on the target in advance.
That's not my fault.
I didn't say it was. My point is that we can't afford to dick around from this point on. You seem to know the order Seryozha's picked for calling up his sleepers, but he isn't giving us a month between events now. If he starts to phone the orders in...
He won't.
God damn it, you don't know that!
He's right.
Bolan swung toward the Russian.
Oh, so he's made you a believer now?
Not him, Yasha.
How's that?
This project is his life, his masterpiece. He picked the sleepers personally, supervised their training and construction of their covers. They're the children Yasha never had. He'll wake the sleepers personally, one by one, for that reason if nothing else.
Give me a break.
It's alien to you, perhaps, but I know Yasha Seryozha. Don't forget, we shared more than assignments when we worked together in the KGB.
I'm not concerned about his sex life. You're sitting here describing someone who's insane.
Is dedication classified as a mental illness now? Perhaps. Or maybe he was driven mad by the extinction of a dream.
Sounds more like a nightmare.
A matter of perspective, yes? If someone from the CIA had planted saboteurs in Russia, you would have praised his ingenuity.
Not if he called them up a dozen years too late and tried to start World War III. That's lunacy, regardless of the flag you wrap it in.
You're not a Russian.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. All right, I'm going to bow to your expertise. We'll play it your way one more time. But hear this, both of you. If anything goes wrong because we backed your hunch, and I mean anything, all bets are off. I'll feed you to the U.S. Marshals, Barnum. And I'll see you on the next flight back to Moscow if I have to strap you on the wing myself.
Agreed.
I wasn't asking for your permission.
Bolan turned his back on her again and faced Barnum.
All right, let's have the name.
The name you want is Natalie Hyde.
The rest of it.
Last time I checked, she lived in Berwyn, Illinois, and taught 4th grade in the Chicago public school system. She's 48 years old, no children. She married once, it didn't take. In 1984, she got a plaque for Teacher of the Year.
The perfect cover.
That's not the half of it. Her husband was an FBI agent, retired in 1993 to work private security. He never had a clue, as far as I know.
Yasha must have enjoyed the irony.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, I'll make some calls and see what's smoking to the Windy City.
Just one thing before we hit the friendly skies again.
Make it quick.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm the only one who doesn't have a change of clothes. Now, I'm all for economy, but in another day or so, I'll have a certain air about me if you get my drift.
You do already.
There, see? I rest my case.
We don't have time to shop.
We passed a mall on the way in. It's maybe half a mile from here.
Forget it.
You need time to make arrangements for the flight, yes?
Not that long.
An hour, maybe less.
You want to stroll around a shopping mall, rub shoulders with the tourists? Is that it?
Holy shit, I'm not trying to ditch you, okay? Where would I go?
Bolan thought it over, frowning.
All right, here's how it goes. Straight to the mall from here, and then straight back. No stops along the way, coming or going. You get bargain basics. Say enough for 2 or 3 more days. Go easy on the credit card and keep it simple.
Okay, maybe I can find an Amish store.
Galenka, you're in charge of him. He talks to nobody but you. He tries to run, you stop him. Don't come back without him, one way or the other.
I believe we understand each other.
Indeed we do.
They stood and waited while Bolan found a credit card and gave it to the Major. Then he stepped within inches of Barnum's face.
You've got one chance. 1 hour.
In case we hit a traffic jam.
You're wasting time.
I hear you, boss.
The local mall was fairly crowded, but the shoppers didn't have that tourist look. Most out-of-towners were more interested in slot machines than shirts and slacks. It had been nearly a decade since Barnum had shopped for clothing or needed to. Prison-issued denim had been his standard garb. It felt strange, even stranger than hopping flights and ducking bullets with his 2 escorts. Remembering Bolan's admonition on expenses, they picked a mid-range men's store and went in. The Russian hovered and checked her watch incessantly while Barnum scanned the racks. Unsure of sizes after so much time, he had to guess on packaged shirts, but took a pair of slacks back to the changing room. Surprisingly, they fit.
How many can I get?
She checked the price and frowned.
2 pair, 3 shirts.
Oh, thanks, Mom. This is just like Christmas.
We are finished then?
Not quite. I'll need some underwear.
If you're waiting for me to blush, you're wasting your time. Hurry, we need to get back.
Barnum suddenly realized that he felt almost human for a change. This made a startling contrast from his day-to-day existence in a cell at Terre Haute. The sad part, he decided, was that he'd been unaware of just how much humanity he'd lost. He imagined running with his new clothes in their crinkly shopping bag, sprinting along the Vegas Strip as fast as he could go until one of the Russians' bullets knocked him down. But not yet. He still had work to do. Another airport and another charter flight, Tasya Galenka thought. They'd all begun to look the same, air terminals as seen from the outside, the charter planes and the pilots who accepted money without asking any questions. The 21-year-old Cessna Crusader was well maintained at least, and fairly comfortable. Galenka understood that its top cruising speed was 250 miles per hour, meaning the flight from Las Vegas to Chicago would keep them in the air for 7 hours, with stops for refueling in Denver and Springfield, Illinois. She wondered if Yasha was already in Chicago, and if so, whether he had activated the next sleeper. Galenka's last view of Las Vegas was a smear of neon on the vast, dark desert floor below. From high altitude, the city resembled a lava flow or a bed of hot coals as if the wrath of a vengeful deity had been unleashed upon the gamblers, prostitutes, and other sinners who had gathered there. She found it odd to catch herself thinking in such terms, worried for a moment that perhaps prolonged exposure to America and its people had begun to corrupt her thought process. She had been sent to eliminate her one-time lover and as many of his sleeper agents as she could. Galenka knew in her heart that she wouldn't flinch from killing Yasha if she got the chance. As for the woman in Chicago, she was no more to Galenka than another target on the firing range. Velasco had seemed almost surprised at some level to learn that at least 2 of Yasha's sleepers were women. Galenka didn't think it was a sexist attitude. His reservations against teaming up with her had more to do with nationality than gender, she was certain. But it seemed to gall him somehow that a woman would be used for a virtual suicide mission. There was something vaguely chivalrous about the tall American, though he had been content to let Galenka pull her weight so far. It was a refreshing change from the old Russian system, where women were perfectly equal in theory but seldom in fact. The asexual label of comrade hadn't spared Galenka from her share of gropes and propositions through her years with the KGB. The SVR was different these days, but only, she suspected, because of her rank and reputation for accepting missions that required bloodletting. Galenka had killed and maimed enough enemies of the state that she had become unapproachable on a human level. Yasha Serosa hadn't minded that, however. His own reputation preceded him and set him apart from other KGB officers who'd spent their careers in musty offices or embassies. Serosa was a hardcore covert operative assigned to wet work on a regular basis, directing conspiracias against the West that had cost dozens, perhaps hundreds of lives on both sides. Yasha won more of the deadly games than he lost, and Galenka believed he could have survived Russia's great transformation if only he'd been willing to bend. But that had proved impossible. It was a role he could not, would not play at any price. It was better in Yasha's view to lose his rank and pension, even to be hounded from his native land, than to surrender principle. There was a certain irony in using such a term to describe Serosa in action, but he was a man of principle for whom duty took precedence over friendship, family, or love. That was the reason he had to die. There could be no negotiation with Yasha, no reasoning with him. His mind was made up, and he wouldn't waver from his task as long as he survived. If captured, he would spend his last years scheming to escape and strike another blow against America. If wounded and disabled, he would find a way to crawl out of the hospital and seek revenge. Death solved it all, or would when she got close enough to pull the trigger one more time. Galenka knew the time would come. She only hoped it wouldn't be too late. Flying gave Bolan time to think. Galenka and the prisoner both gave him space, preoccupied with private thoughts. Bolan thought he could guess what some of those might be, but he was more concerned with what awaited them on touchdown in Chicago. Bolan had called Brognola's private line and reported what he knew about their next target, clearing the way for emergency surveillance on Natalie Hyde. The Big Fed wasn't sure how many more times he could play that card without explaining himself to the FBI. And it didn't help to learn that 2 agents from the Phoenix field office were listed as missing in action. Bolan added them to Serosa's rising body count, convinced they'd never be found alive. So many dead already, and no end in sight. Bolan was accustomed to violence. He killed instinctively, without hesitation or remorse. But his mission of the moment carried a sense of frustration that was unfamiliar. He lacked a sense of progress, forward movement toward achievement of his goal. Instead, it seemed that he was treading water with no visible signs of accomplishment. No, that was wrong. They'd stopped 2 of Serosa's sleepers so far, saving untold lives in the process. Still, they were no closer to the man responsible for the bloodshed than when they had started. Bolan resisted an urge to tabulate the dead since Farnham had emerged from prison. There was nothing to be gained from agonizing over strangers lost so far, or those who might be killed before he finished it with Serosa in his sights. He couldn't see beyond the Russian's death and frankly didn't care who pulled the trigger when the time came, but he still questioned Tasya Galenka's ability to drop a former lover in his tracks. Beyond the culmination of his task in Serosa's death, Bolan had no idea what would happen to the rest of the sleepers. He could squeeze Barnum for their names and addresses, transmit the intelligence to Hal or Stonyman, but their final disposition would be left to other hands. Whether they were arrested or simply made to vanish overnight, it wouldn't be Bolan's problem or responsibility. Unless he had to take them one by one, with Serosa still at large. That prospect haunted him as they were airborne over Arizona and Utah, flying east toward a rendezvous with Denver in daylight. 15 or 20 sleepers, Barnum had said. They had subtracted 2 from the list, and 1 more was waiting in Chicago. That left a conservative dozen at large, maybe twice that many if Barnum had been rounding numbers down. A dozen more lives, minimum, if Serosa managed to elude them. And then what? The worst-case scenario, short of Serosa phoning in his orders to a dozen moles and letting them all run amok simultaneously, was seeing the ex-KGB man escape scot-free. Terminating his sleepers was only half the job, and the less important half at that. There could be other plans, other contingencies if Serosa was frustrated in executing this one. In fact, Bolan was willing to bet on it. There would be no end to the problem while Serosa lived. His hatred was boundless, his dedication to a lost cause eternal. Serosa was one of Russia's last true believers, and that fact made him all the more dangerous. So Bolan would find him and kill him. The only questions remaining to be answered were where, when, and how. With luck, Chicago might be the end of the trail. It wasn't inconceivable that they would find Serosa with the next sleeper on his list, or at least in the same neighborhood. The last 2 had been killed before they could carry out their assignments. Was it enough to tempt Serosa from hiding to glimpse his pursuers? Perhaps. And if not, what then? Bolan had meant what he told Burke Barnum. If they missed the sleeper in Chicago, or otherwise failed to prevent an impending catastrophe, all bets were off. He would give Barnum back to the feds in a heartbeat, with instructions to extract the list of sleeper names and addresses by any means available. Bolan had zero interest in the traitor's health or happiness as long as he was useful to the mission. If he proved to be an obstacle instead, it would be no problem to dispose of him. In truth, Bolan felt more in common with his Russian target, Serosa, than with the turncoat who had spent most of his adult life wearing U.S. Army green. Bolan and Yasha Serosa were alike in many ways, determined, highly trained, ruthless, and dedicated to the sides they'd chosen in a war that many now considered obsolete passé. They were both of the old guard in that respect, warriors who understood what they were fighting for and balked at compromising basic tenets of their faith. Barnum, meanwhile, had sworn an oath of loyalty, then violated it for money. His crime was unforgivable in Bolan's eyes. The lives his treachery had sacrificed were irreplaceable. Bolan had no idea what Barnum hoped to gain by helping them stop Serosa's plan. Some greater public sympathy or private absolution, maybe a free pass on Judgment Day. But none of that was Bolan's concern. He had a mission to complete, and if Barnum wasn't part of the solution, then he was part of the problem. On the one hand, he was useful. On the other, Bolan was inclined to think he might as well be dead. The ex-lieutenant colonel hadn't proved himself to Bolan's satisfaction yet. What would it take? How much would Barnum have to sacrifice? If pressed, the executioner couldn't have said. Redemption always had a price, and undeserved redemption was the costliest of all. Barnum might have to give up everything he still possessed, whatever that might be. If he failed Bolan and Galenka in the next few hours, then the choice wouldn't be his. So many dead already. Bolan didn't think one more would hurt. Downtown Chicago, Illinois. Yasha Serosa waited in a drizzling rain on the corner of South State Street and West 17th. Behind him, the American Police Center and Museum was open for business, but drawing few tourists on a gray Chicago morning. The city's trademark wind wasn't in evidence so far, which made the weather tolerable. At any rate, it was better than Moscow. Serosa had chosen the rendezvous in a fit of whimsy, thumbing his nose at the American authorities. Granted, the police museum was staffed by civilian curators, not law enforcement officers, but he'd stopped short of meeting Helenka outside City Hall or Chicago's Federal Building. There was no point tempting fate, after all. Serosa was sheltered somewhat by a snap-brim fedora that could have belonged to an earlier age of Chicago's history. when gangsters rode to battle in armor-plated touring cars and carried their weapons in violin cases. His weapon of choice was the Red Arm pistol, worn in a shoulder rig beneath his sport coat and the lightweight raincoat that kept him more or less secure against the weather. He didn't plan on shooting anyone this day, but it was always best to be prepared. Soroza watched a patrol car glide past, its occupants ignoring him as if he were invisible. He knew the way police minds worked, viewing a moderately well-dressed white man on a city street corner in broad daylight. He wasn't young, black, or Hispanic, didn't wear outlandish clothes or act in a peculiar manner, speaking out of turn to passers-by or talking to himself. Nothing suspicious there, unless they found him in the same spot when they passed a second time. In that case, they might take a closer look and memorize his face, although they'd still have no just cause to stop and question him. Soroza checked his watch and saw he only had 6 minutes left before Helenka was supposed to meet him. The police wouldn't return within that time unless summoned to cope with an emergency. The rain worked in his favor there, reducing foot traffic along with any likelihood of purse snatching or other minor crimes. 12 years had passed since Soroza's last visit to Chicago. Much had changed in that time, but the gray city still had the same gritty feel he remembered from last time. It was like Moscow, like all great cities in that way. The hopes and fears and disappointments of its people had seeped into the very stone and concrete of the city itself, making the streets and alleyways a haunted maze. One didn't have to read Chicago's history to know it harbored crime, corruption, and despair. It was enough to stand and breathe the morbid air. Soroza had an old-line Russian's grasp of U.S. history as taught at schools whose teachers had been vetted by the KGB. He'd read The Jungle at an early age, and later learned about Chicago's bootleg wars as an example of capitalism run amok. Chicago meant stockyards, where butchers were treated little better than the animals they slaughtered for minimum wage. Police more concerned with collecting bribes than arresting criminals. Politicians enthralled to swarthy mobsters dressed in gaudy suits and wraparound sunglasses. He understood the Windy City in the same way zealots understand most things, which was to say not at all. But Soroza was a natural survivor, and Chicago suited him as well as any other city on the planet, from Paris to Pyongyang. Given brief preparation and the proper tools, he could disappear anywhere, eluding those who hunted him, turning the game around and making them his prey. Compared to some of the cities where Soroza had plied his covert trade, Chicago was what overfed Americans would call a piece of cake. He saw Natalie Hyde, born Natalia Helenka in Gorky, coming from a block away. Her working uniform wouldn't attract attention on the street or when she reached her target. Black denim jeans, a navy blue turtleneck sweater, and black Nike runners. Her dark brown hair, shot through with flecks of gray, was worn short. Helenka wore no makeup, trusting her olive complexion and naturally dark lips to cover for missing cosmetics. She was just another face. No one would ever suspect that inside her purse was a Glock 19 pistol, a live round in the chamber and 15 more in the magazine. She was afoot, using a black umbrella to keep her dry. Soroza watched the scattered pedestrians behind her as Helenka dawdled past the windows of a jewelry store, noting with satisfaction that no one slowed to keep pace with her or even seemed to give Helenka a second glance. Soroza allowed himself a thin smile as Helenka crossed the street to join him. They shook hands in the great American tradition, disdaining any more extravagant show of emotion. They were friends, nothing more, perhaps meeting for lunch or a quick shopping spree.
What are you following?
Yes, comrade. It's as you had warned me over the phone. So I left my car in Chinatown and lost them at the subway terminal.
You're certain?
Absolutely.
Good. Walk with me, comrade.
They walked north on State Street, Soroza briefing her on the aborted strikes in Atlanta and at the Hoover Dam. Helenka had followed both stories on television without realizing their import. Now as Soroza explained her immediate danger, he saw a greater wariness reflected in her eyes.
I'm obviously compromised. It's most unfortunate, comrade. I had hoped to proceed as planned.
And so you shall.
You haven't come to cancel my assignment, then?
By no means, comrade. Your success in the face of determined opposition is more important than ever.
I will not fail.
It won't be easy, comrade. You've already been tailed like a common criminal.
That works to my advantage. They'll find I'm not so very common after all.
And if they search your home for evidence?
I left them a surprise.
You make me proud, comrade. Refresh an old man's memory about your primary and secondary targets.
There was nothing wrong with Yasha Soros's memory, nor did his sleeper buy it for a moment. Even so, she did as she was told, reciting from her memory the layout and security provisions currently in place at both of her prospective targets. If one was inaccessible today, the other would do just as well. They reached the corner of West 15th Street, and Sorosa stopped.
I may be watching you today. A bit of extra security, perhaps. I hope that will not inconvenience you?
By no means, comrade. It's a compliment.
Until this afternoon, then.
For the revolution, comrade.
For the revolution. Serve it well.
Washington, D.C.
Bad news, Hal. A retired police officer turned up 2 corpses in the desert north of Scottsdale. Seems he was working a section of landscape with his metal detector when the bells and whistles started going off big time. 10 minutes digging in loose soil didn't win him a treasure chest, though. He came up with the first of 2 bodies planted side by side. Their belt buckles and some coins in their pockets had triggered the detector.
Don't tell me. Missing FBI agents Kipling Thomas Holmes and Gary Arthur Rexton.
Right. Minus their badges, ID cards, and pistols. They were identified later. Both dispatched by close-range gunshots to the head. Rexton's single killing shot entered behind the left ear, fired at something close to skin touch range, as revealed by the powder tattooing. Holmes died facing his killer, shot twice, in the forehead and right cheek, from a distance greater than 3 feet. Superficial abrasions and scuff marks on the dead men's shoes revealed they'd been dragged some distance after they were shot. There's a search underway to find the place where they were shot.
I'm betting on a lookout point near Byron Cross's house.
The FBI is up in arms. Headquarters is demanding full disclosure on the mission that led to Holmes and Rexton being killed. I routed the angry messages to Justice, where a bureaucratic firewall is in place and holding. For the moment, anyway.
Jesus. I just got off the phone with the FBI myself. No government employees have gone missing in Chicago yet, but they're mad as hell because Natalie Hyde, the supposedly mild-mannered schoolteacher they've been watching on my orders, has expertly shaken off their crack surveillance team this morning.
Any clue as to where she might be?
No. But we do know something the Bureau brass doesn't. Miss Hyde's disappearance might be a signal of critical danger.
Any idea how she knew the Bureau had her covered?
There's only 2 possible answers. Either Chicago's G-men are sloppy to the point of incompetence, or else the sleeper was forewarned.
By whom?
There's only one name on the list of suspects. I hate to think that Yasha Sorosha is aware of a concerted move against his moles, but I suppose the revelation is inevitable. How else does he explain the violent interception of his last 2 sleepers within moments of blitzing their appointed targets? Only a fool would think it was coincidence, and whatever else he might be, that bastard is nobody's fool. The only good news so far has been that Sorosha seems intent on launching his human projectiles one at a time, rather than unleashing them en masse. But that can change in a heartbeat if he deems it too risky to continue on his present course. We have no idea if Sorosha can activate the sleepers via long distance, and Burke Barnum has thus far declined to part with the full listed names. Chicago will decide that problem, at least. If Bolan and Major Galenka miss their target, all hell is going to break loose from the strike zone to the Oval Office. Barnum's going to find himself suddenly devoid of wiggle room. He'll be compelled to give up the names, by one means or another.
Say he does spill all the names. What happens then? Is any federal judge in their right mind going to accept the unsubstantiated word of a fugitive from justice as probable cause for the issuance of 20-odd arrest warrants?
Good question. Here's another one. If they do, are any of the charges going to stick without corroborating evidence in the form of confessions or captured Soviet weapons? This may be one long, brutal day, Barbara, and I'm wondering who's coming out the other side of it alive.
Chicago. Natalia Helenka drove her rented Hyundai Sonata north on Narragansett Avenue toward Jefferson Park until she reached a private storage facility. The place had been repainted 6 or 7 times and renamed twice since she had rented Unit 42, but her belongings hadn't been disturbed. $20 per month bought anonymity and a measure of security, the latter enhanced by her own heavy-duty padlock. She stopped at the guardhouse.
Good morning, ma'am. ID, please.
Good morning. Unit 42.
Thank you. You have a good day now.
How sweet. Thank you. Imbecile.
Helenka would have enjoyed killing him, but it wasn't part of her mission. As a professional, Helenka knew better than to indulge her personal whims. She drove the rented car between 2 rows of storage sheds and parked outside Unit 42. Stepping from the Sonata, she glanced both ways along the alley, satisfying herself that she had the place to herself. Helenka had left her Mazda parked in Chinatown and watched her rear-view mirror closely all the way from the car rental agency on East Cermak Road, ensuring that she wasn't followed. She rummaged in her purse, pushing the Glock 19 and its 2 spare magazines aside to reach the extra key ring that held only 3 keys. One unlocked a safe deposit box at her bank in Riverside, containing her escape kit, documents supporting a second false identity, and $10,000 in cash. One of the smaller keys, which she selected now, fit the padlock on storage unit 42. She unlocked the metal shed and raised the square garage-type door. After stepping in, she lowered the door behind her for privacy. It wouldn't lock from the inside, but she was confident no one had followed her. And if they had, against all odds, she had the Glock. A large old-fashioned steamer trunk sat in the middle of the shed, raised off the concrete floor by 2 chunks of 4x4 lumber. The trunk was covered with a fine layer of dust, its hasp secured by another sturdy padlock, which Helenka now unlocked using the 3rd key on her ring. Inside the trunk were several military surplus duffel bags. She lifted out the bags and opened each in turn, checking the contents for the first time in nearly 2 years. The items required no maintenance, but Helenka visited the cache sporadically to make sure that it hadn't been disturbed. After nearly 2 decades of waiting, the objects would be put to use. One duffel bag contained an AKS assault rifle, carefully wrapped in oily rags to prevent rust. Likewise, wrapped in a second bag were Helenka's magazines and ammunition for the rifle, 400 armor-piercing rounds in all. A third bag contained a dozen RGD anti-personnel grenades. The fourth held bricks of RDX plastic explosive, detonators separated in a plastic sandwich bag. The last item, a field radio, she left in the trunk as superfluous. The original plan had called for sleeper agents in America to coordinate their strikes with an invasion force or in support of air and missile strikes requiring secure means of communication. Perestroika and the collapse of the Soviet Union had closed out those options, and Helenka's communications gear was thus unnecessary, dead weight she could ill afford to carry with her into battle. The weapons were all she required this morning, en route to her primary target. Her targets, all the sleeper's targets, had been pre-selected with maximum shock value in mind. No agent was restricted to a single target, though. Their handler had anticipated that some would be demolished or relocated over time, requiring a measure of flexibility on D-Day. The sleepers simply maintained periodic surveillance on their targets and kept abreast of local changes. There had been none for Natalia Helenka. Her targets remained unchanged beyond superficial remodeling. She'd spent protracted time in both and knew her way around inside both buildings well enough to draw their floor plans from memory. Security was tighter on the secondary target, including metal detectors and visible armed guards. This explained its relegation to backup status if she couldn't score on number 1. But it should be no problem, she decided, while loading her gear into the Sonata's back seat. After all, everyone was welcome at the Sears Tower. The targets were Helenka's choice. Upon arrival in Chicago, the first assignment from her handler had been a compilation of 6 proposed targets, ranked in order of desirability and maximum impact. She'd originally ranked Chicago's Federal Building first on the list in those distant days before domestic terrorism and suicide truck bombings transformed government facilities into fortresses. The other 4 targets on her list, all enthusiastically approved as fallback options in the event of war between Russia and America, had been the Midwest Stock Exchange, Chicago City Hall, the Mercantile Exchange and Tribune Tower, home of what had once been America's foremost reactionary newspaper. Any one of those targets, her handler agreed, would make a fitting funeral pyre for decadent Chicago on the day of reckoning. If she could strike at more than one, so much the better. But one would be enough. Berwyn, Illinois. 2 federal agents were waiting when Bolan's team touched down at Chicago Midway Airport. The older of the pair gave Bolan's FBI credentials a cursory once-over, pointedly ignoring Galenka and Barnum. He passed Bolan a set of keys in lieu of shaking hands.
You've got the Buick Century.
The agent nodded toward the nearer of 2 late-model sedans. His partner sat behind the other car's steering wheel, pointedly avoiding eye contact with the new arrivals.
Thanks, Agent.
Drop the wheels back here when you're done if you can. Otherwise, call the field office and give us an address for pickup.
Will do.
Anything else?
I'll let you know.
The G-man blinked at him and turned away, retreating toward the second vehicle. His partner had the engine running when he got there, and the agents wasted no time pulling out, neither affording Bolan or his team a backward glance.
Some friends you've got.
They've heard about Scottsdale. Get in the car.
Rognola had broken the news when Bolan checked in from their Springfield pit stop. 2 more bodies had been added to Serosa's rising tally, and this time the victims were FBI agents executed in cold blood. Bolan didn't know if they'd been shot by Serosa personally or by Byron Cross. It made no difference to the dead or to their fellow agents nationwide, who would be itching for a chance to settle the score.
Do you think the federal agents will attempt to interfere?
I hope not.
In fact, he had no way of knowing whether the men and women assigned to the Bureau of Chicago field office were disciplined enough to keep their cool under the circumstances. Bolan hoped they were, but experience had taught him that a world of hurt often lay between hope and reality. Bolan drove north from the airport on Central Avenue, passing through Stickney before he turned left on Pershing, then right on Narragansett into Berwyn. Midway Airport lay barely 4 miles from their destination on a quiet residential street where nothing newsworthy had ever taken place until that morning.
That's some nasty smoke up ahead. Looks about 2 blocks away.
Yeah, interesting. That's how much farther we're going.
By the time he pulled into Natalie Hyde's cul-de-sac, he knew they were too late. The sleeper's condominium was gone, for all intents and purposes. A smoking crater occupied the place where it once stood, bristling with jagged beams and bits of shattered masonry, including rubble from the condos flanking it on either side. Firefighters played twin streams of water on the smoking wreckage, while grim-faced neighbors, uniformed police, and clean-cut types wearing FBI jackets surveyed the damage from a safe distance.
We're too late.
Maybe not.
Bolan left Galenka in charge of their prisoner, the Buick parked behind a blue and white squad car. He palmed his federal ID and moved toward a huddle of agents, scoping out the gray-haired man who seemed to be in charge.
I want the background on the realtor while you're at it. No stone unturned on this, people. Get cracking.
Excuse me. Supervisory Special Agent Michael Blansky from D.C. Can I get a sit-rep, Agent...
Sundberg. That's special agent in charge for Chicago. And I don't recall asking for any supervisory assistance.
We're never invited, Agent Sundberg. You know that as well as I do.
Wariness crept in around the older man's eyes. Any G-man with gray in his hair would be familiar with the FBI's Byzantine bureaucracy and methods of spot-checking agents in place. Bolan's putative appearance from Washington could only mean trouble for local agents caught in his path.
All right. So what's the problem? You can see we've got a situation here.
Your situation is the reason for my visit. I was sent out to coordinate investigation of one Natalie Hyde, residing at this address.
What address, son? You're looking at a crater here.
What happened, Agent Sundberg?
Let's, walk over there, Blansky. A little more privacy. We had orders to mount surveillance on this subject. You must know that, right?
That's affirmative.
Then you should know she slipped us twice in 2 days. The first time she was only gone a short while. This time I figured maybe she was running.
You authorized a penetration.
Well...
Against direct orders, you went beyond your brief. And what happened here?
I guess she had some kind of booby trap in place.
You guess?
It's the best I can do right now, okay? I've got 2 agents dead. Vaporized is more like it. We won't have forensic results on the cause of the blast for a while. The fire department has some notion about saving lives before they let us bag the evidence. Go figure.
You're on notice. This is a major breach, and it comes down to you. The buck stops right here.
I know that. You think I don't know that? Jesus.
Indulge the self-pity on your own time. Was there any indication Hyde might be at home when it went up?
No way. The 2 I lost were sitting on the place from when she left this morning till I sent them through the door.
Tell me you had a warrant, at least.
They were just supposed to have a look around, that's all.
How many years do you have in?
I've got my 25.
Start the retirement paperwork before the press gets hold of this and runs with it. You could do worse.
Bolan left the gray man standing by himself and walked back to the rental car.
Is she inside there?
No such luck. She lost her second tail this morning and the feds got jumpy. They were working on a black bag job, but she surprised them with a little housewarming present.
Bad news for somebody.
That would be us. Our target's running, and we don't know where she'll go.
We're screwed. There's too many potential targets in Chicago. If she spotted the surveillance...
She won't care. She's already ditched her watchers. My guess is she'll try to go ahead as planned from the beginning.
Great. We're back to square one.
She'll keep it simple.
Say what?
If she believes herself superior to those set against her, she won't be afraid of the direct approach.
Direct approach to what?
Start with something close to home or to her job. Something she could keep an eye on year-round, maybe 5 or 6 days a week.
Exactly.
Like what?
Galenka, there's a map in the glove compartment. Let's see it.
Galenka unfolded the standard Auto Club street map of Greater Chicago, arranging it as best she could between them, Barnum peering over the back seat.
She teaches school, but where?
An elementary school on West Quincy Street.
Bolan consulted the map's index and let his fingers do the walking. His eyes narrowed as he found the block containing Natalie Hyde's workplace.
She's got 2 targets within walking distance. Sears Tower and the Federal Building.
It's a start.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Join the club. Galenka, turn on that police scanner.
Vicinity of Sears Tower. Respond code 3. Repeat. We have shots fired and 2 officers down.
Shit. Hang on.
Downtown Chicago, 5 minutes earlier. Halenka had primed her explosive charges in the car, then repacked them in the largest duffel bag before she left the Hyundai Sonata and made her way into the Sears Tower lobby. The first thing she spied was 2 police officers huddled in conversation with a private security guard. She wasn't sure who had called the police, but she accepted their arrival as inevitable. It would have been nice to complete her mission unseen and escape, but her backup plans felt like hubris now, a fantasy she never should have trusted in the first place. Fair enough. She'd come this far, and there was no turning back. She would be forced to proceed aggressively. The patrolmen had their backs turned to Halenka when she'd drawn her AKS assault rifle, already cocked, from underneath her knee-length coat. The rent-a-cop saw her coming with the weapon, but he had no chance to warn the others before she opened fire and dropped all 3. She walked over and added a single headshot for each policeman, ignoring the screams while she bent to retrieve their sidearms. Then Halenka turned toward the bank of waiting elevators. She hadn't expected to fire on civilians so quickly, but when she turned away from her first 3 victims, Halenka found a trio of high-powered types, a man and 2 women, obstructing her path to the elevators, all gaping at the carnage she'd wrought. Already irritated at the way her plans had been thrown off, she swept them with a burst of automatic fire and sent them sprawling over blood-slicked marble. Halenka didn't know if they were dead or dying and didn't care. She had important work to do, and she was on borrowed time once the first shots were fired. 2 elevator cars were waiting for her, doors standing open, as Halenka stepped around the spreading pool of blood her last 3 targets had released. She was halfway to the nearest open door when a 3rd elevator arrived, and a tall black security guard emerged.
Shit!
His first glimpse of the lobby battlefield was startling, but the man recovered quickly, drawing a pistol as he leaped back into the elevator car. Helenka tried to catch him with an AK burst, but missed. She was advancing toward the elevators when the guard thrust his hand around the corner and triggered 2 blind shots in rapid fire. To her surprise, one of the wild shots passed within a hand's width of her face, the other missing by at least a yard.
Fuck you, asshole!
Helenka returned fire as she retreated toward a circular island in the middle of the lobby, where the down-uniformed guard normally sat. Helenka threw herself across the counter, dropping out of sight within the small enclosure. She popped up long enough to fire another short burst at the elevators, driving the security guard back under cover. Escape was now the last thing on Helenka's mind. Even though she might have slipped away before the first squad cars arrived, she was determined to proceed at any cost. She reached inside the heavy duffel bag and lifted out 2 fragmentation grenades. When Bolan pulled up in his federal sedan, 3 blue and white squad cars with roof-mounted lights flashing had just converged outside the main entrance to the Sears Tower.
Let's get these people off the street now! Move it,
Come
people!
on now, clear
We've
the
got a
streets
situation
now!
here!
Clear
Come
them!
on, come on!
Away
Come
from
on,
the
move
building,
it!
now!
Come on, let us do our work!
Bolan leapt out of the Buick, followed quickly by Galenka. He pulled from his pocket the FBI credentials he hoped would get him past the first cops.
Badge time.
He looked back into the sedan at Barnum, who was sitting back with his open palms extended.
I know the drill. You go play while I sit here and hope nobody sees me, right?
It might help if you mingle with the crowd. Just don't get lost.
No sweat. I'll be around when you get back.
If we get back, Bolan thought. But he didn't share that thought. He charged over and flashed his ID at the first uniform he came in contact with. Galenka flipped her own too quickly for the cop to take it in.
I'm Special Agent Michael Blansky.
I've kind of got my hands full. If you want to take a number, we can shoot the shit when I get some relief out here.
We're not here to observe. You've got a federal fugitive inside who's probably equipped with high explosives, in addition to whatever gun she's carrying.
Say what?
A detonation from the lobby brought windows crashing down. A second blast came close behind, flames pulsing in the shady cavern of the lobby.
Those are frag grenades. We have reason to believe she's also carrying plastic explosives.
She? Did you say she?
Sergeant, I don't have time to lay it out for you. We need to get inside there, and I'd rather that your people didn't shoot us while we're working.
I've got SWAT inbound.
And you've got squat for an excuse if she brings down the house before they get here and deploy. We need another way inside, and I mean now.
Well, shit. Hey, Rankin.
Yes, sir!
Run these 2 over to the side entrance on Jackson. They go in, nobody leaves. If anybody shoots the feds, I'm holding you responsible.
Yes, sir!
They ran behind their guide to Jackson Boulevard, an east-west artery that ran along the Sears Tower's southern flank. They found another entrance there, undamaged by the gunfire and explosions from within.
Coming through, make some room. These are federal agents.
Thanks, Rankin.
Good luck!
Bolan drew his pistol as he crossed the threshold with Galenka on his heels. They found themselves inside a smaller version of the tower's main lobby, with access to the front of the building along a short corridor lined with understated works of art. The air was redolent with cordite.
Through the corridor.
Bolan had his Beretta 93R set for 3 round bursts, and he held it ready as he moved along the corridor. Galenka paced him, her Gyurza P9 braced in a 2-handed grip. 10 more paces brought them to a corner with a slice of open lobby visible beyond, but no view of their shooter yet. Somebody had to make a move, and it was Bolan's turn. Galenka had him covered as he launched himself into the lobby, running in a crouch. Yasha Sarosa was an expert at mingling with crowds. He had practiced the art in a dozen world capitals and countless smaller cities, priding himself on the very lack of distinction most people considered a personal fault. It was more difficult in Africa and Asia, though he'd enjoyed some success in the Third World as well. Downtown Chicago, by contrast, was simplicity itself. Sarosa had staked out the southeast corner of Jackson Boulevard and Franklin Street, well back from the police line and surrounded by scores of those vultures in human form that Americans call rubberneckers. The ex-KGB man had no fear of being spotted in the crowd. If his nameless companions were vultures, Seroza himself was a chameleon, adept at changing hues to match his background. Luckily, no one had seen his hue suddenly turn bright red when he spied an obvious unmarked police car pulling up. There had been nothing remarkable about the driver, but the female passenger was something else. It was Tasia Galenka. She'd been blonde the last time he'd seen her, but there was no mistaking that face or the athletic body. Long strides had caught her up with the driver, and they had huddled with a uniformed policeman speaking urgently. Seroza couldn't hear their words, and the angle was wrong for lip reading, but he knew immediately what Galenka wanted. She was stalking him. Why else had a major in the SVR and Seroza's one-time lover shown up in the company of an apparent U.S. federal agent at the very moment when one of Seroza's sleepers had gone into action? Tasia and her companion had been escorted at a full run around the side of the building, and now he stood amongst the crowd, watching as a bearded man emerged on the passenger side of the unmarked car, reaching up distractedly to scratch at his whiskers. He immediately moved toward the east side of Franklin, where he mingled with the crowd of onlookers. His behavior was curious enough to draw Seroza's full focus. What was it about this stranger that made him uneasy? The way he touched his hair and beard, for one thing. Not so much scratching, Seroza decided, but patting them, as if to reassure himself that they were still in place. A disguise? Seroza examined the profile more closely, concentrating on the brow and nose, the cheek above the beard. Why did he feel as if he ought to know that face against all odds and logic? Then it hit him. The fugitive. Burke Barnum in the flesh. His teeth clenched in fury, Seroza began to make his way through the crowd, shouldering the vultures aside. If Barnum didn't see him coming, they would soon have something else to watch. Galenka flinched as a burst of Kalashnikov rounds rattled off the wall above her head. They seemed to miss Belasco as he charged across the lobby toward a kind of circular desk or counter 50 feet away. She couldn't see the shooter, but when Belasco returned fire, he angled his gun to the left, blasting 2 short bursts toward a target beyond Galenka's line of sight. He had to have missed, since the Kalashnikov responded instantly, another stream of 7.62mm rounds hammering across the lobby, this time chewing up the circular island Belasco had chosen for cover. Galenka risked a glance around the corner and saw a woman running backward toward a bank of elevators, firing from the hip as she retreated. It was a long shot, but she tried it, squeezing off a double tap from the Gyurza P9. Galenka missed the woman, but her second round slapped hard against the heavy-looking duffel bag her target carried slung across one shoulder. The impact startled Galenka, but she recovered like a true professional, swinging around her AKS without a heartbeat's hesitation to bring Galenka under fire. It was a losing game unless she reached the elevators, since Galenka couldn't cover both of them at once. She'd have to reload soon, and if she tried it standing in the open, she was dead. Crouched in hiding, Galenka tried to remember what she'd just seen of the lobby in detail. How many elevators were open and waiting? What other concealment Hyde might have available? She thought 2 open elevator cars were visible behind the shooter, with at least 3 others in the line, but Galenka couldn't swear that she'd seen everything there was to see. And that could be a problem, since an error at this point, when she made her move, could easily prove fatal. Bolan fired another 3-round burst from his Beretta, and she realized the opportunity to break from cover, slipping gracefully around the corner before she broke into a run. It wasn't really far, no more than 30 yards, if that, but it was open ground all the way, with a firefight in progress. Galenka charged toward the bank of elevators, squeezing off 2 more rounds from her pistol without a clear target, the figure of Galenka a blur of motion and sound. The woman was poised between 2 elevator cars, both doors open. She could go either way, but now she'd stopped dead center, pivoting to face Galenka with the automatic rifle braced against her hip. She fired for effect, a determined effort to kill, but Galenka saw it coming and threw herself aside with force enough to bruise her ribs on touchdown. Chips of marble stung her face and scalp, one slicing through her right eyebrow, but Galenka was still in the fight, firing again and again at Seroza's sleeper. Galenka leaped backward into one of the open elevators, slapping at the control panel with one hand. Galenka picked a spot on the wall where she hoped the circuits might be and triggered 4 quick shots, hoping the Gyurza P9 would live up to its awesome reputation this time. She needed damage to stop or slow the elevator, prevent Helenka from getting away. If she escaped into the upper reaches of the tower, she could hide for hours. It wouldn't take that long to plant the RDX and set its fuses. Minutes, maybe, but not hours. The elevator didn't move, and Galenka felt a surge of triumph. But it quickly died as her opponent reached out through the open door and flicked a metal egg in her direction, wobbling and bouncing across the polished floor. Galenka recoiled from the grenade, turned her back, and threw one arm across her eyes. Natalia Helenka reloaded her AKS. Taking advantage of the momentary smoke, she lunged from the decommissioned elevator, fired a short burst toward the central desk where another enemy lay waiting, and slipped inside the nearest waiting elevator with an open door. Again, she punched the control panel indiscriminately.
Go! Go!
Floors meant nothing to her now. She had no specific targets in the building. She only needed time to plant her charges and prepare for their sequential detonation. For Helenka's purposes, a blowout on the third or fourth floor would be as good as any other choice, rocking the massive monument to capitalist greed, bringing it down in an avalanche of stone and steel. The ruins of the Sears Tower would make an appropriate marker for her grave. The elevator stopped on 4, and she exited uncaring, conscious only of the weapon in her hands and the milling crowd of lackeys who were now aware of danger in the building. Whether they'd heard sounds or been alerted by phone calls, she neither knew nor cared. Helenka fired short bursts in either direction and set them running pell-mell for their lives, disappearing into office doors on either side of the corridor. Helenka had been on almost every floor of the Sears Tower at one time or another, dressing up and feigning business there, or simply roaming at will, pretending she was lost if anyone stopped to question her. Security was farcical, she'd found, and trespassers who seemed to know where they were going seldom faced a challenge. This day, on the 4th floor, there were no guards in sight. She had also studied works on architecture, some of them including diagrams of this very building, until she knew the locations for optimum placement of demolition charges. She was an angel of death, and she was eager to share. Suddenly, a stocky gray-haired man emerged from an office to her left, brandishing a fire extinguisher as if he meant to spray her with it, or perhaps toss the whole thing at her head. Helenka shot him in the chest before he could decide and sent him reeling back through the doorway. Helenka counted doors and found the office that, if she had calculated properly, should grant her access to one of the tower's massive support beams. A block of RDX plastique secured in the northwest corner of the room would snap that pillar, even as other charges strategically placed around the 4th floor severed others, permitting the tower to collapse of its own ponderous weight. Helenka reached into her bag for the first plastic charge. Then she realized another elevator had arrived on 4. She had company. Bolan lunged through the door in a crouch, Tasya Galenka close behind him. The Russian was still bleeding from a ragged shrapnel cut along her hairline, but she didn't let it slow her. If the close-range grenade blast had damaged her in any other way, it didn't show. The counter on Natalie Hyde's elevator had shown them where to go, and the familiar smell of cordite told Bolan they had the right floor. If his nose had failed him, there was fresh brass scattered in the hallway, bullet damage to the walls in both directions, and a pair of feet from an open doorway on his right, 3 doors down. The sleeper was running up her score, but where was she now? Bolan paused, listening. He took for granted that his target wasn't looking for a place to hide right now, as much as seeking places for her bricks of RDX. Since all the other sleepers so far had come equipped with plastique, he was willing to assume she had to have a stash of her own. The trick now was to find and neutralize her before she could set them off and start a chain reaction that would leave them all buried under several thousand tons of smoking rubble. That meant a search, rapid but reasonably thorough, and for Bolan's money, the dead man lying 30 feet in front of him was a fair indicator of which direction Hyde had been moving when she left the elevator. As to whether she'd maintained that track or changed her mind and turned around, maybe veered off down another hallway, only precious time would tell. They could split up and cover twice as many offices, but Bolan was prepared to play a hunch this time. He moved out toward the pair of jutting feet and leaned across the corpse to check the office out, letting Galenka take the room across the hall. They worked that way until they'd covered 8 more offices, encountering a number of silent, terrified office workers huddled behind desks. He was about to enter number 9 when gunshots behind him indicated Galenka had found their target behind door number 10. Bolan snaked across the slick floor on his belly, joining Galenka where she lay against the wall, a zigzag line of bullet holes marking the office door and wall above her at waist level. Bolan crawled toward the door, which had swung nearly shut but failed to latch. There was an inch or two of daylight showing down the frame, which meant it could swing open at his touch. He would be under fire as soon as it began to move, but if Galenka was crouched behind a desk or something similar, he just might have a chance coming in at ankle height. Galenka crept up on his left, stretched out beside him, angling her P9 toward the door. He didn't argue since her weapon was reputed to have better penetration than his own. If the sleeper had cover, he could use the help. If she didn't, 2 guns were still twice as deadly as 1.
Ready?
Ready.
Bolan shoved the door back, braced and ready for the storm of automatic fire that broke above his head an instant later. Natalia Galenka was firing across a modernistic desk, some kind of sheet metal construction painted chocolate brown. She fired off half a magazine before she recognized her mistake, and by that time, Bolan and Galenka were returning fire. Together, they turned the desk into a sieve, Galenka jerking and tumbling over backward behind it, firing her last wasted rounds at the ceiling above. Bolan reloaded as he scrambled to his feet, Galenka once again beside him as he approached the desk. Behind it, their adversary lay sprawled in blood, past caring whether her mission was a success or failure. It took another moment to locate and disarm the charge she'd planted. Bolan shouldered Hyde's duffel bag and took the AKS with him as they moved back toward the elevator.
Freeze!
They were suddenly confronted with a ring of guns and men in black.
Take it easy, fellas. Did one of you bring a mop?
Burke Barnum watched policemen milling in the street and felt frustration radiating from them as they paced behind their cars or duck-walked between vehicles staying below the line of fire. In fact, no one had fired a shot at them so far. Ironically, that seemed to increase the frustration level among the assembled officers as they were left out of the action, consigned to a spectator's role, while assembled television cameras broadcast their inactivity live across the width and breadth of Greater Chicago. Barnum, for his part, was glad to be excluded from the battle. His combat experience had been limited to a brief rear echelon tour of the Persian Gulf during Operation Desert Storm, and while he'd worn the campaign ribbon proudly before his arrest, he'd never truly shared the zeal of his brother officers for logging combat time. It had always been easier to coast and avoid the grim duties, while others took the risks and banked the hazard pay. Barnum didn't know if that made him a coward, but that was the least of his problems right now. If he had been a combat soldier, perhaps he would have sensed the movement on his flank before it was too late. A shifting in the crowd at first, nothing to be concerned about, and then a strong arm snaked around his neck from behind. Barnum dropped his chin in time to keep the unseen stranger from crushing his larynx, or cranking his head back and snapping his neck. He was dragged backward, struggling to stay on his feet.
Goodbye, Comrade Barnum.
Barnum brought his hands up, clawing at the arm that threatened to strangle him, trying desperately to recall the self-defense tricks he'd been taught in boot camp so many years before. Kick backward and down at the shins or instep. Failing that, slump forward and try to flip an adversary over one shoulder, using his weight and momentum against him. One thing at a time. Barnum struggled, kicking feebly backward with one foot, then the other, terrified of losing his balance and giving Serosa the leverage he needed to finish the job. It only took a second to crush the hyoid bone, and Barnum would choke to death from there, even if Serosa released him and vanished into the crowd. The world was going dark in front of him, a sure sign of oxygen deprivation, but he could still see well enough to watch the crowd fall back around him. They were typical Americans, dreading involvement in someone else's trouble, especially if danger was apparent. It took a long, disoriented moment for Barnum to realize he was hearing gunfire, and then Serosa released him, landing a vicious blow to the side of Barnum's head before he turned and ran.
Get out of my way, now!
Tasia Galenka shoved her way through the gaping ring of spectators, a pistol smoking in her hand, and knelt beside Barnum long enough to check his pulse.
Nail his ass.
Satisfying herself that Barnum was still alive, she ran off through the crowd. Next he saw Bolan standing over him, bending down to offer him a hand as a curtain of darkness descended.
I fucked up.
Galenka's legs pumped furiously as she tried to close the lead Serosa had achieved. Serosa was halfway down the next long block, southbound and running like an athlete half his age. He ducked and dodged among startled pedestrians, deliberately clipping some so that they sprawled across her path. He hadn't drawn a weapon, hadn't even glanced back to confirm that she was chasing him. He'd known she would, and ran as if his life depended on it. Which it did. Galenka couldn't fire her gun. She would have had to stop and aim, thereby giving Serosa a greater lead, and there were too many civilians in her line of fire. Even a clean shot would have been too risky, since the P9's armor-piercing bullets might have drilled Serosa and traveled on another 100 feet or more with lethal force. Galenka was supposed to stop a bloodbath, not create one, and she'd already killed once that morning. If they'd had the sidewalk to themselves, or better still, a nice blind alley, she'd have risked the shot. But as it was, no way. Serosa was racing toward a young woman with a baby in a stroller. He didn't hesitate when he saw the golden opportunity. Almost without breaking stride, he plucked the baby from its nest of blankets and swung around as he ran, his right arm going back, clutching the surprised infant by its fuzzy jumpsuit. He moved so swiftly that the baby's mother couldn't stop him, and then he hurled the infant back downrange for all the world like a quarterback passing a football. The baby wobbled toward Galenka in midair, the Russian's arms outstretched to catch the pass. She almost shut her eyes, but forced them open for the baby's sake, willing to live with what she'd see if it fell short, or if she fumbled. The baby landed in her outstretched arms, but she lost her balance. Falling, she clutched the wriggling bundle to her breast and twisted like a leaping skater in the air, so that she fell backward and took the brunt of the impact on ribs and buttocks.
Thank you! Thank you, Jesus, thank you!
The mother wrenched the infant from Galenka's arms. Galenka, bruised and breathless, struggled to her feet, knowing she'd lost the race. Serosa was nowhere to be seen. Her disdain for him welled up like nausea. The baby toss had throttled any latent feelings that she might have harbored for her one-time paramour. Now she knew that if their roles had been reversed, Serosa would certainly have gunned her down without a second thought. He wouldn't have concerned himself with bystanders, ballistics, or trajectories. He would have fired until the pistol was empty, killing everyone between them if he had to.
Next time, my love, you are mine.
Danville, Illinois. Barnum watched the sparks fly from his vantage point on the motel bed.
So tell me once again how you lost him.
I stopped for a moment to see if Barnum was all right. If I'd left him for dead, I might have gained a few seconds.
Or if you'd used your gun.
I've told you it wasn't possible. The crowd was all around him and blocked me. It's how he managed to outrun me. Also, the P9 has too much penetration for use in crowds.
Meaning you could have shot him through bystanders.
You could have captured him yourself if you weren't such a weakling and a coward.
The bastard came up from behind me. It's lucky for me he wasn't armed.
Yasha is always armed.
That took some of the color out of Barnum's face.
Why didn't he use a weapon then and finish it?
I can only speculate. Seeing our friend, he may have understood he'd been betrayed. To Yasha's mind, revenge for such an insult should be personal.
What insult? If he saw me, Smart Money says he sure as hell saw you, his former lover, working with the enemy. You want to talk about betrayal? Well, goddammit, there it is.
I'm sure he saw me, but he couldn't reach me without exposing himself. You were more convenient, predictably careless.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you had
Enough! We're getting nowhere with this.
In fact, they'd gotten as far as a budget hotel on Highway 136, 90 miles south of Chicago. It seemed to Bolan that they'd come full circle. Terre Haute's federal prison lay not more than 40 miles to the southeast.
Who knew Serioza was watching these people? Did either one of you think so? I never heard it mentioned.
It wasn't expected. That was our mistake. We won't make it again.
It's too much.
How's that?
For Yasha, it's too much. I don't believe he watched the others, or he would have taken steps against us earlier. After Nevada, though, he recognized that we were catching up to him. He'd want to know his adversaries, see their faces. He would take a risk for that, I think.
And seeing them?
He had a chance to finish Barnum, but we chased him off. Now that he's seen us, I cannot predict what he'll do.
He'll go ahead and try to finish it.
You can't be sure of that.
It's what I'd do if I were in his place and had his personality.
But you aren't and you don't, so you're guessing.
I must agree with him. Yasha has a certain...
arrogance?
Perhaps, or call it determination, self-assurance.
I don't care what you call it. We need to think ahead of him and get a jump while there's still time. I want the list, Barnum.
We had a deal, Belasco.
It's off. We cut it too damn close this time. If he jumps out of order or starts making phone calls, we've had it.
He won't.
You're guessing. By your own admission, it's not good enough.
2 of us in this room know Seryoza, and you're not one of them. Ask her if you don't believe me.
Well?
I still agree with him. Yasha's determination verges on fanaticism. He won't quit unless we stop him.
I'm not concerned about him quitting. Now that he knows we've spotted him and both of you are on his case, what's there to prevent him skipping names to throw us off? Or activating all the sleepers overnight?
I can't give you a guarantee, but...
No, you can't. But Barnum can. He can give us the whole list of names right here and now. We can put them all under surveillance. Tonight.
And then what? Drop a net on him when he shows up for a meeting?
I've heard worse ideas.
It won't work. He's too smart.
Smart enough to jump you in a crowd of witnesses and nearly get himself busted?
It's the nearly part that gets you. Nobody laid a finger on him. No one ever does.
By that logic, we might as well give up and drop you back in Terre Haute. We're close enough. Hell, we can make it in an hour if the traffic's not too heavy.
I know where we are. I haven't been inside so long that I've forgotten how to read a highway sign. Unloading me won't help you do your job.
What could it hurt? We've played the game your way so far, and all we've got to show for it is rising body counts.
Without me, you'd have missed the last 3 sleepers altogether.
We won't miss any more when you give us the list.
You had surveillance on the last 2. It didn't do much good.
The agents didn't know what they were dealing with. We can fix that.
And what about the press? You cast a net so wide, they're bound to know about it soon.
They're breathing down our necks already. You saw them on the street today. For all we know, they may have us on tape. Again.
Your people are supposed to deal with that.
I made the call. They're working on it. But we happen to operate without the benefit of Russian censorship.
Too bad.
I'll take my chances with the First Amendment. Right now, I'm more concerned with what blows up tomorrow than I am about what's running on the TV news tonight.
You must understand Yasha's mind, how he thinks. For him, the crusade has now become a contest. He believes he can defeat you, the American, because he always has.
And you?
He won't discount me because I'm a woman, or even because I've shared his bed. He'll do it because he's always been the best. Yasha is in his element. He lives for the clandestine game.
If I buy that, I'm gambling countless lives on your say-so.
And if you don't believe us, then what? Suppose you put a tail on all the other sleepers. Will it stop them? They're already batting 2 for 2 on ditching the surveillance, and you've got dead agents now, along with civilians.
Forget the tales for now. There's another reason why I want the names.
What's that?
Your old friend blew his shot at you today. He may be luckier next time. We need the names and addresses in case you're not around to finish it.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Okay. Anybody got a pen?
Tasya Galenka smoked and watched the prisoner as he began to write. He took his time, printing the names and addresses on motel stationery, making 2 neat columns. It was quiet in the room, now that they'd finished arguing, and she was grateful for the silence. Burke Barnum finished with the list and read it over once before he set down the pen, making sure he'd left no one out. His memory was crystal clear as always, thanks in equal parts to innate ability and concerted mental exercises he practiced in his prison cell. They'd caged his body, but his mind was free. Up to a point, at least. He pushed the sheet of motel stationery back. Bolan took the list and scanned its 14 names.
You said 15 or 20 when we talked before.
You've taken care of 3. That's it, the whole enchilada.
No accidental omissions?
What would I gain? You take me back, I'm looking at the needle now, unless you put in some kind of good word with the U.S. Attorney's Office. My life isn't much, but I don't want to wind up like McVeigh.
Upstate New York's next, then?
If he doesn't change the rules.
Gregory Millward in Albany.
Unless he's moved. None of the others have so far.
What's his story?
Last I heard, he was a cop.
Okay. I'll make a call now and get some people out to these addresses. Be ready for the first flight I can line up, headed east.
Maybe someone should warn the tails this time.
That's a thought.
Bolan knew what that meant. Law enforcement was a mirror image of the military, only broken down across the country into several thousand smaller independent agencies. In each, the grunts took orders from the brass. The brass, in turn, was jealous of its power, even if a ranking officer commanded no more than a single deputy. And all it took to start a blood feud was the hint of a suggestion from some outside agency that tried and true procedures ought to change. The FBI, for all its reputation, was worse on that score than any small-town police department in America. Barnum was apprehensive about sending out more federal agents to shadow the remaining sleepers. He had enough collateral deaths on his conscience already without adding more. 2 moles in a row hadn't only shaken their watchers, but had also killed them. If the other 14 were as deadly as those 2, the FBI body count would hit double digits in no time. Barnum didn't like his train of thought. He watched Galenka light another cigarette.
You'll kill yourself with those.
And how would you have me die?
Oh, that's not what I meant. Look, you saved my life.
Coincidentally, I wanted Yasha.
You let him go to save a child.
I had no choice.
Well, thanks anyway.
You're welcome. Next time, be more careful, yes?
Right. Next time. I guess we're bait now, huh?
Sorry?
From here on out, we've got 2 problems for the price of 1. Stopping the sleepers only covers half of it.
You mean Yasha?
Bingo. He wants us dead, and now Belasco's counting on it, too.
Is it professional?
Which one?
Both. They do what's necessary.
And you cool with that? You don't mind playing rubber ducky in the shooting gallery?
I'm not confined to Yasha's plans. Knowing he hunts me is enough to let me be prepared.
Speaking of that, I'd like a fair chance to defend myself next time he comes around. You think you could help me out?
You want a weapon?
It crossed my mind.
Would it have helped you on the street today?
Bringing a pistol to a fist fight? I'll take those odds every time.
Yasha won't try to strangle you again.
That's comforting. Since you can read his mind, what will he do?
Who knows? I doubt if he's decided yet himself. It will depend upon the circumstances.
So a gun could help.
No gun.
Belasco wouldn't have to know.
Do not mistake me for a friend.
Okay. You don't mind if I ask Belasco, though?
Be my guest. It should be entertaining.
Washington, D.C. The news was worse than usual. Instead of 1 more sleeper, Bolan delivered 14 names and addresses, ranging from Portland, Oregon to Albany, New York. The next one up, in fact, and from Detroit to New Orleans. The only pattern visible in Yasha Sorosa's choice of which sleepers to activate was that he was moving down the list in order, one by one.
Hal, I'm concerned that this pattern may evaporate after our last little waltz with Seryoja in Chicago.
You're not the only one. Seryoja knows you're after him now. He's seen the team in action and identified 2 of you. Why in hell should he stick to the schedule and place himself at greater risk?
Because he thinks he can?
There's that. He is an arrogant bastard. Abandoning his private schedule would be the same thing as admitting he's been beaten. If he has to change his plans, it means his enemies are smarter and stronger than he is.
Or maybe he'll change everything and fool us, leave us shadowing a cop in Albany while one of the other moles goes into action. But surveillance should limit that risk, at least in theory.
In theory is right. We're running into obstacles on that front. 4 agents dead in half as many days, and headquarters is screaming for blood. It doesn't matter whose, as long as someone pays the tab. I'm talking reluctance to participate in any more surveillance on the case. And this goes all the way up to the director's office. Unlike Hoover in the bad old days, the new guy can ignore direct orders from the White House and the Attorney General.
I'm thinking we may have the added problem now of controlling trigger-happy G-men who are looking for some payback for their fallen comrades.
Yeah, that's another concern, and a day full of them. All right, Stryker. I'll have a pair of FBI agents waiting for you and your team at the Albany County Airport, guaranteed, even if I have to bust heads to make sure it's done. They'll hand off another set of wheels and a report on Millward's movements in the past few hours. That is, if they haven't lost him by then. Meanwhile, I'll rack my brains for targets in the area.
Right. I'll be in touch again soon.
A day full of concerns, and Hal Brognola hadn't even spoken aloud the one foremost in his mind. That one was waiting for Bolan's team in Albany, in the person of Detective Sergeant Gregory Millward, assigned to Albany PD's Robbery Homicide Division. Millward had 16 years on the job, 2 commendations for valor, and 3 righteous line-of-duty shootings behind him. According to Burke Barnum's list, he was also a lifelong deep-cover Soviet mole. That in itself wasn't the problem. The problem was Millward's gold shield. They hadn't discussed it in years, but Brognola was well aware of Bolan's private rule against killing lawmen. From day one of his lonely war against the Mafia, Bolan had steadfastly refused to drop the hammer on a cop, and nothing in his recent history suggested that he had abandoned the rule. Police were sacrosanct in Bolan's eyes, regardless of their nationality, gender, race, or state of personal corruption. Even if they were found guilty of multiple murders, Bolan simply couldn't bring himself to kill a cop. They were soldiers on the same side, in his view, and while some disgraced themselves by trampling on the very laws they'd sworn to enforce, they were exempt from final judgment by the executioner. Granted, Bolan had put his share of dirty cops away, setting the stage, doling out rope for them to hang themselves, but he stopped short of deadly force. Cops had done time or lost their jobs because of Bolan, but he'd never been responsible for a blue funeral. There'd been times when Brognola believed his friend might die because he wouldn't go the extra yard against a uniform. This was turning into one of those times. Brognola hadn't asked how Bolan meant to handle Millward when he got to Albany. He didn't like to second-guess a soldier in the field if he could help it, and the odds were good that Bolan hadn't worked the problem out himself. It would have put the big Fed's mind at ease if Bolan made a one-time-only personal exception to his rule, but he guessed that would happen the day hell froze over. Would it make a difference to Bolan that Millward had joined the force under false pretenses? That he wasn't even really an American, much less an honest cop? Did intent count for anything with Bolan, once his target put on a badge and uniform? Brognola was afraid it wouldn't matter, that the warrior's scruples might just get him killed this time. The Russian could probably help, if Bolan let her. Somehow he suspected she wouldn't mind ventilating a New York detective any more than she'd minded taking out a Chicago schoolteacher. Russian operatives were more practical than many Yanks when it came to wet work. Brognola hoped the faux cop didn't get the drop on Bolan first, before Galenka had a chance to deal with him. More to the point, what would the Russian think when Bolan balked at taking out the next sleeper, before Millward could run amok? Unless Brognola missed his guess, there was ample tension brewing on the team already, without introducing fresh doubts. Bad news, and nothing but. Some days it felt like a lifestyle Brognola couldn't shake. He won more than he lost, but none of them were exempt from the great law of averages. Disaster lay waiting for all of them somewhere. It was only a question of when it would strike. Brognola shook his head as though to rid it of the demons of doubt, then set himself to the task at hand. Targets. Albany was New York's state capital, but it still offered fewer choice targets than any given square mile of Midtown Manhattan. There was the governor's mansion and state legislature, of course, with 3 or 4 colleges and an equal number of large hospitals. Beyond that, the landmarks ran toward museums and historical sites from colonial times. Even the shopping malls had names like Mohawk and Colony Center. There was something he'd missed, Brognola decided. But what? Which particular targets would appeal to a Russian sleeper who believed a Third World War was imminent? More to the point, which targets would have been considered choice when Serosa put his moles in place 2 decades earlier?
Hell if I know.
He went back to the map of Albany spread on his desk and started from the top.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, until the answer clicks.
Until he found a way to help his friends survive. Albany, New York. Detective Sergeant Gregory Millward had worn old jeans and a faded sweatshirt while removing his covert gear from the crawl space under his house near Lincoln Park. He double-checked the equipment and cleaned the AKS assault rifle. He'd placed them in the bags and hidden them in his bedroom closet behind a double lock. The door itself was steel, a special item no one else had ever seen. Now he showered, cheerful and ready for the day ahead. Millward hadn't worn the blue serge uniform of his police department for the past 9 years, except at job-related funerals, and he didn't plan on wearing it today. His clothes, as usual, would be casual but sporty. A navy blazer over light gray slacks, an open-collared shirt in powder blue that almost hid the Kevlar vest he wore beneath, and no necktie. The one exception was his footwear. Black Dr. Martens boots, spit-shined. But since the flared cuffs of his slacks concealed most of the boots, they'd pass for clunky shoes if anyone looked closely. He wore the boots habitually for their extra support in case he was involved in foot pursuits, fence climbing, kicking doors, the usual. Most of his average day was cut-and-dried routine, whether he was processing another murder scene or filing paperwork. But there were moments when it went to hell without much warning. That was life behind a badge. But it was winding down. He wasn't sure what would happen tomorrow when all hell broke loose, but one thing was sure in Millward's mind. This was the last day he'd be forced to use the name borrowed from someone who had died within a month of birth. The real Gregory Millward was buried at Taunton outside Syracuse, forgotten by everyone except the parents who'd mourned his passing back in 1954. Were they even still alive? Misha Mishenkovich had no idea, and didn't care. His life had never intersected theirs, to the best of his knowledge, beyond expropriation of their dead child's name and birth certificate. Everything else he'd achieved, Mishenkovich owed to himself or the Soviet state, more specifically his handlers from the KGB. They were gone now, those handlers, the KGB itself, even the state he'd served, except for one man who stood fast against a rising tide of treason. Mishenkovich trusted his handler as he trusted no one else on earth, except himself. Who else was there to care for him and see his mission carried out? Mishenkovich would go to work as usual this morning and receive his assignments, then proceed to take an hour of personal time his lieutenant had already approved. It was supposed to be a doctor's visit, but he would be going nowhere near his doctor's office. He had a very different kind of meeting scheduled for that morning, one his public employers knew nothing about. He was meeting his handler for the first and last time in more than a dozen years. It could only mean one thing. Mishenkovich would be allowed to shed his sham identity and show the world his true face in a blaze of glory, even if it meant his death. Before he left the house, Mishenkovich attached a clip-on holster to his belt and filled it with his standard-issue Beretta Model 96 Centurion, a 10-shot semi-automatic pistol chambered for the powerful .40 caliber Smith & Wesson round. At 32 ounces, it dragged his belt down on the right, but he balanced it with 2 spare magazines and handcuffs on the left. Ready. He'd go through the motions at roll call and the morning briefing, just like always. There were bad guys to watch for and warrants to serve, victims and witnesses to interview and evidence to scrutinize before he finished his shift. But none of it really mattered. In every way that counted, Gregory Millward was already gone. The next day, when his so-called friends and brother officers gave him another thought, they'd be amazed, astounded, horrified. Some of them might be sent to bring him in, believing they were up to it, that they possessed an edge from knowing him since they were all cadets at the police academy. In fact, they'd never known Mishenkovich at all, and he would prove it to them if they tried to interfere with his mission. Reporters yammered endlessly about the thin blue line of law enforcement, the corruption and code of silence in the ranks that protected wrongdoers in uniform. They were in for a shock when Mishenkovich exploded from the closet with a vengeance. Reporters could be martyrs too, as they would learn if any of them crossed his path. Misha Mishinkovich believed this night would be the best night of his life, and if it also proved to be the last, he didn't mind at all. Yasha Soroza arrived at the rendezvous early, anticipating trouble. He'd deliberately chosen a public place, a strip mall on Fuller Avenue in suburban McCownville, so that he'd be able to observe pedestrians and motorists from any one of several vantage points. So far, he hadn't spotted any spies, but that proved nothing. The watchers would be following Mishinkovich, not Soroza. They would trail his sleeper to the meeting if they came at all. The best that he could hope for was that Mishinkovich would recall his training and observe security precautions. If he did so, then their brief but crucial meeting should be safe. Soroza wore the Radom P-83 pistol in a holster at the small of his back. Beside him, on the front seat of his rented Geo Prism, the two Smith & Wesson autoloaders he had taken from the dead federal agents near Scottsdale were concealed beneath a folded copy of the New York Times. In an emergency, Soroza could fire 31 rounds without pausing to reload, assuming he survived that long in an ambush situation. Soroza had purchased a cheap police scanner using his knowledge of such things to discover both the local police department's chosen frequency and the secure channel used by agents of Albany's FBI office. The FBI channel had produced some cryptic chatter, but revealed far less activity than the police band. That was about to change.
HQ, this is Shadow. Priority HQ, come in.
HQ to Shadow, roger. What's the problem, guys?
We seem to have misplaced the package. Over.
Is there a chance you'll reestablish contact, Shadow? Over.
That appears to be a negative, HQ. It's gone. Over.
All right, get off the air. HQ to Ranger. Do you copy me, Ranger?
Ranger reading 5x5, HQ.
Please tell me you have contact with the package, Ranger. Over.
That's negative, HQ. No contact here. Over.
Damn it!
The air went dead and Soroza smiled. There might be 2 surveillance operations underway in Albany at any given time, he realized. But the exchange gave him hope for Mishinkovich and their mission. He waited, scanner hissing softly on the seat beside him, right hand resting lightly on the folded newspaper and weapons underneath. 15 minutes later, he watched Mishinkovich select a parking space and lock the car as he got out. Misha Mishinkovich drove a Mercury Grand Marquis, a carbon copy of the Ford Crown Victoria that had become a law enforcement cliché across the United States. In deference to the car's unmarked status, Soroza knew its department-issue shotgun would be racked beneath the driver's seat, or maybe in the trunk. Soroza's sleeper had him spotted, moving easily across the strip mall's lot to join him in the Geo. Soroza and Mishinkovich shook hands.
You were followed.
As you said I might be, Comrade Colonel. They were stubborn but predictable. I lost them.
Excellent. Is everything prepared?
As planned and ordered. There'll be surveillance on my home tonight, but I anticipate no problem losing them again.
Misha, I must tell you that our operation has been compromised.
You mentioned the surveillance, comrade, but...
There's something else. You've heard about the former army officer, the traitor, who escaped from prison earlier this week.
He's on the FBI's most wanted list. Yeah, we have a poster of him at the station house.
You'd know his face then if you saw him on the street?
I think so. Why, comrade?
The details aren't important. But he's joined a team that means to stop us from achieving what we've worked and planned for all these years.
A fugitive? What the hell?
There's more, Misha. A former comrade who worked closely with me years ago has joined the traitor in this effort. She serves the greedy pigs in Moscow now. I don't have photos, but she has dark hair of shoulder length, a slender woman in her early 40s. Be prepared to see the traitor in a wig and beard also.
And if I see them, comrade?
Kill them both, along with any others who accompanied them. Make it your first priority, Misha. They jeopardize not only your assignment, but the whole network.
I'll watch for them.
And if I see them first, they'll never have a chance to bother you. Good luck, comrade.
I don't need luck. I've been preparing for this moment all my life.
Bolan drove the unmarked brown Ford sedan away from Albany County Airport. Galenka rode shotgun, and Barnum took the back seat. The agents waiting for them where they'd landed hadn't said much to Belasco, and their few comments had been terse. The news was bad. They'd lost Millward that morning, but were sitting on his house, assuming he'd come home before the day was out. Now driving south on Albany Shaker Road toward the state capitol, the trio was silent, each wrapped in their own thoughts. Bolan had turned on the police scanner mounted on the dashboard of the borrowed car and tuned in the FBI channel.
Shadow to HQ, over.
HQ, Shadow. What's the sit rep?
We have contact. Make that home delivery on the package.
Roger, Shadow. Maintenance of discreet contact is your top priority.
You don't want us to take delivery, HQ?
That's negative. I say again, discreet contact.
Affirmative, HQ. We're sticking. Out.
I need a fix on Millward's home address.
Galenka took a street map from the bag between her feet and opened it, running a finger down a list of indexed names.
2 miles ahead, turn left. That's east on Osborne Road. It takes you into Loudonville. Drive on through town until Osborne meets Highway 377, then turn right. That's south. Millward's house should be within a quarter mile of Little's Lake.
He knew the street address already, and now the route was fixed in Bolan's mind. He could picture the house, a team of G-men parked nearby and trying to be inconspicuous. Bolan drove in silence, concentrating on the highway and the evening traffic. Most of the flow was outward bound, escaping Albany for the suburbs, and he made good time to Loudonville. They rolled out of town toward Highway 377.
Shadow to HQ, urgent. We have movement here, bags and all. It's looking like a road trip. Over.
Maintain visual, Shadow. Avoid contact as far as possible.
Roger, HQ. We just thought... What's that? Oh, shit. Shots fired. My partner's down. Send backup now.
Ranger! Shadow is under fire. We have an agent down. Move in! Repeat, move in!
Moving. We have a visual, HQ. He's running. Shall we stay with Shadow?
Negative, Ranger. An ambulance has been dispatched. Secure the subject.
Roger that, HQ. We're in pursuit.
And so was Bolan, although starting from a distance that discouraged him. The Bureau car was closer, and they'd have a swarm of reinforcements on the way by now to intercept Millward. He should have been relieved, but instead he felt left out. The contradiction troubled him, but there was no time for soul-searching at the moment.
North on Highway 377, turning east now on 378. Where's that backup, HQ?
They're en route, Ranger. Tracking your progress.
Roger. Heading north on Highway 32 now. Damn. I think he's heading for... We're under fire, HQ! Jesus! God damn it!
Language, Ranger.
Screw that! We're taking hits! I think he's headed for the arsenal. We'll try to...
Ranger! Ranger! Please respond! Ranger! This is HQ, Ranger. Respond!
No Ranger. What arsenal are they talking about?
Galenka studied the map intently, holding it close to her face.
I've got it. It's the Watervolite Arsenal. No further description. Take Highway 378 eastbound when we reach it, then north on 32 a mile further on. It's less than 2 miles from the turnoff.
Got it.
Bolan had it, but he didn't like it. Millward was within striking distance of its apparent target, armed with whatever weapons and gear he'd retrieved from his house. The arsenal made it that much worse, a potential bloodbath as FBI agents and SWAT teams closed in. Crowded, hectic, violent. It had all the makings of a classic executioner's strike, except that the target was a cop. Zeroing his thoughts down to the solitary goal of getting there, he jammed the pedal down and let the Federal Ford cut loose with everything it had under the hood. The Hudson River was a dark slash on Misha Mishinkovich's right. He had taken out the second team of agents with his AKS, shooting one-handed through his rear window while speeding north on Highway 32. He was clear now, at least until the next team found him, and by that time he should be on target. Getting past security would be another challenge, but Mishinkovich had worked it out to his own satisfaction as a mental exercise. Ironically, if there were sirens on his tail, the racket might work to his ultimate advantage. The basic plan was simple, and it hadn't changed. Mishinkovich would show his badge to the arsenal's security officers, spinning a tale of some terrorist threat. If he couldn't charm or bluff his way inside, he'd kill them where they stood and enter over their dead bodies. It was all the same to him. He hoped for an impressive body count, aside from physical destruction of the arsenal. It would be disappointing if his final hours didn't count for something more than twisted steel and shattered stone. The pursuit would help Mishinkovich as long as he didn't let the agents get too close too soon. A certain note of chaos would be perfect window dressing for his story, pressing those on duty at the arsenal to make a snap decision with their own security in mind. They only had to drop their guard a little, move anxious hands ever so slightly away from their weapons, and they were his. He swung into the parking lot past large restricted access warning signs, the red light on his dashboard flashing. Mishinkovich parked nose in toward the arsenal's main entrance as close as he could, trusting darkness and confusion to disguise the Mercury's shattered rear window. He left the headlights on. As he stepped out of the car, Mishinkovich's mind ran down the checklist he had memorized years ago, revising and rehearsing it as changes occurred over time. 3 men were normally assigned to guard the Watervalete arsenal at night. They were uniformed guards, each man armed with the Ruger Security 6 .357 Magnum revolver, 4-inch barrels standard, with at least 2 speed loaders apiece. They had other hardware inside, shotguns and automatic rifles racked and ready. But Mishinkovich didn't believe they'd bring their big guns to the door first thing. And if they did, he had the AKS. He had the rifle slung across his shoulder, pressed against his right side with the muzzle pointed toward the ground, so his intended victims would have only a vague glimpse of it, hidden by his arm. The piece, while startling at a glance, would fit his story of a threat against the arsenal and make them take it seriously. The front door opened when he was halfway there, 2 guards emerging, the one in front raising a hand to shield his eyes against the Mercury's headlights. Mishinkovich had left them on deliberately for just that reason, another small distraction when the guards needed to focus for all they were worth. He flashed his badge, but the squinting guards couldn't make it out with the light behind him.
I'm Sergeant Millward, New York State Police. We're responding to a threat against the arsenal.
What kind of threat?
It's better if we talk inside.
There were 3 cars in the parking lot when Bolan swung in from the highway. All 3 had flashing red lights on their roofs or dashboards, the detachable kind often carried in unmarked police cars. FBI agents with drawn pistols crouched beside 2 of the cars, while the farthest from the street and nearest to the arsenal looked empty, its rear window missing. Galenka got out on the passenger side of the Ford and trailed Bolan toward the nearest pair of agents. They were half-turned with their weapons ready, visibly suspicious even when Bolan showed them his credentials.
That was quick. The bodies aren't cold yet, and here you are from Washington.
Who have we got in there besides Millward?
Should be some security. We don't have numbers yet.
I heard what sounded like gunfire as we pulled in, but I can't be sure.
You have a layout for the place?
I've been here once. Outside is all. They have a loading bay for trucks around and back.
Bolan turned to Galenka.
That's us.
Hold on. We've already reached out for hostage rescue.
We're just looking. If the ninjas want it, they can be my guest. Galenka, come on.
She followed him, still crouching, but she hesitated long enough to scan the street as far as she could see in both directions. There was no sign of Yasha Sorosa anywhere, but that wasn't as reassuring as it should have been under the circumstances. They jogged around to the east side of the arsenal, no windows to expose them as they left the street and parking lot behind. They approached the loading dock.
We're going in?
Affirmative.
His mind was back in military mode, preparing for the action that would come. Galenka didn't like the pinched look on his face, but she dismissed it as a byproduct of concentration. The loading dock was a concrete slab elevated chest-high from another parking area, this one clearly designed for large trucks to back in to remove or deliver cargo. A flight of concrete steps led upward to the platform and a metal door some 15 feet across, 7 feet tall. Beside it, set into the gray stone wall, a smaller door was locked and labeled with a sign instructing them to ring and wait. A small closed-circuit camera watched them from the southeast corner of the loading dock above their heads. Bolan made no move to punch the doorbell mounted on the wall. Instead, he drew his sound-suppressed Beretta and squeezed off a single shot that left the camera a dangling wreck. That done, he took a set of lockpicks from his pocket, knelt before the metal door, and went to work. Galenka covered him, facing the darkened lot behind, since there was no way to surprise them from the front. She half expected to see Yasha gliding through the shadows, closing in to take them from behind.
We're in. You ready?
Nodding, she gripped her weapon in both hands, standing aside as he opened the door and stepped across the threshold. When he wasn't met with gunfire from within, she followed him. A dimly lighted corridor received them like a monster's open throat. Misha Mishenkovich was careful not to stop in either of the spreading blood pools that already covered nearly half the lobby floor. Two of the men he'd shot lay slumped together near the center of the smallish room. Their backup had been standing in a corner near the rack of long guns when Mishenkovich raised his AKS and swept all three with automatic fire. The two pale faces he could see both registered surprise. Mishenkovich wasn't concerned about staining his shoes, but blood-slick soles were hazardous on concrete floors. It was embarrassing to fall, even without an audience, and a disabling injury had to be avoided at all cost. He still had work to do before the troops gathered outside and stormed the arsenal. It would have been amusing to unpack some of the weapons and defend the place until they took him down, as if he were the last soldier at the Alamo, but that would leave most of the arsenal intact. Mishenkovich had an assignment to complete. He was to destroy the Water Villette arms cache, thereby depriving New York State militia units of equipment valued in the high 7 figures. He was about to leave the lobby, moving toward the main room of the arsenal, when he glanced over at a bank of 4 small television monitors mounted above a military surplus desk. One screen showed him patrol cars pulling up in front to join the units already in place. 2 others showed the long sides of the arsenal, no movement there. The 4th was blank. Mishenkovich didn't believe the camera covering the rear approach had failed at just that moment by coincidence. Pulling the nearly empty magazine from his Kalashnikov, he shoved it in a pocket and replaced it with a fresh 30-round clip. A round already in the chamber left him ready to fire at the first sign of trouble, moving briskly past the stacks of crates containing arms and ammunition toward the loading dock and back. Mishenkovich knew the arsenal's layout. He had studied it at every given opportunity for years on end, from drive-bys in his squad car and ride-along overflights in a police helicopter to night-crawling expeditions carried out by the dark of the moon. He'd photographed the place from every angle, mostly using high-speed infrared film on nocturnal forays, and he knew exactly where the surveillance cameras were mounted on each of the building's 4 sides. The camera that had failed had been installed to protect the facility from a flanking attack. Now it was broken at a crucial moment, and Mishenkovich had to know why. He had a firm grip on his AKS and barely felt the weight of the gear-laden duffel bag slung across his shoulder. He neared the arsenal's loading bay. He couldn't see the personnel door yet, with the partition in the way, but his ears picked up scuffling sounds of movement dead ahead. Mishenkovich was duly impressed. He hadn't expected them to move that quickly, especially when no more than 3 or 4 cars had responded so far. Where had the SWAT team come from? Or was it a SWAT team? He thought about the conversation with his handler and frowned. Some counterforce had been at work for days, striving to block the grand design. If he, Misha Mishenkovich, could face and stop the enemy right here, right now, his sacrifice would doubly benefit the team at large. The thought pleased him and turned his frown into a smile. He edged closer to the source of that single furtive sound.
Come out, wherever you are.
Bolan heard the taunting voice and froze in his tracks. He felt rather than heard Galenka stop behind him, poised and ready to respond if Millward sprang at them from hiding. From his tone of voice, though, Bolan took for granted that the lilting challenge hadn't come from any of the arsenal's assigned watchmen. It sounded as if Millward wanted to play games. That could be good or bad, depending on what he'd accomplished in the short time since he'd penetrated the facility. Bolan was guessing that he hadn't planted many of his charges, and that should mean that he'd resent any distractions from his duty. On the other hand, there had been no opportunity to run a psych evaluation on the sleepers they'd identified so far, and it was possible that not all of them were dealing with the proverbial full deck. Isolation, stress at leading double lives, feelings of abandonment, ambiguity over their assignments a dozen years after the collapse of the system they served, all that could be combined with a long laundry list of personal foibles to create unstable personalities in deep cover agents. In police work, they were widely recognized as the first to crack under pressure. And when had any lawman been left undercover for 20-odd years? Bolan was edging forward, risking it to circumnavigate a stack of crated M60 machine guns when a burst of automatic fire ripped through the air-conditioned room. He hit the deck, almost returning fire before he caught himself. It was Galenka's pistol that answered the burst of Kalashnikov fire. Bolan rolled between two piles of crates and waited for Galenka to join him. When she didn't show, he took for granted that she'd found another shelter farther back, or perhaps across the aisle. There'd been no fire from Millward after she'd cranked off her rounds, meaning she couldn't have been hit.
Not bad. You can't win, though. It isn't in the cards.
Bolan retreated silently along a narrow strip of floor between crated mortars and machine guns. At the other end, he found a wider aisle and started edging closer to the sound of Millward's voice. What would he do when he caught up to Millward? Bolan wasn't sure. He couldn't kill the man, but that still left a wide range of disabling injuries, assuming he could pull it off without sacrificing himself or Galenka. In other combat situations, Bolan's private scruples had endangered no one but himself. This time he had a comrade to consider, no pun intended, plus all the lawmen gathering outside preparing to storm the armory. If Millward murdered anyone because Bolan had passed on a clear killing shot, the blood would be on his hands as much as on the mole's. And still he knew he couldn't bring himself to do it. But there was more than one way to skin a mole. All Bolan had to do was find the means and get it done without killing himself or anyone else in the process. Bolan had lost track of Galenka after they were separated, but he hoped she'd be advancing on a course that roughly paralleled his own to flank their enemy. Bolan noted that Millward conserved his ammunition like a pro, but still made little shuffling sounds from time to time. Or were the noises generated by Galenka? If that turned out to be the case, he would have wasted precious time stalking the wrong target, while Millward either fell back to plant his explosive charges, or waited in ambush to kill them both the moment they came together. Neither image appealed to Bolan, so he put the prospect out of his mind for now and concentrated on stalking the only target available. Unless his ears were playing tricks on him, Millward was roughly 20 feet ahead of him and nearly equidistant to his left. That made it something close to point-blank range, but he was hunting in a maze constructed out of heavy-duty crates with military hardware packed inside. The arsenal's acoustics weren't designed for easy tracking, and the only time he had a clear view of the big room from end to end was when he stepped into one of the wider aisles and made himself a target. He had a plan in mind, but it depended on that open view of his prey, however brief, before the sleeper opened fire. Passing a stack of crated M203 grenade launchers and their 40mm high-explosive rounds, he hoped Millward wouldn't choose that moment to unleash a probing burst. Most of the hardware in the arsenal could take hits all night without posing any threat to bystanders, but the HE rounds could detonate on impact, one grenade setting off the remainder in its case or in the larger pile. Bolan was thinking past that problem when he heard another of the scuffling noises that had lured him this far from the loading dock. He recognized the sound of leather soles on concrete as different from rubber's squeaky sound or the noise of dragging boxes. Galenka wore rubber-soled athletic shoes, and Bolan knew he'd found his man. Getting an audio fix was one thing, though. Making visual target acquisition was something else entirely. Bolan crept forward, doubly cautious now as he edged past long crates of M16 assault rifles stacked 6 feet high. They offered good solid cover, but he knew he'd have to give that up for his non-lethal shot at Millward. Bolan had the 93R's selector switch set for single shot, eliminating any chance that he'd lose control on a 3-round automatic burst. There was still a flinch factor involved, but Bolan was an old hand at face-to-face combat. He trusted himself to put the bullets where he meant for them to go, assuming he felt free to fire at all. One more stack of crates by the sound of it, and he should have a glimpse of Millward before the cop-turned-killer spotted him. Not much of one, perhaps, but Bolan was gambling everything on this one and only chance. Millward was suddenly in front of him, crouching beside an OD duffel bag, gripping an AKS assault rifle. They were no more than 20 feet apart, and Bolan had his pistol braced in a two-handed grip for accuracy's sake as he zeroed the target. In a heartbeat, he made out the bulky shape of a Kevlar vest beneath Millward's dress shirt, and Bolan knew he had a chance. Number 2 was a gamble, with Millward lurching from the impact, but he double-fired and scored again, an inch or two left of the first shot's striking point. Millward went down, stunned by the taps that had to have bruised his chest and winded him, but he recovered swiftly. Bolan had closed barely half the gap between them when Millward rolled over on his side, bracing the AKS against his hip, prepared to fire. Galenka made her move then, her Gyurza P9 blasting 3 quick rounds into the fallen sleeper's back from 10 or 12 feet out, the armor-piercing rounds drilled through Kevlar as if it weren't there, and Millward died facing Bolan, a startled expression on his face. Standing above the man she'd killed, Galenka turned him over and examined Bolan's handiwork. She probed torn fabric with her fingertips, frowning when they came away dry.
You need a bigger gun, or maybe better ammunition for the one you have.
I'll make a note.
Washington, D.C.
Brignola.
It's me. We're out of here in 30 minutes, headed south.
You're not alone.
How's that?
The sleepers are on the move. So far, of the 13 still alive from Barnum's list and under around-the-clock surveillance, 6 have left their homes within the past 4 hours, packing baggage and taking to the road. I don't think it's a coincidence that all of them are based in southern states and driving south or southeast. Here's who we have in motion. Abel Decker, 45-year-old newspaper advertising salesman from Biloxi, Mississippi. George Jameson, also 45, night shift foreman at a steel plant in Birmingham, Alabama. Thomas Atkins, 46, certified public accountant employed by a mid-sized firm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Franklin Watts, age 41 on paper, a clinical psychologist in private practice in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Edward Cowan is a 48-year-old long-haul trucker based in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It troubles me that he left home in his rig with a long semi-trailer attached. The only woman on the list so far is one 42-year-old Millicent Bullard, a Baptist church secretary from Nashville, Tennessee. All 6 fit Serioja's mold. They're Caucasian, middle-aged, and singularly unattached in terms of family, lovers, or long-term friends. Respectable and law-abiding, get along with folks at work, and socialize just enough that no one would think to call them hermits, but they shy away from the entanglements that make us think normal. None has ever married, had children, claimed any living siblings, and all of them list their parents as deceased. The FBI's done its best to find out what the moles are up to. Phone calls to employers told the feds that 5 had called in sick to work, claimed family emergencies, or suddenly decided it would be a good idea to use up some vacation days before they went to waste. The trucker, Cowan, is self-employed, but left a message on his answering machine advising callers that he'd booked a run to Richmond for the weekend, but we know he's heading south. I have to admit, from the routes they've followed so far, a casual observer might not think the 6 are heading for Florida. But knowing where your team's headed next, all the rest of it makes sense. Serioja's broken the pattern. There's no other way to explain it. This mass movement tells me he's put out a call to his troops on a regional level, rallying them to the next flashpoint. Even so, he's working his way down the old list in order, and that worries me more than anything else. Serioja obviously knows now that his motives have been anticipated, but he isn't following the logical course of diversion to a different sleeper. Instead, he's rallying the troops, and that can only mean he plans to have his people fight it out, inflicting as much damage as they can. With the Florida sleeper already in place, and Serioja waiting in the wings, you and Galenka could find yourselves outnumbered 4-1.
There's no chance of a mistake about the destination on these 6?
We won't be absolutely sure until they show up in Orlando. But if they're going somewhere else, it's one far-fetched coincidence.
Okay then. Surveillance updates couldn't hurt until we know what's going down.
You got it. I could try scaring up some reinforcements if you think it'll...
I don't. Let's play the cards we've got for now and see what happens.
That's your call.
And my responsibility if anything goes wrong.
Don't sweat it, pal. If it goes wrong, there'll be enough to go around.
Tasya Galenka saw it on his face as Bolan let himself into the motel room. She stubbed her cigarette in a plastic ashtray and frowned at him through a veil of smoke.
What's wrong?
We have a complication in Orlando.
He's skipping Reynolds?
The sleeper in Orlando, Florida, was a construction worker named Otis Reynolds. He was 46 years old, and like the others on the list, had passed his double life without any noteworthy incidents, hiding in plain sight.
Not skipping, reinforcing.
Say again?
Surveillance says we've got 6 other sleepers on the road right now. They're all from southern states, within a day's drive to Orlando. They've been rolling out at intervals since 6 a.m., all headed south or southeast.
Toward Florida.
Smart money leans that way. If there's another answer that makes sense, I'm missing it.
That still leaves 6 unaccounted for.
The Bureau has them covered, safe at home. My guess would be they're too far north or west to make the drive in time.
And they can't fly with their equipment.
Not safely. Yasha wouldn't want them booking 6 charter flights at once and risking intervention by the FBI.
We ought to count on 7 then. Maybe 8 if Seryozha feels like jumping in.
8 against 2.
Hey, folks, I'm sitting here, you know.
That's all you're doing.
A guy tries to help, and this is the thanks he gets.
And don't even ask about a gun.
You, not me.
A question. If Yasha's bringing 6 more sleepers to Orlando, will they all attack one target, or divide their forces?
Raw logic tells me there's no point in bringing reinforcements to Florida for random strikes. The rush to get there only makes sense if Seryozha's fielding all his troops against the same target, and probably against us, because by now he's got to expect us to come looking for Otis Reynolds. He knows the others are under surveillance, but Seryozha's trusting them to shake their pursuers at some point between their doorsteps and their destination. It shouldn't be that tough. Each sleeper driving anywhere from 250 to 500 miles across Dixie, with back roads and bayous all the way. If they can reach Orlando unobserved, maybe link up with Reynolds at the target while the FBI is scrambling to find their tracks, they've got the potential to inflict some major damage in the final hours of their lives.
But where? What's the target?
We can think about it on the way. I have a charter flight lined up from Albany to Orlando, with a pit stop for refueling in Raleigh. Say 6 hours in the air, another hour to 90 minutes on the ground, and we should still reach Florida by early evening. Seryozha's troops are widely scattered, dodging federal tails and local speed traps. We'll have the edge. The trouble is, we'll have to wait and let the sleepers gather if we want to be done with it. We could get rid of Otis Reynolds on arrival, if his watchers haven't lost him. But that's not going to stop the others from collecting and proceeding with their hit. Is everybody packed?
You mean all 2 of us?
Yes or no?
Make mine a yes.
I'm ready.
Good. We're wasting time.
Orlando, Florida. The day had been a long time coming, but Otis Reynolds had never given up hope or lost sight of his goal. He'd been shaken like everyone else when the Soviet system collapsed, but he'd maintained sufficient self-control that he could laugh and joke about it with his so-called friends on the construction crew, going out for beers after work and sneering at the stupid Russians like a true American, gnawing buffalo wings and repeating the mindless shit that passed for political insight among his sweaty peers. It wouldn't be long now before Oleg Romachka, born in the Ukraine, reborn in Florida at age 22, could discard the sham of his existence as a real American and give the self-satisfied bastards around him what they deserved for decades. He was ready for payback. Past ready, in fact. He had retrieved his gear despite the puny efforts of the FBI to shadow him. It was amazing to Romachka, after all the years he'd lived in dread of being found out and arrested by the feds, that they were only human after all. They did their best, but he'd had 20 years to plan evasive movements, cutouts, and escape hatches. He had a dozen ways to shake pursuers in the city, and they all appeared to work without a hitch. The best part of it, to Romachka's mind, was that he could discard his mask within the next few hours, stop pretending to be someone he wasn't. He thought his 20-year performance should have qualified him for an Oscar, but the committee would have been forced to create a new category just for him. Best performance by a socialist warrior posing as an American redneck, perhaps? The thought made Ramachka smile. Not the usual shit-eating grin he'd rehearsed for his peers on the job, but an expression of true satisfaction. This night he would amaze them all, and there was nothing the police or FBI or CIA could do to stop him. Ramachka was honored by his handler's personal attention and the fact that reinforcements had been summoned to assist him in destruction of his targets. Some warriors might have taken offense at the gesture, but Ramachka saw the move for what it was, an acknowledgement that his target was greater and more important than those selected for the others. By extension, his selection as the primary agent of that target's destruction set him apart from the rest, made him special. It made him a hero. And in a few short hours he would prove himself and win a place in history. He checked his watch against the bedside clock and found them synchronized, as always. He had 3 hours to kill before he left the house and put his watchers through their paces, shaking them at one turn or another. They were so predictable, they almost took the sport out of it, but he still enjoyed humiliating them. The gear was in his Ford Contour, parked outside. When he had lost the feds, he would be ready to proceed. 3 hours. He had time to watch a video before he left. Smiling, Ramachka grabbed his favorite DVD and put it in the player. He loved Red Dawn. Glynn County, Georgia. Bad luck had sent Ed Cowan down this stretch of Highway 99, skirting the county seat at Brunswick, and the cop had seen his chance. He had tagged Cowan when he was doing 67 miles per hour in his Peterbilt with the refrigerated semi-trailer. The posted speed limit on Highway 99 was 55, and Cowan normally would have been willing to accept the citation without a complaint.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to turn off the truck and step out of the cab, please. Sure thing, officer. You have any idea how fast you were going, sir?
No, officer, I don't. You have any idea how fast you're about to go? Just that fast, asshole. Man, it's your own damn fault for setting up a speed trap in the first goddamn place. Hiding on your fat Harley behind a goddamn New Life Christian Church billboard waiting to ruin someone's day. Dickhead. Well, let's get you off the side of the road here before someone sees you. God damn, Tubby. You have enough to eat today? You know, I gotta tell you, I am just not in the mood for your shit, dead or not. I've been deadheading all this way from Myrtle Beach, and I ain't even halfway to where I'm going yet. FBI's already fucked with me. Didn't want to let me go about my business, had to deal with them, and now you show up.
Ed Cowan, born Evenji Koklov, dragged out the loading ramp. Walking up it, he opened the back of his freezer rig. He gripped the dead cop by the shoulders of his leather jacket, hauling him up the metal ramp and into the long semi-trailer. The trailer was empty except for 2 bodies stashed way in the back. Koklov left the cop beside them.
There. See there? You boys got some company now. Y'all play nice, you hear?
Koklov went back for the bike. It was bound to draw attention if he left it parked beside the road. Better to take it with him, then, since he'd be out of Georgia by the time dispatchers started looking for the cop he'd shot. It was a bigger bike than he was used to, but he'd driven one before and was familiar with the various controls. At that, a novice could have handled it, since Koklov only had to drive it 20 feet or so, then up the metal ramp into his rig. Koklov gave the bike a shove and dropped it on the body of its late rider.
There. Now I won't slide all around this way and that and bug me with scraping noises. All right. Next stop, Orlando. Don't start without me, people.
Diamond Head, Mississippi. Thomas Atkins, born Talia Aksanov in Novgorod, worried that he might be forced to kill the FBI agents trailing him. But he had a trick up his sleeve. He put on a burst of speed and swerved his Volvo 850 onto a narrow side road just outside Bogalusa at the last moment when his pursuers were nowhere in sight. Within a minute they passed his hideout, racing to catch up. Aksenov doubled back to skirt Bogalusa on the south, following Highway 16 and the Bog-Chito River until he picked up Highway 21 at Sun and started north again. He wouldn't have minded killing the agents, but disposing of their vehicle and bodies would have cost him precious time while increasing his risk of discovery and arrest. There was too much at stake now for Aksenov to be careless or impetuous. He had his orders, and would carry them out to the letter. It was what Tolya Aksenov did best, following orders. That proclivity made him a perfect sleeper agent, just as it had made him a reliable, if undistinguished, member of the Tower, Forbes & Dane accounting firm in Baton Rouge. He was the kind of man who went unnoticed for the most part, taken for granted by his employer and co-workers, ignored by his neighbors, dismissed without a second glance by women in search of a mate or a simple good time. He was perfect. None of those who knew him as Tom Atkins would have guessed that he'd been trained to fight beside Spetsnaz commandos and defend himself with a variety of weapons, and with none, in a variety of lethal situations. They would never have suspected that he'd killed 2 men in East Berlin when he was just 18, and that he'd been chosen 10 days later for a special task in the United States. His Boston accent was impeccable, as were his transcripts from a list of schools he'd never seen, much less attended. When his colleagues called him Yankee, gently poking fun, he smiled and played along, wishing them dead behind his smile. He wondered if the FBI would circulate an all-points bulletin now that he'd given them the slip. Would they involve local police departments or attempt to limit their embarrassment by leaving other agencies out of the loop? He didn't know, and there was nothing he could do but stay alert and watch for anyone who paid too much attention to him on the road. It was a benefit of being unremarkable that individuals who noticed him stood out, thereby drawing attention to themselves. If it happened again before he reached Orlando, Aksenov wouldn't be so forgiving of his enemies. He had a rendezvous to keep, and he didn't intend to miss it, even if he had to wade through blood along the way. Washington, D.C. Hal Brognola's grip tightened until it felt as if he'd crushed the telephone receiver.
You've lost how many?
3, so far.
3 out of 6.
Unfortunately, yes.
50%.
I've done the math, sir.
Well, that's just fucking great. What about the other 3?
Still tracking as of 10 o'clock. The teams are checking in at 30-minute intervals.
And which 3 have you lost?
Atkins, Cowan, and Decker. There's something else.
Oh, good.
The agents who were watching Cowan don't respond by radio. They've missed the last 4 check-ins.
Shit! No sign of them?
We found their car. It just turned up in Kensington before I called.
Where's that?
Along the coast, southbound. I make it 20 miles or so from Myrtle Beach.
What are the circumstances?
A patrolman with the Kensington PD surprised some local juvies stripping it behind a fast food dive that's been closed down for years. Kids all got away, but we've got latent prints up the wazoo. Our guys, some unidentified, but nothing yet on Cowan.
Signs of foul play?
None obvious, but we assume the agents didn't leave their vehicle and take off voluntarily.
At least we know where Cowan's going.
Do we, sir?
He's headed for Orlando.
Maybe he was headed for Orlando when he left this morning, but he's taken out 2 agents now. That changes everything. We don't know where he's going now or what he'll do.
Believe me, it changes nothing.
We're leaning toward a 5-state APB.
Forget it. Heat like that would ruin everything right now.
The director
takes his orders from the same attorney general who's been breathing down my neck all morning. Does he need another call to spell out terms of his cooperation on this deal?
No, sir. That won't be necessary.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. And I won't be hearing APBs on any of these subjects, right?
No, sir.
All right, then. Try to find these people, but discreetly. No attempts to apprehend or interfere in any way, unless they're firing on your people. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Get back to me within the hour.
Brognola sympathized with the FBI brass, furious as they had to be at the deaths or disappearance of 6 agents and counting, and frustrated at their inability to keep a tail on the various sleepers. It was doubly galling to the leaders of an organization known for its love of control in any given situation, and there was nothing Brognola could do about it. As much as he hated the idea, their best hope of nailing the moles and Yasha Sirotsa was to let the agents converge on their target, whatever that was. The sleepers already knew that they'd been shadowed. If the Bureau pushed it, they might scatter, go back underground and wait for revised orders from their handler. And in that case, Brognola presumed, they would be lashing out at multiple targets with no advance warning. He wondered if the Bureau's surveillance had blown it already, then dismissed the thought. There was nothing he could do about it now. No turning back the clock. So he'd press on and play the cards he held. Right now, it was the only game in town, and Brognola had raised the ante with a jackpot that included his best friend's life. Quitman County, Georgia. It had taken 4 hours, but Millicent Bullard finally lost her federal tail. The agents were tenacious, she'd give them that, but they lacked imagination when it counted. She had stopped at the Columbus Metropolitan Airport, left her car in the long-term parking lot, and rode the airport shuttle to the terminal. The agents had to scramble, keeping up, and she lost them in the terminal itself, bypassing the ticket counters while they argued with a city traffic cop outside, making for the car rental kiosks instead. By the time her pursuers began searching the check-in and departure areas, she was out the back door and away in a new Ford Escort, her gear on the back seat behind her. They'd given up eventually, maybe after calling reinforcements to the airport, sweeping the terminal from end to end, perhaps obtaining court orders to check the passenger lists on departing flights. She'd been forced to use a credit card for the rental. The agencies all wanted plastic nowadays, in case a customer didn't return the car. But it would be hours, she guessed, before federal agents thought to check the rental outlets. By that time, she'd be out of Georgia and well on her way to the target. Millie Bullard, Belenya Belayev of Rostov, was ready to kill if anyone tried to stop her from answering her handler's call. Belayev had removed her 9mm Makarov semi-automatic pistol from the duffel bag and made sure it was fully loaded, with a live round in the chamber, before she left the Avis parking lot. She had the pistol in her purse, the purse unzipped beside her on the Ford's front passenger seat. If she was stopped for speeding, say, it would be only natural for her to reach inside the bag for her ID. Given that edge, her enemies would find her difficult to capture. Alive, at any rate. Belayev held her speed close to the limit as she drove through the red clay country of southwestern Georgia. She was homing in on the Florida border and Tallahassee beyond it. She'd take Interstate Highway 10, running east from there to pick up I-75 for the long run down to Orlando. She didn't know the others she was on her way to meet, but that wasn't a problem. If her handler trusted them, they had to be loyal and able warriors of the revolution. She would welcome them as comrades and cooperate with them in any way she could. If they were privileged to die together, fighting side by side against the capitalist pigs, Belayev would consider it a fitting end to her existence. And who knew, it might even be fun. Raleigh, North Carolina. Refueling took the best part of an hour by the time they waited for the truck to service 3 more planes ahead of them. Bolan had long since learned to muzzle his impatience and accept delays that he couldn't avoid, but he was still aware of precious time escaping while they stood around the hangar waiting for the service crew to finish with the Cessna. Galenka stood off to one side, catching up on cigarettes she'd missed while they were airborne. Barnum had staked out a corner for himself, watching the airport service team and picking at his artificial beard. He seemed to be upset by something, shooting harried glances at his 2 escorts and scowling as he did so, as if their proximity now made him ill at ease. Bolan supposed the inmates' thoughts were turning to the climax of their mission and the knowledge that he'd be sent back to prison when they finished. Bolan didn't mind putting in a good word with justice via Hal Brognola, but he knew it wouldn't count for much. Barnum was doing life for the peacetime equivalent of treason. Even if his sentence was commuted and he made parole someday, what sort of life could he expect to lead among the very people he'd betrayed? A change of name might help him for a while, but how long would it be before some enterprising tabloid journalist saw through his cover and revived the story? Bolan shrugged it off and concentrated on the job that lay ahead. He was ready to be on his way. Whatever happened in Orlando, he preferred to face the music and get on with it. Patient or not, the waiting sucked. Barnum was suddenly beside him, appearing even more ill at ease than before, if that was possible.
I've been thinking about Yasha's target in Orlando.
And?
It's just a thought.
I'm listening.
He had one guy in town already, right? But calling in 6 more. That's overkill for any normal target, don't you think? For 7 guns, he'd want something spectacular. That's Seryoja's style. And now he's got the grudge to settle, too. Besides, when you consider the publicity alone, it's like a bonus. How could he resist?
Is there a point to this?
Yeah, there is. Disney World.
The 2 words sent a chill down Bolan's spine. He thought about the crowds and automatic weapons blazing, frag grenades and plastic charges going off.
You're guessing, right?
Of course I'm guessing. I hope I'm wrong. If you can think of a more likely target in Orlando, I'll be glad to go with yours.
He couldn't think of anything more likely or more logical, however. It galled Bolan that he hadn't once considered it himself. He'd been short-sighted, a mistake his Russian adversary wouldn't make. Bolan saw the pilot give him the thumbs up. The plane was fueled and ready to go.
Tell the pilot to hang on a second. I need to find a telephone.
I saw one around the north side of the hangar there.
He didn't know if Brognola could help, especially considering the fact that Barnum's guess was only that. A guess and nothing more. He could be wrong, in which case any move they made would help their adversaries, give them a clear shot at some alternative target. But if he didn't call... Another scene of carnage flashed across his mind, and Bolan doubled time to find that telephone. Orlando, Florida. Yasha Serosa wasn't a great drinker. When his comrades in Moscow had swilled vodka by the bucket, he shared a drink or two for courtesy's sake, foregoing the pleasures of morning after nausea and splitting headaches as a practical matter. He had no scruples against drinking. It was simply that he thought a man who voluntarily surrendered self-control had to be an idiot. That said, he had enjoyed champagne with dinner at Orlando's finest seafood restaurant because he felt like celebrating. All the world would soon be witness to his master stroke, a move so ruthless and audacious it was bound to stun America and her collaborators all around the world. He celebrated in the knowledge that his victory was already assured. Even if he should die this night, his memory would carry on, enshrined by warriors who came after him. He hoped Tasya Golenka would be present when his sleeper struck. It would be fitting if she were on hand to see his triumph and to pay in blood for her betrayal of the sacred ideology they'd once served together, side by side. If she brought the American traitor along, so much the better. Duplicity should always be repaid in full measure as an example to potential traitors in the future. And besides, it would be Serosa's pleasure to kill them both. Was there a better way to spend what might be the final hours of his life than settling scores? Celebration or no, Serosa quit drinking after his second glass of champagne. It was just enough to lift his spirits without dulling his wits. He needed all his faculties as he prepared to join his soldiers on the firing line. His planning all came down to this. He had considered other targets, thought of summoning his moles in Washington, D.C. at one point. But he'd finally decided that an unofficial target might serve best to damage what Americans considered their identity, their soul. And now he'd found it. This night he would make history. His name, when published, would be instantly reviled by millions who took their cues from the corporate media. Their opinions meant less than nothing to Serosa. He welcomed their scorn as high praise. And when America reacted, lashing out at Mother Russia in a fit of rage, the traitors who had seized control in Moscow would be faced with drastic choices. They could fight like Russians or prostrate themselves like spineless beggars pleading for mercy. In the latter event, Serosa had no doubt they would provoke an uprising to sweep the filth from power and restore a measure of the glory sacrificed in recent years. It was his hope, his dream. He'd been working toward this moment all his life. He was standing on the brink of victory, and there was little that his enemies could do to cheat him of his triumph. In his mind, he could already hear the screams. Orlando, Florida. Bolan's mood darkened as he pulled their borrowed Federal Ford into the main parking lot of the Walt Disney World Resort Complex. The parking area itself was small town size. In front of him, behind walls and fences, lay 43 square miles of concentrated tourist attractions. 4 separate theme parks and room to ramble in between, complete with a movie studio, hotels, waterways, and an internal highway network. Thousands of tourists were on site at any given time, enjoying attractions valued in the billions of dollars. And somewhere inside, if Barnum's guess was correct, 7 tourists were circulating through the crowds, perhaps accompanied by their handler. Armed and ready to unleash destruction at a moment's notice, they might wait for Zerosa's signal or run amok at will on a whim. All Bolan and Galenka had to do was track down the 7 and neutralize them all before they started killing anyone within their reach. Bolan had checked out the brochures briefly. With signs to help, he reckoned he could find his way between Epcot, the Magic Kingdom, Disney MGM Studios, and the Animal Kingdom. But where in the insular fantasy world should they start? What would prevent one sleeper from shooting up Dinoland USA, while another struck at Epcot's Future World or Mickey's Toontown Fair? How could he and Galenka hope to corral and take down 7 guns, or 8 if Zerosa was present and ready to fight? It seemed hopeless, but Bolan squelched that thought before it could take root and blossom. The only sure defeat lay in not trying. They moved toward the entrance where tickets were sold. Bolan shelled out cash for 3 of the cheapest activity booklets available, absolutely uninterested in the relative value of the promotional wizardry that preoccupied standard-issue tourists. The money was irrelevant. If Barnum's guess was wrong, they had already wasted vital time and were about to waste much more. If he was right, tickets and the formalities of commerce would become irrelevant with the first gunshot or explosion, making it each soldier for himself. Hal Brognola had offered reinforcements after Bolan phoned him from Raleigh with Barnum's guess at the Orlando target, but Bolan had opted for caution. By the time he'd called in, all 6 sleepers had managed to ditch their FBI surveillance, meaning that they could be anywhere within 300 miles of their respective starting points. For all he knew, the mass movement of moles had been designed by Zerosa to divert and concentrate reactive forces in Orlando, while the terrorists lashed out at other targets scattered far and wide across the southern states. Maybe and maybe not. An FBI hostage rescue team was airborne from Miami, headed north, but they would stop short of invading Disney World unless the worst-case scenario came true and violence ensued. Until then, Bolan and Galenka were on their own. They stopped a few yards past the entry gates and huddled one last time. Equipped only with sidearms and compact walkie-talkies, they had already agreed to separate and scan the crowds for faces they'd memorized from 7 driver's license photographs Brognola had collected and faxed to Orlando, waiting for them on arrival at the airport. It wasn't quite like looking for a needle in a haystack, more like searching for one particular needle in a tub containing tens of thousands. They could bypass children, young adults, the elderly, and any non-white visitors to Disney World, which still left several thousand faces to scrutinize.
We're short on time. First confirmed sighting, get on the air and stay in touch. No intervention without backup unless it's essential.
I feel better with a gun.
You're lucky to have the 2-way. It's enough that I'm letting you hunt. Arming you is out of the question. Just report back if you spot anyone.
You're the boss.
Don't forget it. Let's move.
Frontierland, Magic Kingdom. Oleg Romachka moved along the mock Old West street like any other tourist, smiling at the costumed characters that passed him on the sidewalk. Coonskin caps and Stetsons were the dominant headgear in Frontierland, moccasins and cowboy boots in roughly equal favor among the park's employees. Romachka, for his part, wore a lightweight raincoat to cover the AKS assault rifle slung beneath his right arm, pockets heavy with spare magazines and RGD-5 fragmentation grenades. It was going to be a hot time in the old town tonight. He'd separated from the others 10 minutes earlier, the 7 of them fanning out to different points around the Magic Kingdom theme park. It had been decided they should start the killing there, in more or less coordinated fashion, then disperse as feasible and spread carnage throughout Disney World at large. Romachka checked his watch and found 6 minutes still to go before the fireworks started. He was looking forward to the show. Construction on the giant park had started back in February 1967, nearly all the basic work completed before Romachka had assumed his deep cover post in Orlando 12 years later. Disney World had been his primary target from day one. A whimsical choice in his initial view, but one that evolved over time into a target of substance, providing him with thousands of potential victims on any given day. He'd visited the complex half a dozen times per year on average, clipping newspaper reports and taping television broadcasts that described additions to the several theme parks, staying up late with Epcot and the rest as they evolved. Romachka almost felt as if the park were his to some extent. After this night, its name and his would be forever linked in history. Whenever Disney World was mentioned in the future, he would be remembered for his gift of blood and pain. 4 minutes. He was ambling past a saloon that sold only soft drinks when he saw the woman watching him. She stood across the street, staring with such intensity it raised the small hairs on his nape. Romachka wasn't worried even then, however. Not until she palmed a little two-way radio and started speaking urgently into the night. Trouble, he thought, and slipped a hand inside the pocket of his raincoat, where he'd slit the lining with a razor for swift access to the AKS. Romachka thumbed off the rifle's safety and slipped his index finger through the trigger guard. He moved along the sidewalk, trying to be casual, and felt the woman watching him. Dawdling at a polished shop window, he glimpsed her reflection, keeping pace with him across the street. It wasn't time yet, but how long could he wait? The woman had to be on to him. Why else would she be tailing him that way? Whom was she talking to? How many more were watching him right then? Romachka felt his pulse throbbing behind his eyes, heard the sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. Though trying to relax, calm down, he felt each movement as if every step he took was stiff, unnatural. The woman's piercing scrutiny made him feel ill at ease, like a nervous stranger to his own body. A group of faux pioneers passed by on his right, fringe dangling from their buckskin costumes, muskets cradled in their arms. Romachka turned as they passed, glancing across at the woman who trailed him. Her eyes met and held his, flashing a challenge he couldn't ignore. Her windbreaker had fallen open far enough for Romachka to glimpse the edge of a shoulder harness she was wearing, almost certainly a holster. She was armed, which told him everything he had to know. Private security, police, or FBI. In any case, she was his enemy. Romachka raised his AKS and fired a burst across the crowded street. Adventureland, Magic Kingdom. Burt Barnum was moving past the dock where tourists stood in line to board some kind of jungle boat ride on a man-made river. Palming the walkie-talkie, Barnum raised it to his ear. He had deliberately set the volume to low.
I have sighted Otis Reynolds in Frontierland, and I am tailing him now.
Barnum realized that Frontierland was no more than 200 yards from where he stood. They had agreed to keep in touch, but Barnum had no weapons. Short of drawing fire to keep the subject busy and distracted from his escorts, there was nothing he could do to help them bag the mole. Unless... The tour guide for the Jungle River cruise was dressed like someone from a 1930s Tarzan movie, complete with pith helmet and khaki shorts. He also wore a small revolver on his hip, presumably loaded with blanks for use at the journey's high point, when a mechanical hippo or crocodile surged from the water to menace the boat. The actor's gun was harmless, but a stranger wouldn't necessarily know that if it was shoved against his ribs or pressed to the back of his head.
Excuse me.
Hey, dickhead. An asshole.
Sorry, lady. Excuse me.
He's cutting. No,
Sorry about that, sir.
knock it off,
Excuse me?
dickhead.
Thanks.
Barnum veered toward the dock, jumping the line. He plastered a smile on his face and glad-handed the startled jungle guide.
Hey, Buana, I'm afraid we got a small emergency. There's a rhino loose on the midway.
Excuse me?
No cause for concern. I just need to borrow your piece for a minute.
Hey, now. Hey!
The jungle guide's holster was empty by the time he reached it, Barnum sprinting off into the crowd with a fake gun in hand.
Dude, you slipped on my foot.
He tucked it out of sight beneath his windbreaker at once, slowing his pace after he'd covered 50 yards and put a few hundred people between himself and the dock. Barnum was halfway to Frontierland with no police or security personnel in sight when he passed a familiar face headed in the opposite direction. He remembered the photo he'd studied and matched a name to the face, Thomas Atkins from Baton Rouge. Barnum had the walkie-talkie in hand when he realized his call would only distract Galenka and Velasco from Reynolds, their previous target.
Fuck it. I can do this.
Barnum reversed directions and jogged to catch up with Atkins, a.k.a. Tolia Aksanov. He closed the gap unnoticed, careful not to flash his blank-loaded pistol as he shoved it against the sleeper's lower spine.
No sudden moves. We're going to the lavatory. Just ahead, to your right.
You're making a mistake, buddy.
We'll discuss it in the crapper. Get moving.
Aksanov did as he was told, making no move with either hand to reach inside his unseasonable overcoat. Barnum guided him toward the public men's room and through the entrance. He glanced around to see if they had company. One pair of legs was visible in a toilet stall halfway down, but Barnum couldn't wait.
All right. Let's have the piece.
You got it, friend.
Aksanov spun, swinging an elbow toward Barnum's face. Barnum was quick enough to dodge the blow.
Well!
Barnum saw Aksanov grapple underneath his coat for an automatic rifle on a shoulder sling. Panicked, Barnum raised his faux revolver and triggered 3 quick shots into the sleeper's face, blinding him momentarily with hot powder and cotton wadding. Barnum took advantage of the moment with a swift kick to the sleeper's groin that doubled Aksanov over, followed by a rising knee to crush his adversary's nose. Aksanov fell backward, striking his head on a nearby urinal and sprawled at Barnum's feet. He offered no resistance as Barnum tore his coat off and relieved him of his AKS assault rifle, then lifted a pistol from his belt. Across the room, those feet had disappeared in the middle toilet stall, a frightened tourist striving for invisibility. Barnum stood over the sleeper and considered letting him live. It was a toss-up until he thought about the prospect of hidden explosive charges and the damage a trained guerrilla could do among helpless civilians, even if he were left unarmed.
Sorry, comrade. You lose.
Barnum fired a pistol shot into the downed man's forehead. Before moving to the exit, he stepped up to the middle stall and knocked.
As you were in there!
Burt Barnum was smiling as he left the men's room, ready for a rendezvous with danger in Frontierland. Liberty Square, Magic Kingdom. The first sound of gunfire made Yasha Sarosa smile, until he checked his watch. He hadn't been sure where the killing would start, but the time had been fixed in advance. None of his soldiers should have started firing yet, 3 minutes early, unless someone in authority had challenged them. Premature firing meant their cover was blown, but it also meant Sarosa might have a chance to kill his 2 enemies, Galenka and Barnum. Sarosa carried all 3 pistols, his Polish Radom semi-automatic, and the matched Smith & Wessons he'd lifted from the dead FBI agents back in Arizona. All 3 were fully loaded, with spare magazines stashed in his pockets. He couldn't kill 33 people without reloading, but random fire into a crowd wasn't Sarosa's style. Not yet, anyway. Not unless he was cornered and left with no choice. From the direction of the first gunshots, he placed them in Frontierland. That meant either Romachka or Balayev had been sighted, perhaps both. Sarosa started jogging southward from Liberty Square toward the source of the noise. Moving through the crowd, Sarosa enjoyed sampling their fear. Some tourists passed off the gunfire as normal sound effects from Frontierland, while others quickly understood that Davy Crockett and Wyatt Earp hadn't been armed with automatic weapons. Those parents were looking frantically for the nearest exit, while others seemed more curious than alarmed. Americans, he thought, so naive and unprepared for most emergencies. Complacent to the core, they were their own worst enemies. It made them so much easier to kill. Some of them noticed Sarosa as he passed them in the crowd, recoiling from his predatory smile. Such spineless creatures deserved whatever was done to them. It might be too late to conquer them, make them toiling vassals of Mother Russia, but it was not too late to spill their blood. Sarosa was running by the time he reached the entrance to Frontierland, shoving those who blocked his path away to either side. It struck him that he hadn't felt this good in years. The first short bursts of automatic fire had been high and wide, giving Galenka time to duck and roll behind a wooden barrel with a trash can set inside. The barrel wouldn't stop AK rounds, but she thought the inner oil drum filled with litter might, if she was lucky. Romachka squeezed off another burst, and 2 civilians went down in the middle of the street. There was no time for Galenka to consider their condition, much less offer them first aid. Their best chance for survival lay with her eliminating Romachka soon, before he had a chance to spread more carnage through the crowd. People were running every which way, panicked, as she edged around the barrel, angling for a shot. The Jayerza pistol was a risky choice for fighting in a crowd, but she could only use the tools at hand. Her enemy's Kalashnikov was clearly a much greater threat to innocent bystanders than Galenka's pistol, but she still had no clear shot and balked at firing wildly through the crowd. Ducking and dodging, Romachka did it for her, triggering another longer burst that cleared a momentary lane of fire between them, dropping 3 more tourists in their tracks. Galenka couldn't tell if they were dead or only wounded, and she didn't stop to think about it as she found her mark. She didn't risk a double tap, but squeezed off 1 round from a range of 20 feet and saw her target stagger, blood spilling from a wound to his left shoulder. It was a solid hit, but not enough to knock him down. Firing the AKS one-handed, Romachka lurched off down the street, leaving a trail of victims in his wake. Galenka waited for the man to turn and run, then started after him, hurdling the bodies of the fallen in pursuit. Wounded or not, Romachka was strong enough to run as if his life depended on it. Twice he spun and fired short bursts behind him, forcing Galenka to duck and dodge the spray of 7.62mm bullets. She dared not return fire on the run, while Romachka wove a zigzag pattern through the ranks of startled tourists, themselves fleeing at random with no apparent cover in mind. A child of 3 or 4 ran in front of Galenka.
No!
Galenka veered off course in time, thereby colliding with the tiny runner's panic-stricken mother. Jarring impact separated them and sent a lancing pain through Galenka's left arm. She left the woman stumbling after her elusive child and kept on in pursuit of Oleg Romachka. He surprised her a moment later, veering off course from the middle of the street toward the entrance of a simulated jail and marshal's office. Unfazed by the irony, Galenka followed him and dropped into a crouch beside the door where he had disappeared. Galenka guessed that the sleeper had just disposed of the resident marshal on duty that night. Galenka didn't know if the mock jail had a back door, but she didn't feel like giving Romachka time to look for one. She decided to rush the open door and take her chances. Milena Belayev didn't recognize the woman with the pistol, but she knew an enemy when she saw one, and her response was automatic. She drew the AKS rifle from her It's a Small World shopping bag and raked the frontier marshal's office with a hasty burst, and missed. Belayev knew she'd missed her mark, although Galenka dropped, because there was no spray of blood to indicate a hit. With half a dozen rounds of military ammunition, even a flesh wound should be bleeding profusely. But Galenka was intact and wriggling around to face Belayev, leveling a pistol in both hands. Belayev fired again just as Galenka squeezed off 2 quick shots. She felt one of the bullets sizzle past her face, but relief at the near miss was tempered by frustration as her own rounds missed again. Belayev knew she couldn't give the bitch another chance to make the shot. Dodging, she grabbed a teenage tourist on the run and spun him in front of her, using him as a human shield.
No! No! Help!
He struggled briefly until she gouged her fingernails into his throat.
Quiet, or I'll kill you.
Reaching around the teenager's slender body, Belayev fired another burst at her target, but Galenka was moving, scuttling across the sidewalk to her left, spoiling the shot.
Kopot!
What?
Shut up!
Belayev turned the boy's body with her own to track the enemy. A short burst from her AKS scattered some tourists who were slow to find a hiding place, but still her adversary ducked and dodged.
Hold still, damn it!
I'm trying!
Not you, stupid!
I'm sorry, Jesus!
He can't help you.
Losing sight of her target, Belayev took a short step backward, smashed the muzzle of her AKS against the young man's skull, and dropped him to the pavement in a heap. It would have pleased Belayev more to shoot him, but she needed every round of ammunition she possessed to stop the woman who eluded her, ducking in and out of sight along the street of shops. Belayev started after her, anger overriding caution as she took up the pursuit. Her time might be better spent spraying the fleeing crowd with bullets, inflicting maximum death and destruction as planned, but the bitch's defiance galled her. This one had to die, above all else, before Belayev could proceed with her mission. She was halfway across the street when Galenka popped into view, craning around an old-fashioned lamppost and aiming her pistol two-handed. Belayev unleashed a burst from her rifle, eclipsing Galenka's pistol shot. She couldn't hear it, but Belayev felt the bullet drill beneath her ribs and punch her spinning backward, dropping the AKS and tumbling to the ground. It hurt like hell, but she recovered swiftly, driven by equal parts of fury, fear, and savage determination. Belayev had prepared herself to die this night, but not this way, not groveling in the street like a drunkard with her weapon out of reach. She lurched after the AKS, scooped it up as she regained her feet, and turned to face her enemy. Galenka's pistol cracked again. This time, there was blunt force without pain, the impact lifting her, plucking Belayev off her feet and dropping her to the sidewalk on her back. She was suddenly numb, hands twitching uselessly as they lost purchase on the AKS rifle, letting it slip from her grasp. She couldn't see the stars above her, washed out by the theme park's bright lights, but she knew they were up there. Milena Belayev wondered if they were disgusted with her, the stars that directed her fate, repulsed by her ultimate failure. Slowly, softly, she closed her eyes and claimed the final darkness as her own. Main Street, USA, 10 minutes earlier. Bolan was on his way from Disney's version of Our Town to Frontierland, responding to Galenka's radio call, when he saw one of Serosa's moles emerging from the doorway of a 1950s-era mulch shop. George Jameson wore a knee-length raincoat over an open-collared sports shirt and navy slacks, with runners on his feet. The lenses of his wire-rimmed glasses caught the streetlight for a moment, flashing brilliantly before he turned his head to sip the milkshake he was carrying. Bolan stiffened at the distant gunfire, but kept his eyes on Jameson. The Russian dropped his milkshake, splashing chocolate on his shoes and cuffs without concern. He drew the right side of his raincoat back to bear an AKS assault rifle slung muzzle down beneath his arm. Bolan responded instinctively, drawing his Beretta and dropping into a crouch on the sidewalk, facing his target over gun sights from a range of 20 yards.
Drop the rifle, Jameson!
He had no reason to believe his adversary would comply, but Bolan hesitated to start firing on the crowded street unless there was no choice. Jameson took the choice away from Bolan as he spun, dropping to one knee on the pavement, and unleashed a stream of death from his Kalashnikov. Bolan held his fire as he hit the deck to save himself, unwilling to jeopardize bystanders with wild rounds fired in haste. Somewhere behind him, the Russian's bullets found an innocent target, dropping the body across Bolan's outstretched legs. He kicked free of the dead or dying man and rolled away as Jameson tried again, his next burst stinging Bolan's neck and scalp with slivers of concrete. The guy was good, no doubt about it, but his nerves weren't made of steel. He broke for cover while Bolan was angling for a clear shot, deliberately strafing the crowd as tourists ran pell-mell to escape his field of fire. Bolan watched bodies fall, silently cursing and holding the Beretta rock steady while he waited for his chance. It came as Jameson cleared an ornate street lamp. No one between them for a heartbeat or two. Bolan fired once, twice, and saw his man stagger, right foot slipping out from under Jameson, dropping him heavily onto his side. Even then, though, the Russian rebounded, kicking with both heels and scooting along on his backside toward the cover of a barber shop's doorway. Bolan fired again before he got there, but the slugs chipped wood and masonry, missing flesh. Up and moving before his target was fairly out of sight, Bolan closed the gap between them on a diagonal, running in a crouch across the street. Jameson saw him coming through the shop's window, side-arming a grenade that wobbled through the air before it landed, bouncing in the middle of Main Street, USA. Bolan kissed the pavement again, trusting physics to save him. An explosion uncontained and undirected normally went upward, sending its shrapnel along for the ride. Jameson's frag grenade was no exception, scarring the street with a flash, while its killer payload peppered shop fronts and tourists still running for cover. Ears ringing from the blast, Bolan scrambled to his feet and pressed on. From 20 feet he glimpsed Jameson through the window, kneeling as he drew another grenade from his pocket, tugging the safety pin free. Bolan fired through the glass, 3 quick rounds, their impact obscured by a fast-spreading spiderweb of cracks. At least one bullet found its target, though, for Jameson slumped forward, fumbling the grenade into his lap. The blast sprayed the street with bits and pieces of the mole who couldn't pull himself together. All the king's horses and all the king's men, Bolan thought, turning away from the blood-smeared doorway, double-timing up Main Street toward the sounds of combat raging in Frontierland. Frontierland, Magic Kingdom. Tasia Galenka turned back toward the marshal's office after finishing Millicent Bullard with her second shot. It had been touch and go, but she was still alive, shaken but otherwise uninjured. If her luck was holding, Oleg Romachka waited for her in the Frontier jail, ready to face her in a showdown for his life. It felt like something from a Western movie, and she almost glanced around to see if there were cameras mounted on the rooftops to record the moment for posterity. It would have boosted ratings on the television nightly news, but viewers would be forced to get along with after-action shots of bodies scattered on the street. Right now, with uninjured civilians either gone to ground or fleeing out of range, Galenka had the street to herself. She edged along the planked walkway, thankful that the make-believe marshal's office had no windows on her side of the door. Assuming Romachka was still inside and hadn't scampered out a back door she was unaware of, he wouldn't be aware of her approach. He would be ready with his AKS, though, to kill anyone who ventured through the open door. Galenka hoped Romachka's shoulder wound was bleeding steadily, but she couldn't count on finding him dead or unconscious in the office. Instead, she'd have to do it the hard way, going in alone to confront him and finish it, before he rallied and tried to fight his way clear. Galenka heard the explosion from somewhere behind her. It wasn't close enough to be Adventureland. What lay beyond, farther south? Main Street, USA, Bolan's hunting ground. Galenka flinched involuntarily, imagining Bolan flattened and torn raw by shrapnel, then forced the grisly image from her mind. She had a job to do, and stalling only made it worse. She edged toward the open doorway of the marshal's office, duck-walking along the sidewalk.
Hey, you! Stop right there!
Galenka swiveled toward the boys, still crouching, and found a uniformed security guard gaping at her across the battlefield strewed with bodies, a revolver trembling in his fist. Galenka didn't hesitate. She had no time for explanations, and she wouldn't let some underpaid rent-a-cop shoot her in the back. She aimed and fired in one fluid motion, saw his left leg buckle as the kneecap exploded and his fingers splayed to send the revolver flying. Galenka instantly dismissed him, ignoring his cries of pain as she turned back to her primary target. Bolan was near the northern exit from Adventureland, following the sounds of battle toward Frontierland, when he met another of the Russian sleepers. Franklin Watts was a man of average size, a trifle heavy for his build, whose thinning sandy hair had mostly given up to gray in middle age. He didn't look the least bit like a terrorist, except for the Kalashnikov assault rifle he held as he emerged from the concealment of a hedge to Bolan's left, some 30 yards ahead. He saw Bolan immediately, took note of the pistol he carried, and didn't stop to aim. He responded with a burst of automatic fire. It was a near miss. Even so, one of his bullets clipping his adversary's jacket low and to the left before he ducked back under cover. Bolan refrained from firing back, since he had no idea what lay behind the hedge or who might be endangered when his rounds cut through the shrubbery. It could have felt surreal, chasing a clinical psychologist turned homicidal maniac through Disney World, but Bolan's mind was focused on the practical mechanics of the kill. He didn't care what mask the sleeper had been wearing for the past 2 decades. Watts, or whatever his name was, had abandoned his disguise and shown his true face to the world. He was a predator who had to be eliminated for the good of everyone around him, and the sooner Bolan did the job, the better it would be for all concerned. He crossed the road, watching for any hint of movement in the bushes where his enemy had disappeared. It was the perfect time to drop him, but his adversary didn't fire. Encouraged, Bolan found the place where Watts had done his disappearing act and shouldered through, letting his pistol lead the way. He was in time to see Watts running towards some kind of medium-sized utility shed, 50 yards and fading as he sprinted for cover. This time, Bolan had a clear field of fire and nothing to lose. He braced his Beretta in a 2-handed grip and chased Watts with a 3-round burst of auto fire. Downrange, the runner wobbled in mid-stride, then went down on his face, but he rebounded instantly and scrambled for the cover of the shed, dragging his AKS along behind him by its shoulder strap. Wounded but still alive and capable of fighting back, Bolan knew that could make his enemy more dangerous instead of less so. Cornered rats would charge an enemy 10 times their size, and they weren't motivated by fanatical devotion to a cause. He had his work cut out for him. Nearing the shed, Bolan slowed to listen, tracking any sounds that might betray his enemy. The shed was padlocked. Watts was hiding somewhere on the other side, concealed from Bolan by the prefab building's bulk. They could play Ring Around the Rosie all night long, chasing each other back and forth, but Bolan didn't have the time or patience for protracted games. He froze in place a moment, then began to circle counterclockwise, moving stealthily around the metal shed. Bolan was halfway around when he heard Watts. It came from around the corner just in front of him. Holding his stance, Bolan stared down the barrel of his sidearm, waiting for the mole to show himself. A moment later, Watts emerged from cover, staggering. The left side of his shirt and trench coat were soaked through with blood, the product of a penetrating wound from back to front. He gaped at Bolan for a moment in surprise.
God damn you!
He recoiled just enough to swing up his rifle one-handed, finger on the trigger. Bolan got there first, firing a double tap that stitched 6 rounds across the sleeper's heaving chest. Watts slumped against the east wall of the shed, relaxed his grip on the Kalashnikov to let it dangle at his side, legs folding as he crumpled to the earth. Bolan had lost count of his rounds expended, so he ditched the magazine and snapped the fresh one into place. He'd be needing every round he had before the night was through. Galenka knew that getting through the door would be a risky proposition. There'd been ample time for Romachka, wounded as he was, to find cover inside and prepare for her rush. She'd be an easy target coming through the door, unless... Galenka rose and ran across the street to the spot where Milena Belayev had fallen, taking care to avoid line of sight from the doorway of the marshal's office. Belayev was small, almost petite, but it was still a strain to lift her dead weight from the pavement and shrug her into a fireman's carry, Galenka lifting with her legs as she stood with the corpse draped over her shoulder. She staggered back across the street, incapable of running now. When she stood against the wall, Galenka eased the body off her shoulder, ignoring the warm blood that soaked through her jacket and blouse. She held Belayev's slack body upright with muscle and will, edging her closer to the open door. It would be awkward and risky, might even increase her odds of getting shot if she flubbed it, but Galenka couldn't think of any other way to breach the office and live long enough for a quick shot at Romachka. She posed beside the doorway a moment, then shoved Bullard's corpse through, upright, already tumbling as she released her supporting grip. The AKS cut loose immediately, bullets tearing into unresisting flesh, propelling Bullard through a jerky little dance before she fell. Galenka was inside by that time, squeezing off in rapid fire at Oleg Romachka, where he crouched behind a wooden desk. The wood was solid, but it wasn't armored steel. The Jayurza P9's rounds cut through it like the blows of a hatchet, lifting Reynolds and slamming him back against the nearest wall. He hung there for a moment crucified, and then slithered toward a seated posture on the floor. Standing by the entrance to Frontierland, Seroza reckoned his soldiers were dying, and it made him proud. Not on a personal level, although in a sense they were dying for him. Rather, he was proud to be part of a movement so strong, so compelling, that even a decade or more after its official collapse, it could still motivate sacrifice. He was proud to be part of a cause that commanded such loyalty, such singularity of purpose. Seroza had waited more than 30 years for this moment, the literal climax of his life, and he was determined to make the most of it. When he had approached the border of Frontierland, he had moved against the stream of tourists and employees fleeing gunfire in the park devoted to America's Wild West heritage. It had struck him as ironic and supremely fitting that his death blow should be struck in such a place, where history and fantasy combined to venerate a past composed more of violent legend than fact. He had become a player and director of the melodrama that was daily American life, ringing down the curtain on an era of self-satisfied complacency. 2 or 3 more steps and he would be inside, a mind-warping transit to a mythical past that was now the bloody present, with grim portent for the future. Smiling, he stepped forward.
Seryoja!
The Russian turned, scanning the street. He barely recognized Bert Barnum. even after having seen him in the wig and beard, nearly strangling him in Chicago. It was more than the disguise that threw him off, though. This Barnum was armed. He carried a Kalashnikov assault rifle and had a pistol wedged under his belt. Seroza ducked and rolled. He came up with the Radom automatic in his hand, returning fire, but he was hasty, and his shots missed by at least a yard. Barnum swung his rifle around for another try. Seroza bolted through the gate, running blindly toward the rustic heart of Frontierland. It shamed him, but he didn't want to die this way, gunned down by a fugitive from justice who was once his paid informant, killed before he could witness the triumph of his sleepers. He needed cover, a chance to turn and fight Barnum on something close to equal terms. Even running for his life, Seroza had to laugh inside at that, himself on equal terms with a spineless traitor who'd sold his homeland out for cash. Not entirely spineless, it now appeared, but still no fighting man in any recognized sense of the term. All those years in the army, and this night marked the first time he'd ever fired a shot in anger. Dodging down the mock frontier street, he sought a place to turn and make his stand against the monster he'd created.
Well, howdy do there.
Meanwhile, Evgeny Koklov raised his AKS and sighted on a group of 5 tourists crouched for cover in an alleyway beside the Prairie Belle Saloon. They didn't see him coming, huddled as they were behind a dumpster, thinking they were covered from the street. In fact, they should have checked behind them when they chose their refuge, or perhaps continued on their way, fleeing Frontierland and the park itself.
Too fucking late now.
One of his targets tried to run, lurching around the garbage bin, but he didn't travel far. A second burst lifted the man and dropped him lifeless to the pavement.
Perfect!
Koklov felt no qualms about killing civilians. Back in Myrtle Beach, there'd been a military target on his list, but he was satisfied to do his handler's bidding as required. The main thing was an opportunity to kill Americans after he'd waited all those years for word to make his move. It wasn't quite what he'd imagined, but then nothing ever was. Koklov had turned to head back to Main Street when a figure stepped into the alley's mouth ahead of him. From the person's size and shape and silhouette, the length of hair, he knew it was a woman. Why she would approach the alley after hearing gunfire was beyond him.
Hello? You got a death wish? Then I'm about to make the dream that you wish come true.
Koklov was shouldering his rifle when the woman dropped into a crouch and aimed a pistol, triggering 2 shots in rapid fire from 20 feet. One bullet missed. The other struck Koklov's left hip and knocked him backward, sat him down with stunning force that nearly made him drop his AKS.
God damn, bitch!
Koklov fired a wild burst toward Galenka, then wriggled for the cover of the garbage dumpster. There were bodies in his way, blood on the ground that mixed with his now, and his left leg wouldn't function as he shoved and dragged himself across the pavement. Another shot ripped past him, clipping the heel from his work boot. Then he rolled out of the shooter's sight. It cost him nearly everything he had in terms of strength and will to turn and face the alley's mouth. His hands were clammy on the AKS, Koklov squeezing until his knuckles ached to keep a solid grip. He'd been prepared for death this night, but blinding pain was something he hadn't reckoned with. Unbidden tears left bright tracks on his cheeks, while Koklov bit his tongue to keep from crying out loud. Galenka was approaching, closing in to make the kill. He heard her coming, but he didn't have the strength to rise and face her as he would have liked to do. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking through his pants, draining his life away with each beat of his heart. Koklov wondered if he would live to see the woman come around the corner, blundering into his rifle sights. His head was swimming from the pain and blood loss. He was slipping into shock, the signs apparent even in his present fuddled state. If Koklov didn't move, he might never have another chance. Summoning all that still remained of strength, determination, will, he threw himself into the middle of the alley, flopping like a fish across the pavement. All that mattered was the rifle, bucking in his hands as he held down the trigger, spraying armor-piercing rounds from left to right and back again. He cut a blazing swath across the alley, and the woman wasn't there. It took a heartbeat for Koklov to recognize his error. Galenka lay prone off to one side against the wall of the saloon. He'd fired a yard or so above her head, not seeing her. and now his rifle's magazine was empty.
Well, I'll be dipped in dog shit.
Koklov fumbling for his Marakov, knowing he didn't have a hope in hell of reaching it before she fired. He stared into the muzzle of her weapon and closed his eyes. The last mole nearly finished Bolan, coming up behind him as he cleared the gate to Frontierland. He didn't see the shooter coming. He just knew it. Bolan didn't analyze it, barely even thought about it, as he lunged into a shoulder roll and heard the swarm of bullets ripple through the space he'd occupied a second earlier. The sleeper, Abel Decker, saw his target swing around to face him, pistol rising into target acquisition. It was now his turn to go acrobatic, taking 3 long strides before he threw himself behind a row of trash cans, painted red, white, and blue. Bolan fired at the sleeper, his rounds chipping paint from the last can in line. A clear miss, and he scrambled for cover beside the gate, not knowing when his enemy would spring from cover for another try. It could have been a standoff, but the sleeper, after all these years, lacked patience. Having thrown off his disguise at last, Decker was primed for action. Couldn't bear to wait it out and see what happened next. He popped up from cover, triggering a short burst at Bolan, not really coming close to contact, but it seemed to boost his nerve. Another momentary hesitation, then he came around the far end of the trash cans, firing from the hip as he advanced on Bolan's hiding place. The storm of AKS fire chopped away at Bolan's gatepost, spraying jagged splinters as Decker advanced, closing the range from 20 yards to 15, then 10. He was close to point-blank range when the fast-moving bolt on his weapon locked open, pale smoke wafting from the empty chamber. Bolan took advantage of the moment, craned around the bullet-scarred gatepost, and triggered a 3-round burst from less than 20 feet away. He saw Decker lurch with the impact, clean hits at the center of mass, his body melting as the legs gave way. A heartbeat later, on his knees, he clenched his teeth around his pain as he tried to postpone the inevitable. Bolan put him down with another burst from the Beretta 93R, punching Decker backward in a sprawl that left his legs bent underneath him, pinned by his weight. It would have been a painful pose, but he was long past feeling anything. Dead eyes, locked open, stared beyond the theme park lights as if they'd glimpsed the answer to a cosmic mystery. How many shooters left? Bolan couldn't answer that one. Then he thought about the FBI's hostage rescue team, surely inbound by now, and wondered if they'd been alerted to recognize Galenka and himself. He put the problem out of mind and ran on into Frontierland. He could only die once. Bolan would take the adversaries as they came. Burke Barnum still wasn't sure how he'd lost Serosa. One minute he'd been chasing the Russian along a stage-set kind of street in Frontierland, and the next, Serosa had ducked through the open doorway of a general store. Barnum ran to the nearest corner of the building, stopping well short of the store's broad windows, and crouched with the AKS ready in his hands. He hadn't stalled too long, a minute, maybe 90 seconds tops, before he got down on his belly and crawled underneath the window to the doorway. Risking a peek around the jam at last, he saw an empty store. There was a long display case in the middle of the room, shelves stocked with anything and everything a 19th century housewife could ask for. He sprayed the case with bullets, smashing glass and blowing out the flimsy wooden back of it before he went inside. The place was still empty. Somebody else could come back and clean up the mess. As for Barnum, he was too busy slipping out the back door Serosa had thoughtfully left ajar. There was an alley back there for service personnel, no one in sight as Barnum cautiously stepped from the store. He knew Serosa could have run in either direction, increasing his lead while Barnum worked up nerve enough to search the store, and now he was gone.
Damn it! Now which way?
Barnum let the direction of the unknown gunshot make the decision for him. North it was. It might not be Serosa, but at least Barnum knew he'd find some action waiting for him at the end of his next sprint. The voice drew Barnum to an alley farther up the street. Approaching cautiously, he reached the alley's mouth, or one of them, and craned his neck around the corner for a look. There were a half-dozen bodies in the alley, most of them sprawled around a modern garbage dumpster, Frontierland's small concession to reality. 30 feet in, a man was standing over one of those bodies, peering at the face and angling a pistol toward the fallen victim's head. Despite the darkness and the awkward angle, Barnum recognized Yasha Soroza on his feet, Tasya Galenka on the ground at his feet.
You bastard!
Barnum raised the AKS to fire. Soroza turned to face him as Barnum squeezed the rifle's trigger.
Empty chamber, comrade.
Soroza smiled at Barnum and raised his pistol. Barnum dropped the AKS and groped for his Makarov, but the pistol snagged on his clothing and foiled his quick draw. Furious, determined not to meet death passively, Barnum charged.
You bastard!
Bolan heard Barnum shout and the single shot that followed. Bolan fixed the probable point of origin in mind and ran for it, scanning the doorways and windows of Old West shops along Main Street as he passed. Any one of them might hide a sniper, but none emerged to threaten Bolan now. He reached the alley's mouth and peered inside. Before the shooting started, it might have been the cleanest alley he'd ever seen, maybe the cleanest on Earth. But it had turned into a charnel house. Bodies and blood were everywhere. Tasya Galenka's among them. But at least she was moving, albeit fitfully. Nearby, Barnum and Yasha Soroza were locked in hand-to-hand combat, fighting over the pistol Soroza clutched in his right fist. Bolan had no clear shot at the Russian, but he didn't need to rush it as long as Barnum held Soroza's gun hand. Bolan was edging closer, angling for a shot, when the two men stumbled out of view behind the garbage dumpster. A moment later, Barnum staggered into view, one hand clutching his abdomen, blood streaming through his fingers, while the other flailed for a grip on the bin. He found one, muscles straining, trying to hold himself upright as his legs turned to rubber. It was a losing battle, and another moment saw him kneeling, slouched against the dumpster. Soroza was next to emerge, looking rumpled but self-satisfied as he raised his sidearm, aiming at the back of Barnum's head. A hint of movement stayed his hand at the last moment, Soroza glancing up from his target to find Bolan facing him, no more than 20 feet distant, the Beretta leveled at his chest.
I saw you in Chicago.
Wish I'd seen you.
Here I am.
Here we are.
You seem to be, what is the phrase, a little short-handed.
I'll take my chances.
As will I. The way it should be, yes?
Bolan saw the flicker in Soroza's eyes, preceding the movement of his hand. Soroza was lifting his pistol when Bolan double-stroked the Beretta's sensitive trigger, firing 2 3-round bursts. At that range, all 6 rounds hit their mark, Soroza stiffening and lurching back in a clumsy moonwalk before he collapsed on the pavement. Bolan kept his adversary covered as he closed the distance between them. Kneeling first beside Barnum, he had to lean in close to hear what he was trying to say.
Is it done?
He's done.
Barnum smiled.
So, you did it.
We did it.
The smile broadened a little, then froze. Barnum's eyes went glassy, and he surrendered to gravity, sliding down the garbage bin's flat side to the ground. Bolan moved to crouch beside Tasya Galenka, noting her grimace of pain at his touch. Blood pooled beneath her, but no wound was visible.
I didn't see him coming. Stupid.
Human. I need to see how bad you're hurt.
Do it.
He turned her gently.
Ah!
There was a single entry wound below her right shoulder blade, where Soroza had shot her in the back. It didn't sound like a sucking wound, but damage to the lung was still a possibility. There would be suits and uniforms incoming, agents from the Bureau's hostage rescue team, and anybody else available once news of shots fired at the park began to make the rounds. They were about to have a crowd of nervous, trigger-happy cops for company.
Help's on the way.
Bolan put his gun away and took his FBI credentials from an inside pocket, dangling them conspicuously from the breast pocket of his sport coat.
I need to get some help back here.
Galenka smiled at him despite the pain.
You won't forget me?
Not a chance.
He squeezed her trembling hand, then went to greet the cavalry. Arlington National Cemetery. The graveside interlude was brief. No eulogy or loving testimonials, no prayers or hymns, no flowers on display. Attendance was minimal, no honor guard or other uniforms, no clergyman, no family or co-workers. A pair of gravediggers showed up to do the dirty work, idling beside their backhoe, while 2 mourners spent a moment with the casket.
Arlington. Go figure.
He was still a veteran.
He was a traitor.
It's a loophole, I admit. He did all right the last few days.
If you say so.
You had to be there.
No thanks. I'll pass. Did you have anything to say?
I guess not.
We're finished then?
We're done.
Lunch then. They got a brand new Cajun place in Arlington I want to try.
Gumbo?
Maybe the jambalaya. I don't know yet.
Here comes heartburn.
Hey, we're celebrating, right?
We are.
They started toward the parking lot, moving past rows of grave markers.
Your comrade has her coming out party tomorrow, I understand.
Unless she has a setback.
Galenka's wounds hadn't involved the lung, nor had the bullet broken any major bones. It was a lucky wound, if such a thing existed. 3 nights in the hospital and she was cleared to head for home.
The word I get is that she's up for promotion when they get her back in Moscow. Job well done, all that jazz.
It was too messy for my taste.
He was inured to bloodshed, but the hunt for Yasha Sirotsa and his sleepers had involved a painful number of civilian casualties. There were a dozen dead, and twice that many wounded from the last firefight in Florida.
This is what you get sometimes. It could have been a damn sight worse.
That much was true at least. None of the plastic explosives planted by the Russian moles at Disney World had detonated. All had been recovered and disarmed by state and federal bomb squad officers after the theme park was evacuated. If the plastic had exploded while the night's first panicked exodus was underway, they might have been counting fatalities in scores of hundreds.
Still no progress with the other sleepers?
They're sitting tight behind the Fifth Amendment, not saying much of anything to anyone, including their attorneys. Background checks are going on through INS. We got 4 of them pegged on false identities so far, and I expect we'll get them all before it's over.
Then what?
That's the problem. With no fingerprints on file, the only charges that'll stick are weapons violations for their hardware and a few straight counts of fraud. I'm guessing they'll do time, but not too much.
Conspiracy?
It won't stick. They never knew each other, and we can't prove any link to Seryoja. Legally, it takes at least 2 people to conspire.
Can you deport them?
Maybe. State's discussing it with Moscow, anyway. The Russians are relieved to have this mess behind them, but they can't admit they ever planted the sleepers in the first place. We can't prove the moles are Russian, only that they aren't who they pretend to be. We'd have to send them somewhere, but nobody wants them. It's catch-22 all over again.
6 sleepers in limbo. Bolan didn't like the sound of that, but at least they were exposed now, in custody. When they were freed again, if they survived that long, he took for granted that there'd be surveillance mounted over each of them, as long as they remained in the United States.
Covert repatriation, maybe.
It's been discussed. We locked them up a while, let things cool down. Maybe the Russians won't mind taking them off our hands, 1 or 2 at a time.
What's the alternative?
Bolan knew the answer to that one before he asked the question.
You knew the answer to that one before you asked me. They could have accidents.
Wet work. 4 men and 2 women who'd spent the past 2 decades as Americans, scheming all the while against the country they occupied, could be disposed of singly or en masse. A van could crash and burn while they were on their way to court. Too flashy? Prisoners were murdered in the U.S. every day for drugs or money, in pursuit of sex, as a result of gang warfare to settle private quarrels. If it was spread out over time, kept from the press, another 6 deaths would barely make a ripple.
Count me out of that one.
No sweat. It may not come to that. Too bad about Barnum. The media, I mean.
There'd been no way to credit Barnum with his final actions, short of giving up the whole story and setting off a firestorm of publicity from Los Angeles to Capitol Hill. Instead, the FBI and U.S. Marshal Service still blamed him for killing his escorts the day he'd escaped in Indiana, listing his whereabouts as unknown before he ran afoul of drug cartel gunmen in Florida. Officially, there'd been no terrorist attack on Disney World, and Barnum's death was a coincidence. It was the best Washington's whitewash artists could do on short notice, and allegations of conspiracy were already rife on the internet, 3 websites dedicated to conflicting stories of the Disney cover-up. It wasn't vindication, but Bolan had a hunch Burke Barnum would have smiled at that. If nothing else, a bit of mystery had been appended to his passing. It was more than Barnum would have got if he'd stayed put and simply withered in his cage. Tasya Galenka would be flying out the following day, back to Moscow and debriefing with her supervisors. Bolan had no plans to see the Russian operative again before she left the States. He'd visited her once at the Miami hospital and heard the doctor say that she'd sustained no lasting damage. It was more than most of those who'd crossed their paths could claim, and he was satisfied. She would go home without knowing his name, or how to get in touch again for any reason. That was Bolan's life, the way he moved from day to day. He had connections here and there, but they were few and far between, buried as deeply as technology could manage in this modern age. He saw the car now, baking in the midday sun. He was already thinking past the moment, through the dwindling afternoon with Brognola, wondering where the next mission would take him, who he'd have to kill.
You've got some downtime coming if you want it.
Bolan wondered when Brognola had started reading minds.
It couldn't hurt. My thoughts exactly. Nothing wrong with R&R.
Rest and recuperation never lasted, though. It was a cheat, setting him up for another life-or-death confrontation, and the next one after that, until one day he didn't make it back.
Cajun? You're sure?
I'm positive. With habit of beer, of course.
Okay.
He walked on through the sunshine with his oldest living friend. There were worse things in life than heartburn, after all, but they would have to wait.